Good morning, Shizzy.
Good morning.
How are we doing?
I am well. I actually got sleep last night.
Oh, I like that. I got 5 hours and then I went to get a massage today. Oh, it's heaven to get
Yeah.
Like a happy
kneaded
ending.
like a little dough. And Jamie, the queen of the internet, how are you doing?
I'm good. I got some
And
sleep. So I feel refreshed.
when I become a YouTube millionaire, I'm buying you a little tiara.
Really? Aw.
Yeah, a queen should have a tiara.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning,
Good.
this way up, and Danny T, atheist. The state rested yesterday, and the defense said they would put on a short defense because a day to a day and a half is what they talked about. And everyone, as the other days, Shizzy is linked at the top of my chat, so you can give him a little tickly poo on his thummy, and he'll really like that. And just to get us started, I know that they are doing a hearing. We will catch up as always because this judge likes to say we start at 9:30 and then he starts at 9:05, talking to the counselors. So yeah. Her defense case, she said she didn't have a lot to go over, and I think she doesn't have much to do to disprove the state's case. So it wouldn't be long. Good morning, genitals.
Do you think they'll have any experts on today?
Yes.
Yes. Probably most of them will be experts. As far as I could gather, 2 people were normal people. The rest of them is experts. An
Okay.
ME and a DNA or something expert.
Okay.
I really want Mark to testify. God damn it. Mark and
Yeah,
Mark.
we need Mark, the corner kisser, to testify.
Yes.
And yeah, and if you like the ship business, we have a little treat for you. Mr. Shizzy, where are you going in a bit?
I will be jumping over to the experts until we hear what the sentencing is and what we've got going on over there. So I've been following that for quite a bit. So this is going to be very interesting to see how it all airs out. And if she finally spurgs out, that would be awesome. She's already choked out gone after one lawyer. So
Yeah, but sorry to say, it was kind of a boring trial. You were hoping for so much more.
Well,
Irish is here. Iris is here.
We already knew all of the facts, really. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it was already out there. It wasn't a surprise when it came on in the trial to me.
Right.
I think
Hey, cool gamer.
It was kind of like, oh, well, we know.
Yeah.
We know what she did.
Yeah, I got some sleep. I was, as an older man, you have to run once a night. So I got to just say bye, hello to all of you joining Dave with Whitmer. Is it Whitmer her name is?
Yes.
That's
Whitmer
an interesting...
trial.
Yeah, yeah, it's too bad it's at 3 in my time because that's an interesting case. And of course we know how it ended, but everyone should go watch that one because it kind of flew under the radar, but it's a good case.
Yeah,
Hey,
how they get there is amazing. And once it gets to the those defendants, I think there's only 2 of the people that get up and speak on their own behalf, which would be Mulger and one of the Null brothers. I don't think the other Null brother got up there, but I did miss out on quite a bit. So I know how the outcome was, and I got to see a good portion of it, but because I was working really hard, I didn't get a chance to catch a lot of it and didn't have time to go back and see it. So seeing it was really, really, I'm catching a lot of stuff that I missed of the first go around. So, and
Yeah,
Dave's doing a great job of covering it. So,
oh yeah,
you can't fault Dave. And again, it's in his backyard. It's really an interesting case, and it's especially when you look from the outside, I like politics and going to the. So I think he's doing a great job, and everyone should, of course, go follow this guy because if you need, I don't know why you would need any other incentives, but if you do it, you can also go into the Discord where you can find me and Shishi and, of course, the queen of the internet, Miss Jamie. And I used his old logo because I'm not that smart. But everyone should go follow Dave because he's been away on vacation and now he's stepping up again and he has a new treehouse. And who here doesn't love a good treehouse?
Especially when it has a sign of no girls allowed.
Yeah.
He has that little sign outside that says no girls allowed or must appear topless, something like that. I couldn't really read the sign because it was written in dyslexic. And I can't read dyslexic.
It wasn't dyslexic. It's Dave's text-to-speech. It just looks like that. Genitals, the rumors might or might not be true. We don't know. Oh, have to push this one. Is anyone else? It's a boring trial. The ship business or the Whitmer? I think the ship business. The ship business was. I might miss something in somewhere. And for those of you, C-Swept, thank you so much, who wrote me that the Yohn trial had its sentencing. We will cover it as soon as this goes into verdict watch. We'll rewatch it. It's just a short video. Kind of interesting. He's a big old dummy, as he always is. So we'll cover it when this case rests. Stupid work, yeah. Dave, you have to grift a little bit more. Go on with some of the big guys and get the last few couple of tens of thousands so you can stream full time. And if you would like to help Dave be able to not work as much, go subscribe to him. MLSN, Making Law Simple Network, great channel, great. I wouldn't even say great guy. I would say super great guy. He gave me this American flag. So he's a patriot as well. Anyone
so
new?
He's planted his flag in Denmark, I see.
Yeah. And in Sweden.
Dave is great. True. He's given us all a little platform, Like, I mean.
Yeah. Without Dave, no me and Jamie. So you can thank Dave that me and Jamie is doing this because we met through Dave. So all of you should really give him a little tickly poo as well as you should with Shishi.
Well,
hey, Dinosaur. We're always happy when you're here, and we'll think about you when you're not here. Oh, and Luna showed up. Oh, then it's a stream when Luna is in chat.
Hey, Luna.
And Vielhammer, we'll probably figure it out sometime. I'll just mispronounce it for the rest of his life, just like I do with Irish.
Vielhammer's the one that got the sound going much better for Dave. So yeah, if you haven't followed Vielhammer, amazing guy. I've had the opportunity to meet him over on Waifus, and he's pretty good guy.
Yeah, and if you're into court stuff and like this, and you know how much the sound always sucks, it's an amazing job he's doing with clearing up the sound. Hey, Lefty, hope you didn't kill too many buffaloes this morning. No, many thanks to you. But just to, because I had some comments yesterday after the video, and I'm very appreciative of each and every comment, even the ones who says I'm a bad streamer and I should stop my channel. They give me encouragement to lift a bit heavier in the gym. But
who said that? Let me add him.
But some person said yesterday that I misunderstood what the evidence was with luminol in the kitchen, because my clear understanding after watching the trial, I know we do talk a bit. This is a commentary channel. It's not the raw feed. You can find that on other channels, and we are happy to have you. But if you think we talk too much, I can direct you to another channel. I won't mention its name, but it begins with L, and you can see it without our interruptions. But this is a commentary channel where we try to watch the case through our eyes. But the evidence presented with this luminol in the kitchen, according to this person, meant that there were blood on the kitchen floor and that had been cleaned up. None of that was said by the prosecution. None of that was ever mentioned. The only blood evidence found in this case is a little bit of blood outside of the house, blood on the stairs and the wall in the stairwell, and blood on the carpet in the floor, the basement, and on the floor in the basement. There are indication that something that reacts with these chemical agents in the luminol is on shelving, the floor of the basement, the floor of the kitchen. But I did my research because sometimes I have to do it. I can't just rely on Jamie's good looks all the time. So,
and there was some on the shelves in the basement up against the stairs. There, it reacted to that, and on a container. But it also, I think you were looking that up, and you said that it reacts to fingerprints also.
I thought it reacted to fingerprints and like bodily fluids. You know, I mean, come on.
It also interacts with bleach. Will interact with cleaning chemicals.
Yeah.
I mean, it interacts with quite a bit.
And as we can read at a page for people who sell this stuff, this compound is ideal for enhancing visible and invisible blood traces. So yes, if you had cleaned up the room and there were blood present, you could have said, hey, it looks like she cleaned the room. But then you have to read on fingerprints and footprints on virtually every surface. My assertion yesterday was it showed the way she was brought up to the kitchen. You can see boot prints along with the footprints where she sat in the kitchen, and then she walked out to the bathroom. Unless someone else heard it differently, I will still claim that was what was said in trial yesterday. No DNA evidence, no blood was presented, only that there was some kind of stuff that the luminol reacted with in the kitchen and the hallway out to the bathroom. So, and I like when people make me do my work, but I still believe that is what's been presented. Even though I might be talking too much, I try to keep an ear on the case.
Well, also again, how many times have we said that she was down there with the blood anyway? I mean, you know, well, obviously she wouldn't have cleaned it up if she came upstairs when the cops were there and walked around. But her path where she was, where they show everything, is exactly where they had her go when she came upstairs.
Exactly.
And she sat at the table. She went in the bathroom to clean up. Why would she did the same thing before she left the house too? I mean, it's just, and also that's the problem is like people think luminol and they immediately think blood.
Yeah.
Because all these cases we've watched, that's what they use it for. So they're like, oh, it must be blood. Well, keep your ears open, people, because that's why our juries are so screwed up. Nobody is actually paying attention.
Well, and also something to remember, and I could be wrong on this, but if I'm not mistaken, that luminol or any of those products, if you spray them on the blood, you're not able to get DNA evidence off of it, or it destroys a good portion of the DNA evidence. Yeah. It's mainly set for photography to be able to take a picture of that area. It'll show you the presence of a chemical that's there. Footprints, fingerprints, those kinds of things, but it's mainly made for photography. And if
Yeah, I
And
think
that's
they're
my
right.
biggest concern with that, with the blood that they found smeared all over or supposed blood smeared over everything else. Is it blood, or is it another chemical? Is it urine? Is it just that they used cleaning chemicals to wipe off dust? It could be any number of things, and they're not very. And they keep the prosecution kept presenting it as it being blood, but there was no evidence that it was blood. There was evidence there was blood in the basement, but they never nailed it down and said, "Oh yes, it was so and so's blood," because
Yeah.
if it was, they'd already destroyed the DNA evidence.
Yeah.
And we had, and to be fair, there were 15 different blood samples analyzed for DNA. Each and every one of these was from the basement area. There wasn't enough DNA in the little bit of tiny speck of blood outside the house to get a DNA sample from it. So again, thank you so much for making me look up and see that. To my belief, I didn't hear it wrong yesterday. No evidence was ever presented saying that this is indicative of blood being present that was removed. There's something biological, either blood, footprints, fingerprints, whatever. But the big problem, as Jamie said, it's always presented as this luminol will react to blood. They don't always remember to mention that it also reacts with a lot of other stuff. And then a person was a bit mad that I have a big problem with the presenting of the experts' expertise. And maybe it's because I've done a few trials. My only gripe is presenting to a jury that you went to, I don't know many American schools, but let's say Notre Dame to do your criminal investigation. And what does that infer? Couldn't they just, from the prosecution and the defense, agree, yes, she has the credentials? We just present her, say, I worked at a crime lab for 5 years. I have done 10,000 DNA tests. I was the one who did these DNA tests. Because the jury doesn't listen, it takes half an hour, and they are just sitting there wondering when they can have the next cigarette or pee break. So again, I know I'm not for everyone. I hope for those of you who show up regularly, I'm for you, but I know what drives this channel is Miss Jamie's lashes.
Yes.
And yes, Old Line Red, Yohn will be covered when this defense rests in this case. It's an interesting watch again. And there's so... Where do you get some good surface cleaner? I don't know.
Gas station.
Yeah.
But that is the problem. Yes, it is. I'm glad you know who that is, because everybody tells me I don't remember that. Gem and the holograms.
Who's what?
Gem and the holograms? You know who Gem and holograms are? It was like an 80s cartoon. Oh my god, it was my favorite.
Oh yeah, that's the female version of
I got a Barbie of her too.
Yeah, see, I thought it was too cool in the 80s to watch cartoons.
Yeah, but I remember I remember it was played in German television on the Saturday shows. Yeah, because that's when we got satellite first. It was from the Germans. The one where, Jamie, you wouldn't know this, but Shizzy, as a young man once, you know, when you try to squiggle in the lines out enough so you can kind of see the rounding of...
And then you realize that it's just a knee.
Or a bald man.
Yeah.
So. Yes, Iris, this should be the thing. But enough about my gripe, about my comments. No, everyone, please contribute as much as you can to how I can make this stream better. I will go defensive if I believe I'm right, and but I won't yell and scream, because without viewers, I'm just sitting here talking to myself, and I really like people who comments on my stuff, because 60% of the time I'm wrong all the time. So it's good to have you to keep me in check. And
absolutely.
And I'm gonna put this one on 1.5 because they are already getting started.
Cool.
And
I'll be jumping off here for a bit, but I will be back, and my stream will be continuing to run. So those of you that happen to be over there, you know it's still running. So just give those watch hours, and I will be back on after I'm through taking care of the expert.
yeah, you go handle the expert. Manhandle that expert.
Manhandle the expert.
Oh,
I'll see you guys in a bit.
See you later.
All right.
Let's get into all of this. They're having a motion. That's the motion to dismiss, which I grant you probably most shortly won't be granted.
So our position ever since the beginning of this case, since our motion to dismiss, is essentially been unchanged. In our view of the Commonwealth's case, now that we've heard it, is that it reflects exactly what we had expected, which is at its core a case built impermissibly on speculation. The core of the Commonwealth's case depends on the evidence of the testimony of forensic pathologists about time of death. And unless they can place Cara Rintala in her house at 3 p.m. before 3, unless they can establish time of death occurred before 3 p.m., they cannot establish that Cara Rintala killed her wife. And first of all, Dr. Richmond gives testimony that the time of death was 6 to 8 hours before first responders noted rigor mortis. And putting aside any questions about the qualifications of police officers to establish rigor mortis, and side note, I hope it's clear to the court that this distinction between police officers and paramedics is something of a shell game. Michael Pandora, as we expected, admitted he didn't even touch the body. Ginos, although he's built up as the most experienced of the death scene investigators, such as they are, merely touched her arm and manipulated her shoulder, merely to decide
Tell me if it's too fast, or I can run it on 1.25.
whether or not she was dead, and therefore to give life-saving procedures. These paramedics can establish whether it's not their job or their training to establish how long somebody has been dead. But that's all really a side note. The police officers who have much less training, much less experience, and indeed had never investigated a homicide in their lives, tipped her body over. 3 people moving simultaneously.
First, and then Dr. Living right after.
Sorry, it wasn't me. It was our lovely host.
71 degrees. And the fact that she was lying on a cold or more would accelerate again. Just
trying to figure out how long.
We arranged roughly 10. And so we have clear evidence of a violent struggle and no evidence to support this speculative theory that perhaps she was dazed and that shortened. All that Dr. Richmond could do, and this is the crucial point for her, all she could do was speculate that perhaps Ms. Rintala had, in falling down the stairs, had fallen down the stairs, but in falling down the stairs had become dazed, and therefore the struggle had been shortened. But that is, we have lots of evidence that about the struggle. The struggle, the evidence indicates, started on the doorstep, went through the entryway, went down the stairs, was given the bloods we see, was around the basement. And so we have lots of evidence of an extensive
But it looks
struggle.
like this got cut off. I don't know if there's
Clear evidence
something
of a violent struggle
happening.
and no evidence to support this speculative theory that perhaps she was dazed and that shortened the violent struggle, and further speculation that with a shortened struggle, there would be minimal impact on the time of death calculation. This is all rampant speculation in a murder case. Dr. Andrew was essentially testifying to the exact same thing. He says early morning, mid-morning to early afternoon, apparently we arranged roughly 10 to 1 p.m. And then through cross-examination, reduced that range to essentially no range at all, 12 to 21 to 1 p.m., but definitely no later than 1 p.m. But again, the exact same pattern. He is relying entirely on well-developed rigor a single factor, which the literature and every pathologist tells us is a very unreliable factor for establishing time of death. It's
Got
the
me
single
there.
factor we're using. He admits, again, just like Dr. Richmond, there is evidence of a violent struggle, and he admits that the body habitus being large, a BMI of 33 or more, would accelerate the onset of
Good
rigor
morning,
mortis. So there
Stephanie.
are two factors he admits accelerate the onset of rigor mortis. What does he say? He does not rely, like Dr. Richmond, on the speculative theory that that she was unconscious or dazed right before the strangling, shortening the period of struggle. Rather, he agrees that there was an elaborate period of struggle, but he says that was likely offset by the ambient temperature in the room, which he put at 71 degrees, which he described as cold, and the fact that she was lying on a cold concrete floor. We don't know how cold, but in this room with 71-degree ambient temperature, and that she had, in his words, little clothing.
Hey, Kim,
It was
welcome.
essentially a wash. In other words, that the accelerating factors of a violent struggle and a large body habitus, BMI over 33, is offset by the factor of a cold ambient temperature, 71 degrees, and the fact that she's lying on a cold floor. And respectfully, there's no data to support that. And indeed, it seems to be contradicted by the evidence. The evidence is that when you have a violent struggle that uses up the fuel in the body. Rigor mortis is a chemical process where the fuel, the ADP, the energy in the muscles is being used up. And when it's used up, the proteins create they stop moving and they manifest in stiffness in the muscles. The body habitus being
Exactly, that's what he's saying,
ambient
that
temperature being cold
the
doesn't
expert didn't
affect
know
that
any of the
chemical
facts they
process.
needed
It's
to
burning of
determine
the fuel.
the rigor mortis.
If there is no burning of the fuel, arguably it could slow down the rigor mortis chemical process. But here there is clearly a burning of the fuel by a vigorous struggle immediately before death. So in other words, that is the most important factor here. It accelerates the rigor mortis. And the bottom line, the very simple bottom line after that little digression for science, is that both of the Commonwealth's experts rely on speculation that is unsupported by the evidence to arrive at a magical time before 3 p.m. And it's simply speculation. And without that piece of evidence, the Commonwealth's case falls apart. And we submit that no reasonable jury could find Mr. Rintala guilty
Thank you,
beyond a reasonable
TG.
doubt without relying on speculation. That's the court.
Okay, thank you. Commonwealth?
Thank you, Your Honor. We would suggest this motion should be denied. The defense continues to, recap and characterize the evidence in this case in a light most favorable to the defense, rather than the standard that this court has to apply. They continuously claim that certain testimony was, quote, undermined or unreliable, but reliability is within the province of the jury. Our evidence in this case has come in substantially similarly to how it did in the third trial.
Stephanie Bland and Iris, let's take this, and I can see a few people has filtered in. And hey, Gigi, glad to see you. And Salbert, hey, this is as you can read in the bottom of the screen, the defense motion to dismiss. The defense argument is all of the evidence is only circumstantial. The experts didn't have any evidence scientifically to go by. So they can't determine the time of death and put her in the basement at the time of the murder. And now Mr. Prosecution will say, we have all the evidence. It's the strongest evidence in the world. Most of it is maybe even stronger than it's supposed to be. So you can't give her a dismissal. It's trial 4. I can say without going and talking to who's the one from Mr. Big? I can without talking to my magic 8-ball that this will be this motion would be dismissed, as they most always are, because again, it's the 4th trial. We'll have to listen to it, and then we'll see the defense what they put on. And it's Selbert. Go find a Mesa girl who can read. You can probably invite her home for a shower. Then she can read stuff.
I can do hooked on phonics together.
Yeah, and be stabbed a bit.
Oh my God.
Yeah, exactly, Old Line Red. the evidence they're using to establish, we heard the medical examiner yesterday. Was it 4 years later he started looking at the evidence in this case? And all the scientific evidence was, I checked her pulse and wiggled her arm, and it was stiff. Oh, that is exactly 6 to 8 hours before the body was found. She was murdered. And that's why, and I'm sorry for those who think I talk too much. That's why we get kind of excited in this case, because we think it's BS what the state has provided so far. And so far is 4 trials. Each and every one is paid for by the taxpayers of Massachusetts. I would ask for a kindly refund if I was in Massachusetts. Hey, Puff Up Smiles. Shizzy will be back. He is going to hang out with a much cooler dude over at the Expert and watch the ship business sentencing.
Which the SJC found was sufficient to sustain conviction, and also.
Salbert, you could make a living on that if you can guarantee a direct verdict.
Representations that our evidence would come in essentially the way that it did. We believe there's sufficient evidence for the jury to find that the defendant was home alone with the victim at the time of the death, that she applied 3 to 4 minutes of sustained pressure to her neck, and that this would support a verdict for not only extreme.
How do we know that?
You don't know that. You never presented evidence.
This motion and allow the case to go to the jury. Thank you.
All right. So applying the Lattimore standard, as I must at this stage, I am denying this motion.
Of course you are.
There are 2 other issues that I'd like to address before the jury comes in. One is we received about 1,000 pages of information from the Commonwealth last night, about 280 as it relates, they claim, to Dr. Littman, and about 700 and something as it relates to Dr. Arden. The information with respect to Dr. Arden, Judge, is information that the Commonwealth attempted to introduce at the second trial. It's information about a lawsuit, apparently, that Dr. Arden was involved in that had been resolved. Judge Rupp heard the evidence and excluded it. Told the Commonwealth they can't use that evidence. In the third trial, they didn't try to use it because it was Judge Rupp again. And here we are with the new judge, and now I guess they're making another attempt to introduce this evidence in cross-examination of Dr. Arden.
Of course you are.
The evidence, Judge, is some suggestion of a completely separate, unrelated lawsuit, which actually settled in Dr. Arden's favor. But the Commonwealth wants to get to be able to cross-examine Dr. Arden on some of the claims within that lawsuit, which I think are completely irrelevant and not pertinent to anything that's relevant here. So it's not a situation, Judge, where any other, especially Judge Rupp found was credible or that it was in any way reliable. So I'm asking the court. I do have the cites to Judge Rupp's decision. It was January 23rd, 2014, when this issue comes in. And so what Judge Rupp essentially says, that it was impeachment on a non-medical issue, and that, Judge Rupp,
is the truck backing up
for the purposes
in the
of the
trial?
non-medical issue that Commonwealth was seeking to get into, Judge Rupp excluded it. So I'm asking for this court to make the same exclusion. And I think that the information regarding that prior issue that was non-medical was something in the area of like 600 pages of information that I was reviewing for the first time last night. It appears in the record that Commonwealth turned this over to Attorney Hoos sometime during the second trial. According to the record, it got turned over similar to what they did here, 10 o'clock at night, the night before Dr. Arden was to testify. We don't have it in our file. We actually called Attorney Hoos and Attorney Ryan last night at 10:30. Attorney Ryan did come to the office to try to locate it. He was unable to locate it in terms of what was turned over last time, but he did remember that it was 10 o'clock at night the night before.
What?
God. What?
Should I put the speed down?
Yeah, she talks a little fast.
Yeah, I don't like that you turn over 1,000 pages the day before the defense is going on, especially to discredit their experts, which they have known they're going to bring since forever.
And,
especially when it's struck down.
yeah, and especially when she's saying that they tried to do this on the third trial also, and it got kept out.
Yeah, but new judge, new hope that we can get new shitty evidence, and especially because the evidence is in a case where he was ruled in favor of.
Well, yeah, and something not related to this at all, something completely.
Well, it's to discredit him as an expert, but if
Yeah,
it has nothing to do with his expertise, it's yeah, and this is why I really like to be I don't know what you call this, layman tuber, as Mo calls us, or whatever
Lay
other
tube.
people calls us, law tubers, lay tubers, court tubers. This is why we should watch these trials to see what kind of things goes on, even both with the judges, but especially with the prosecution, dropping 1,000 pages the day before when they have known these experts going to come in. I don't know if you can do it. I would admonish them as the judge and say, well, we're gonna reassemble tomorrow so we can fix this problem, because I'm holding Mr. Big Hair in contempt. He can spend the night in jail.
Yeah.
Good morning, Mimsy.
Hey, Mimsy.
Yeah. It's so bad that, but again, the state can do it because nothing ever happens to them. Nothing.
Iris has got all the deets.
Yeah. Iris is such a great contributor in chat because she knows her stuff.
Yes.
I like all my little muffin tops, but my Texas Rose is a special one.
The experts testified. So I'd ask the court under these circumstances to exclude any information regarding impeachment with non-medical, with this non-medical case that actually settled in Dr. Arden's favor.
It's settled in his favor,
Yeah.
you
So
idiots.
just to clarify, yesterday afternoon at sidebar was the first time in this case that Attorney Sulpicio has confirmed that the defense intends to call Dr. Arden. I have been inquiring on this topic repeatedly for quite some time, and it was only yesterday that I learned that they intended to call back Dr. Arden. So upon learning that, I was also working quite late last night to brush up my outline for his cross-examination today, and I thought, out of an abundance of both caution and generous discovery, I forwarded to Attorney Sulpicio, it is true, approximately 700 pages of prior transcripts and other materials that I've accumulated over the years in confronting Dr.
Yes,
Arden.
just to be a good guy.
In this case, so there was quite a bit. Now, rather than approach Dr. Arden this afternoon with transcripts of prior testimony that Attorney Sulpicio may not have, rather than slow things down this afternoon and have multiple sidebars, I provided Attorney Sulpicio, basically, I opened up my playbook and said, here's everything I might use against Dr. Arden. I don't think that's anywhere required within Rule 14, but I did it in the spirit of fair play. Now, within those materials, there is some reference to the fact that Dr. Arden, he's testified in previous trials that he chose to leave or he retired from the medical examiner's office in Washington, D.C., when in fact his resignation was spurred by a scathing report that was done the same year that he resigned, showing that there was gross mismanagement within the office. So to the extent he portrays himself as just having chosen to leave.
Sorry again. Did Rosemary ever mention that the crime lab who did the evidence in this case had failed their tests? No, she didn't. But this guy is so helpful. He just wanted to put in there that this guy left in a specific way. The person who ran the laboratory didn't pass her tests. I believe Oline Bradley is the one who puts it up every time. I forget to mention it. A year before she did the test in this case, she didn't pass her testing, which she's required to do the job she does. It wasn't mentioned, but this guy will just to help the jury mention that there was a problem.
The office, and I'm sure he's going to tout his experience as the chief medical examiner in Washington, D.C. So he's using that to puff himself up. Well, the fact is he resigned under a cloud, and I think that goes to his credibility and his competency. As far as some lawsuit goes, I'm not getting into any lawsuit. I believe that may pertain to allegations of sexual harassment by Dr. Arden against some employees at the office. Attorney Sulpicio may have anticipated or speculated that's where I was going, but I'm not going anywhere near that. It would strictly be in his role as the chief medical examiner in Washington, D.C. It goes to his credentials, and it goes to his
What are you saying?
No, I'm just saying, like, is any of this proven true? Was he convicted of any of these things? Because if it's just speculation, that's...
He left under a cloud.
Yeah, but under a cloud, my booty, if somebody's just accusing you of something, but you've never been charged or convicted with it. Like, that is bull. That is bull.
But you can imply so much by mentioning, did you leave your job voluntarily, as you have previously stated, or was there a cloud around you?
Okay,
And he
well,
would sit-
people were trying to go after him, and he left because he just thought it was better than to like be part of all this crap. There's so many things, and I hate that more than anything. That's just what I'm saying. I'm just
again, just like the hidden blood.
Yeah.
No, it's it was luminol reacting to something. It's implied to be blood, but it isn't testified to being blood, and that's a big difference. But still,
Yeah.
the jury can think what the jury thinks, and they really want to think this expert isn't an expert. But let's try and see how it ends when the judge rules, because I don't like this schoolboy.
No.
His reliability, I believe he's going to be testifying about his experience, and I think it's within the scope of cross-examination. I don't intend to turn this into a trial within a trial. We're not going to wade into the weeds on this, but to the extent he says that he simply walked away from the office, well, there's more of the story, and I plan on touching on that.
And Judge, the concern I have is again, this pattern of sending stuff late last night, which Attorney Gagny wants a pat on the back for. We have been talking about Dr. Arden's potential testimony for months. And he's talked to me a million times saying, take him off the list, take him off the list. I know you're not calling him. And I said, I can't take him off the list. He's on the list. All 4 medical examiners were on the list, all potential witnesses in this case. And they've had this information for a long period of time. The problem I have, and I've told the court from the beginning, is that my experts are of the Jewish faith. They celebrated the Jewish holiday just over this past weekend. That's the reason that they weren't available until this morning. So that Dr. Arden has had 0 time. He was celebrating last night. Apparently there's some ceremony of breaking the fast after the holiday is complete. That happened till well into after 11 o'clock last night. He got on a plane first thing this morning. We expected to land here at noontime today. He's had 0 time to review these 700 pages of information that the Commonwealth sent to us last night. It's going to delay the trial significantly because he needs the opportunity. It's not fair for him to get on the stand and have this information that the Commonwealth just revealed to us thrown at him at the last minute without the opportunity to respond. And so with respect to that, Judge, I'm asking the court to exclude the information that was just turned over last night and to allow Dr. Arden to testify. He's going to be here at noontime today. And
Fast group, it's because it's a great witness in this case. No, it's to there's some markings on the door frame and on a weather list on the door that might have been made by a shovel, but they don't know who did it. But they tear down the entire door and put it in the courtroom. This is a crazy case.
Yeah.
So don't ask why there's a door there. Just ask why there isn't anything else there.
Yeah, it's just, there's just been so much, hey, look at all this crazy stuff. We can't tell you who did it, but hey, I mean.
Yeah, there's a door. Have you seen the door? It's standing right over there. We almost dropped it on the defense table.
Yep. I don't know. It's just crazy.
And just so we're clear, what the Commonwealth said at the very beginning of the trial is, if you have any transcripts about my witnesses, please send them to me. And we agreed, absolutely, we're going to send them to you. And we actually did get transcripts, but we got them 2 days before their witnesses testified, and we made the decision that that was unfair of us to sort of give them that at the last minute. So we didn't even produce it, we didn't use it, because we didn't think it was fair. For the Commonwealth now to say, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock last night, here, get these 700 pages from one of your witnesses, and 300 pages from another one of your witnesses, when they know that this case has been extended beyond what any of us wanted, and nobody wants to delay this trial. It puts both of the experts that we intend on calling in a position where they're going to look unprepared. And they're only going to look unprepared because the Commonwealth didn't give us the information that we would have given them if the situation was reversed. The idea that Mr. Gagny is now saying it wasn't required to turn it over. We had an agreement that we were going to turn over transcripts. Some of the stuff that got turned over last night, the 2 transcripts from Dr. Littman. I don't remember how many transcripts from Dr. Arden, but it's unfair, Judge. It's an unfair surprise. It's trial by ambush. It's not fair. And at this point, Judge, I'm asking you to
Faster than,
exclude the information and allow this trial to
1.25.
proceed.
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Okay, I have some questions.
As far as the materials with Dr. Arden, these were turned over to prior trial counsel in 2016. And I assume that the defense has had access not only to Attorney Hoos, but to his file. So this is a reproduction of materials that were not required to be turned over under Rule 14. Thank you.
Okay, so the portion that Judge Roop excluded, is that the portion, Mr. Gagné, that you just discussed?
Your Honor, I'm trying to find the exact language that Attorney Roop used, Judge Roop used. My recollection is that she ruled any mention of the sexual harassment allegations out of bounds, but I believe that his management of the office was fair game. But again, without having reviewed her ruling, that's my best memory.
And have you provided anything to the defense that was not previously provided to Attorney Hoos and Ryan?
The only materials that I provided for the first time yesterday pertains to Dr. Littman, and that was 2 transcripts of her previous testimony, other cases that I anticipated using today. And again, it's been somewhat of each side, I think, has been strategically going about this case and not committing to certain witnesses until the landscape of the evidence develops. As Your Honor may recall, I filed an emergency motion for reciprocal discovery back in August, and there were 3 forensic pathologists listed on their disclosure. There was a DNA expert.
Mas,
and I was asking
he
if
claimed it.
one to recall
They never
it,
testified to it
not.
and didn't
The answer was
show
always
it.
the same. We'll have to see how the trial goes.
You'll hear it when
At
it
one
gets up.
point, counsel even represented in open court that it would depend upon the gender composition of the jury. So when I got confirmation yesterday, for the first time, that Dr. Littman would be testifying today, I produced what I had. It's yesterday, for the first time, I was told that Dr. Lindsay Carroll Thomas would not be testifying. So all the work and preparation I put into preparing her cross-examination was out the window. So this was a late-breaking development yesterday.
Okay.
And as I said, the materials on Dr. Littman, I think, is about 200 some odd pages, probably an hour and a half read.
And again, that's the problem I have with that. When we tried to send it to Dr. Littman last night at around 10 o'clock, the text that we got back to her is that she was hosting a break fast, which I understand to be a Jewish tradition after the period of holiday is over. There's a celebration. She was actually hosting that in her house last night, and then came here the first thing this morning. I did print out what the Commonwealth had sent last night. She was sitting outside at 8:45 this morning. I handed it to her. I just think it's inherently unfair, Judge. She was on the list. She was always a consideration. Commonwealth knew that we could call her. And to do this at the last minute, all it does is delay the trial. That's all it does. It delays the trial because if she's not ready to be cross-examined, then we have to ask for a continuance, Judge. And that's not fair. It's not fair to the jury. It's not fair to my client. And it's not fair to anybody when they had the information and they could have turned it over to us. And so they filed their motion for reciprocal discovery saying, give me all the transcripts that you have. But you're going to hold back on the transcripts you have till the night before, which is something you did the last trial when this case was tried. It's just unfair, Judge. It's dirty pool and it's unfair.
Well, I'm not going to delay the trial, but I'm not going to exclude these 2 transcripts from the cross-examination of this expert. As to the other information, I understand that was provided
He's such
years
a
ago
rollover.
through no fault of your own.
Not as to Dr. Littman, Judge. The stuff on Dr. Littman was just
I
provided.
understand that,
Okay.
so I've separated that out.
Okay.
Hey, Lou Hilda. Thanks for having us
That
on.
had been
Hello.
provided earlier, but
Oh, you can't do Jody today.
There are a lot of things that have happened in this trial that were last minute, either by accident or by design. And I've seen that on both sides of this case. So,
Dang it, Dave. I want to see how this goes.
I don't think that
It's
too
only
much
a
to
short
ask,
Jody day on
an
Tuesdays.
expert witness to review
If they can
transcripts
move
of
it
their own
an hour,
testimony
then
in
it's
preparation
on our lunch break. Then you
for
can get no food.
cross-examination.
And,
There have been multiple times that witnesses have been reminded of prior testimony, typically in this case.
So
And so the jury is used to that. But I'm not going to preclude the Commonwealth from using those transcripts in cross-examination, and I'm not inclined to continue this case so that the expert has more time to review them. As to the other materials, I'm not really blaming either side. I understand your position, but it's also true that this material had been provided along with other discovery, and perhaps it was provided at the last minute before the last trial or before the second trial, I think is what I heard.
you talk so slow we can put it up.
The defendant has been in possession of that information through other attorneys for quite some time. So what I would ask is that the Commonwealth simply narrow down what they believe is actually at issue, just to kind of move this along. It sounds as though there may have been information provided that they don't intend to use that was excluded, and perhaps you can both look at the prior transcript. I'll make my own decision, but I think it would be helpful for me to know what Judge Roop actually excluded and what she didn't. So that's kind of where I stand on this.
And with respect to Dr. Lippman, just so the court is clear, there were 2 transcripts that were sent last night, as well as I think 4 or 5 articles that I guess they intend on asking Dr. Lippman about. The articles
Hit Jamie up in her
When
DMs.
we disclosed Dr. Lippman as an expert, we gave the Commonwealth in the disclosure the article that she relied on. We got an additional 4 or 5 articles, none of which Dr. Lippman had reviewed before today. We got those somewhere around 8 or 9 o'clock at night. And again, Dr. Lippman didn't see them until first thing this morning. I don't know that she's going to have adequate time to read them and process them and evaluate them for her testimony. My plan was to put one short civilian witness on and then call Dr. Lippman. I just think it's inherently unfair for the Commonwealth to put articles in front of her that she's never read, that they've never disclosed.
Well, so let me stop you there. If she's never read them before, if she's not familiar with them, she won't be able to lay the foundation for their introduction. So they won't come in anyway. It's only if she accepts that they are reliable and authoritative that the Commonwealth can ask her about them and introduce them as a learned treaty. So my assumption is that she is probably already familiar with these articles. And again, if not, there may be some issue with her being cross-examined on them.
But here's the point, Judge, that the jury will draw from the Commonwealth's late disclosure of this information.
You know,
Dr. Lippman says she hasn't reviewed them in their articles within the field relative to time of death. It's going to look like she's not qualified, she's not prepared. If she reviews them quickly and doesn't have the time to process them and says something that might be inconsistent with her opinion because she hasn't had time to process them, she again looks like she's unprepared and will be less credible in front of the jury. That's my concern, Judge. And these are expert witnesses. There's no reason for the Commonwealth to have sent this stuff.
Don't go with the
If they had sent it
unfair.
even a week ago, we would have been
There must
prepared
be a
and would not
legal
be
term.
asking for any type of continuation of time for Dr. Lippman to process this information. We gave them exactly what Lippman said, Dr. Lippman said she relied on. And again, we agreed under reciprocal discovery to give them transcripts and other things that the witnesses had relied on. And this board made an order ordering us to turn that over to the Commonwealth, which we did. And the Commonwealth now stands here turning the stuff over at the 11th hour to get an advantage in front of this jury, Judge, and I think it's wrong.
Okay, well,
it is
we
wrong.
can
Yeah.
take this up at a later point after
Yeah.
you've had a chance to
Let's
speak to your expert
just
to see
punt all the footballs. That's a
what
sports
she
ball reference.
uses her ability to respond to questions about the transcripts, about the articles. It may be that they refresh her memory pretty quickly, that she's familiar with the articles, and that your concerns are moot. But it may be as you fear, in which case we can discuss perhaps creating some space in the schedule for her to for her to have more time to review those materials. So
Just no objection, Judge. And then there was a motion the Commonwealth filed this morning regarding witnesses who may be here today. My understanding is Trooper McGarrian was subpoenaed to be here at 9 o'clock this morning, but he chose to leave the state. And my understanding is he's going to be back at some point today. He's told us the Commonwealth, not me, although the subpoena was for me. And I'm not sure when he's going to be back, but
Wait,
I'm hoping
what?
that
The lead investigator is subpoenaed by Rosemary, and he chose to leave the state, but he'll be back today.
Oh my God.
Yeah, of course he chose to leave the state. And he's not informing her, he's informing the prosecution.
Yeah.
It's her subpoena. If he doesn't show up today, they can have him arrested, because if he's lawfully served, he has to show up.
I want her to freaking. Oh, I
want her. The next words out of her mouth is, "I want a bolo put out on him, have him arrested and brought to the court, so we can be sure to have an interview with him tomorrow. And I want the prosecution to help me arrest him." That would be so much.
Yeah.
All the things I love in Porcupine.
Oh my God.
he's available when we need him. In this case, because he was served in hand, and he understood he was served in hand, Judge, and he's a trooper, and he still left the state, as if the court doesn't matter. But what they're asking in this motion that they just filed this morning, Your Honor, is to preclude me from bringing out any information that we, in fact, subpoenaed Trooper McGarrian, and we subpoenaed Mark Olasak. I think that's fair information based on a Bowden defense in this case, that we subpoenaed them.
Yeah, she wants to say that they subpoenaed them. That's what she's not asking for them to reproduce, but just but the state don't want them to talk about that. So because that would kind of point the finger that they didn't look into it.
Commonwealth is saying that we should be precluded from asking any questions that lead to an inference that the Commonwealth should have called these people. And my suggestion is they've known it's a Bowden defense. We've asked them, we've told them what the issues were in the case. They understood the downside of not calling McGarrian because they didn't call him in third trial. And so for them to now say, okay, if you call McGarrian, we don't want you to get in front of the jury the fact that you subpoenaed him and we didn't. First of all, it's going to be in our case in chief, so certainly the jury's going to know anyhow who calls him. But as a result of why did he show up, because he was subpoenaed by the defense, I think that that's fair game, Judge, and I don't know how the Commonwealth is taking the position with the Bowden defense that should be excluded.
Our Bowden goes to the adequacy of the police investigation. It has nothing to do with trial strategy and who it calls what witnesses during the course of the trial in the case. This is really in response to what I would suggest was an improper argumentative statement at the end of counsel's opening statement, that the Commonwealth has some burden to call certain witnesses, and if not, we were hiding the truth from this jury. So that's a missing witness issue. We have not litigated that. If they're looking for that, counsel is not permitted to get into those issues without court permission to be able to make those arguments. Who calls what witnesses? Of course, the jury's going to know the defendant is calling this person as a witness. But to suggest based on questioning, the Commonwealth could have called you, the Commonwealth knows where you are, they could have subpoenaed you, they chose not to, you're only here because you had a defense summons, is not relevant to any of the issues to be decided by the jury. It has nothing to do with the Bowden defense.
No, she can't blame them for them, but she can mention that she was the one who wanted him on
stands.
stands.
Your Honor, I'm asking to exclude any type of questioning that goes along with that line of argument as these witnesses come forward today.
Okay.
Oh, Pixie 28, I
So
didn't see you
agree
come in.
It doesn't go
Hey.
to the Bowden defense. It's essentially foundation for a missing witness argument and instruction. The witnesses are here, they're not really missing, and I don't know that I would be inclined to give a missing witness instruction in any event. But that doesn't preclude the defendant from making the argument that certain witnesses weren't called, basically to make an argument that's something short of that. I think it's Commonwealth v. Pena. I'd have to look at the case again, but that's my recollection. But that is short of a missing witness argument where you argue that the jury can infer something about the testimony. Obviously, if the witnesses are called, the jury doesn't have to infer what their testimony would be because they will hear their testimony. So I would permit questions because I think these witnesses are not witnesses who are going to be terribly friendly to the defense.
That's a fair statement, Judge.
And so
Yep.
some questions along the lines of
Did she
whether
say
they
like,
were, whether they are
A fair
biased.
statement.
oh,
So their contact or communication with the DA's office versus the defense, I think is fair game. But
Yeah.
whether they were subpoenaed,
Again, for those who don't know, I'm a layman in Denmark, and if a witness doesn't show, it's totally normal to call the police and say, "Do you know where he normally hangs out? Maybe it's someone who has a bit of a problem," and then they go looking for them, and then they get a nice surprise because if they don't show up and we can't do the trial without them, they get to spend a night in jail, so we can do the trial another time, and that other time might not be the day after, but they get a nice stay on the state's bill. So it's really stupid to stay out of court. It kind of gets you in trouble.
Yeah.
But just the day he was supposed to be in court, he needed to go to Connecticut or wherever.
yeah, of course.
I think that is implied, and you can still make the argument that you called them versus the Commonwealth. And I think it's also obvious that they were available if you were able to secure their presence, that the Commonwealth would have been able to secure their presence. But I wouldn't permit questions.
I believe either
whether they were available to be subpoenaed by the Commonwealth. Again, I think that may all kind of.
I believe it's a
just
5
obvious during
my
any
time,
event.
so 11
And
your
I will
time.
permit defense to make arguments about what evidence was presented, given that the Commonwealth has the burden of proof, without going as far as making a missing witness argument for reasons I've stated. So I guess we'll just sort of see how this goes, but that is at least my thinking at this point.
Ben Small-Rund.
Mm-hmm.
So Judge, just in terms of lineup, I plan on calling out the Commonwealth. No, I plan on calling Daniel McKinney first, and then Dr. Lipping right after.
Okay.
The next most important witness for us would be Dr. Arden, who will be landing at noontime and probably won't be available until about 2. I don't know how long the cross-examination of Dr. Lipping is going to be, but we'll have to regroup after that and figure out where we are. Because I certainly don't want to waste the jury's time at all. But I would also be asking the court to do a colloquy with my client regarding her decision not to testify in this case at some point before the end of.
Oh, she won't take the stand.
And
Really
just
smart.
keep in mind that if there's a gap in terms of witness availability, I always say the same thing. I always tell the jury that it's my fault, that I have something I have to attend to.
I like he does that.
So
Yeah, that's
I
probably
will
the only.
give you the time you need.
Thank you.
These motions also was because he had something to do.
Today, that we, at the defense's subpoenas and requests, there are 5 members of the state police currently waiting outside to be called today. They're William Medina, William McMillan, Peter Holman, John Riley, and Geraldine Bresnahan. So we should have plenty of witnesses to fill any gaps today. Or if they're not being reached today, I would ask that whenever that becomes apparent, they be released so they can return to their other duties, which they're unable to do.
Absolutely, Judge. And had they called me and not called the district attorney's office, I would have been able to fit them in my schedule better, but they didn't. Instead, they went directly to the district attorney's office. They didn't call me at all.
It's okay. So again,
I hate
I'm not going to
when they do this.
force you to call witnesses in any particular order or
Thank you.
at any particular time, and
It's such a shitty move to.
take their schedules into consideration. And I sense that you will, but you have your priorities, so
I do, Judge.
do what you need to do.
Thank you.
Well, MG, I like your streaming schedule because that's when I get up in the morning.
Yes, we're ready for the jury.
Judge, can I just check and make sure my first witness is out there?
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Moment. It's okay.
Getting a little excited about doing this. I'll sit.
Good morning, members of the jury.
I love.
It will come as no surprise when I ask you if anyone had any difficulty following the instructions which are with any research or investigation concerning this case with any media account. Raise your hand.
We would call, the defense would call Daniel McKinney, please, as its first witness.
legislation. You stand here, face the court, please, you very much be sworn. You solemnly swear the evidence which you shall give to the court and jury in the matter now
Stop
hearing should be the truth, the whole truth.
filming
and nothing but
the
truth, so help you God, or you swear.
defendant.
Thank you, sir. Watch your step.
Good morning.
Good morning.
In a loud, clear voice, can you please say your name, spelling your first and last name for the record?
Daniel McKenney, Daniel McKenney.
And what do you do for a living, Mr. McKenny?
Firefighter, paramedic, Ludlow Fire Department.
With what fire department?
Ludlow Fire Department,
And how long have you been a firefighter, paramedic with the Ludlow Fire Department?
18 years.
And what are some of your duties and responsibilities as a firefighter in the
This is to
Ludlow?
disprove the rigor
fire
mortis expertise.
Me in particular, I've been recently promoted to a lieutenant. I'm second in charge of our crew, which is a crew of 9. So I'm in charge of kind of training, preparing our crew for whatever we may have to respond to, whether that's a medical call or a fire
Yes,
call
swap up.
related.
I'm gonna grab something.
On top of that, I do respond as a paramedic with the ambulance
Here.
and
Text something, so.
any kind of fires, obviously, I'm responding to with the crew and in charge of a small team at a fire if we have a fire, which is an internal, kind of internal operations in a fire.
And you
Stop
had a
beating the
certain-
table.
Back in 2010, and specifically in March of 2010, did you have a certain set schedule of days on and days off?
We did, yes.
And can you tell the jury what that set schedule was back in March of 2010?
So back then we did 4 days, excuse me, two 10-hour days, which
Exactly.
consisted of 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. We had our next two work days were nights. We went in at 6 p.m., worked overnight, and got out at 8 a.m. the next day. So four full shifts, 2 10-hour shifts,
What?
2 14-hour shifts, back to back, 4 in a row.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you, do you know Cara Rintala?
I do.
And do you see her in the courtroom?
Be right back.
I do.
And can you tell the jury how you know Cara Rintala?
I know her from AMR prior to my employment at the Ludlow Fire Department as a EMT, and following my becoming a firefighter. That's basically how I got to know her as well as I did back then.
Okay.
More so in the fire department.
In 2010, was she part of your crew?
She was.
Okay. And when you say crew, can you explain to the jury what that? I think we all think we know, but tell the jury what that means.
So we have 4 crews in the Ludlow Fire Department, which consists of, back then they consisted of the captain, and back then it was 6 or 7 firefighters, paramedics on each crew. Now that's kind of increased. We have lieutenants, captains, and firefighters and paramedics underneath the lieutenants and captains. Back then it was just a captain and 5 or 6, maybe 7 firefighters underneath each captain.
Okay. And can you tell me back in March of 2010, was there a way to get, or was there an opportunity for overtime at the fire department?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury about the opportunity for overtime?
So we had two particular ways that you could obtain overtime. It was either a shift overtime, which you were asked in advance, usually at least 24 hours in advance, and you could either accept it or refuse it. Another option for overtime that we had, which happened more often, was a daily callback, is what we called it. If the ambulance goes out, we're taking 2 people out of the station that goes out in that ambulance, and they're at the hospital for about an hour and a half. So per our agreement with the town and our contract, we have a set number of in-house personnel that we have to maintain, which we'll say it was 6. I think it was 6 back then. So ambulance goes out on a medical call, two firefighters, paramedics are out of the building, out of town for an hour and a half. We're obligated to call 2 paramedics in the station to cover until those 2 firefighters, paramedics return from the hospital.
And I'm going to ask you, when you, so that you would get a call from the fire department asking, if you were on the team that wasn't actively working that day.
Right.
and there needed to be coverage, you would get a call from the fire department
Yes,
to come in.
yes,
Okay, and if you answered that call, am I right in saying that you would be sort of on the hook for 3 hours?
you're on the hook for 3
Can you
hours.
tell us, Jerry, what that's all about?
So a callback in itself is a 3-hour out.
What
I
are you
see
saying?
I said, I see where she's going with this.
Oh, yeah.
You answer
you
the phone
just-
call, you're stuck.
Yeah. And again, I would really like to hear about his extensive knowledge about rigor mortis, because they're all super trained in that.
Obligation. If you accept that callback, that particular piece of overtime, it's a 3-hour piece of time, if you will.
So even if you went in and you only needed 10 minutes, you still were on the hook for 3 hours because you answered the call.
That's right. That's right.
Okay.
Yes.
And so, if you didn't have the opportunity to be available for 3 hours, would you, as a firefighter back then, simply just not answer the call?
Right. We would not. If the phone rang, we knew it. You know why the phone is ringing. It happened several times a day. Sometimes more than others. It fluctuates, but 9 out of 10 times you know why that phone's ringing. They need coverage for an ambulance call, and if you're not available, you just don't answer.
And was that a pretty common occurrence back in March of 2010? If you didn't have that 3-hour window, you just wouldn't answer the call.
Very common. Yes.
There you go.
And
Yeah.
are you aware of how
We
your overtime was accounted for when you went in, when you did answer a call? You did answer a call that day. Are you aware of how your overtime would be accounted for?
In terms of
Was there a slip that somebody signed off on?
yes, yeah.
Okay.
You'd come in, you'd have a slip waiting on the desk, and you have to write we had to write the time that we showed up at the station, that we got there for that particular overtime callback, which is usually within 20 minutes of that ambulance call going out. We had to be in the station within about 20 minutes of that call going out.
And if you only were needed, let's just say, for 20 minutes,
Mhm.
did you have to stay at the station or could you go home, but you were still on?
You can go home.
You could go home,
You
okay.
can go home.
So within that 3 hours, you could go home, but you understood that for that 3 hours, if anyone else went out, you had already answered, so you had to go back.
You can go back. You don't have to.
Okay, so tell us about that.
So you come in to do a callback. The ambulance is on scene at a medical call. Okay, you're there to cover for that ambulance crew of 2. Okay, it turns into, for whatever reason, a non-transport. Happens a lot. There's refusals. Sometimes it's just a lift assist. We help people get up and then back into bed, that type of thing, and it's not a transport. So the ambulance crew is coming back to the station probably within a half an hour of that call going out. So now we don't need that coverage that we called out for. So that person can leave and go home. By being on the hook for 3 hours, you have somewhat said you're available for 3 hours. If you're released because that ambulance came back early and it wasn't a transport, you're now out of the station. If another call, excuse me, if another call comes in within 3 hours, they'll call you back, that person that's on the hook, back first. You're still on the hook for that. If for whatever reason you're not available to come back for whatever reason after that, you cannot answer. You don't have to answer that secondary call to come back in, and then we'll just move on with the list and call someone else in. So you're and essentially your 3 hour on the hook ends whenever that second call goes back out, and you don't answer. If that makes sense.
I want you to take a look at a document that I'm placing.
Do I understand it correctly? Anne-Marie could have been at home, gotten a call, go to the station. She didn't have to sleep at the station. Is that what he's testifying to?
That's what it sounds like.
Okay, because I'm not really sure about the 3 hour hook and whatever it is they're talking about.
Well, I mean, like what I correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but like what I got out of it is like you're
Maybe this is old line red. Cara ignored a bunch of calls from the fire department.
Yeah.
He explained why that has a non-murder. Okay, sorry. Thank you so much because I missed.
yeah, you didn't. Oh, I thought you understood that because that's why I got because they showed all these missed calls from the fire department on her phone.
Okay,
She's
I
proving
thought.
that if you answer them, you're on the hook for that 3 hours.
Okay, I thought it was because they wanted to say that Anne-Marie could just have been at home at night because it's just a callback. Okay, thank you so much, old line, and thank you, Jamie, because
Sorry,
I
thought we were on the same level. I was trying to explain that because I didn't know if you
burn
so
shades thrown.
In front of you. You recognize that as the overtime slip
Shut up.
that would get filled out regularly when you get called in for overtime?
Yes.
And that particular slip, does that indicate that Cara Rintala was called in on March 29th, 2010?
Yes, it does.
And at what time?
9 o'clock, 9:47 a.m.
And what time was she released?
She was released at 10:25.
So would that be an example of one of those calls where you may just have to lift someone, or you may have to just do something very quickly,
Yes.
and then you could return home, is that right?
Yes.
Judge, I move to introduce that.
Moving to introduce both pages.
Just the first page.
I have no objection to the first page on.
Exhibit 164.
Now, if you had already gone in once for, to pick up that phone and answer it and agreed to go in, how common was it to, after that 3 hour period expired, to pick up the phone again?
Objection.
Well, let me ask a better question, Judge. That probably wasn't a great question. So in your experience as a firefighter, working with your squad back in March of 2010, was it common for firefighters, especially if they had already answered one call, to not pick up the call for a second or a third time that they made the call that day?
Objection. In terms of
All
all
firefighters.
firefighters versus himself or his.
I'm gonna sustain it to 4, but if you could just ask the
In your experience, sir,
question.
in your experience as you were employed in working for the fire department, was it your experience that if you had already picked up a call that morning, that you would routinely not pick up another call if you couldn't go in and commit to another 3 hours?
If I could not,
Yes,
I would not. No,
you would not pick up that
I
call.
would not pick up
And
that.
that was pretty common
Now
for
I get
you
it, because she
back
had
in
to
March
call
of
us.
2010, when you were working
Yes.
for the same, the firefighter, the same department that Cara Rintala was working for.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Farrell.
Good morning, Mr. McKinney.
Good morning.
What do you got?
The
Let's
exhibit
hear it.
that was just admitted, I think you indicated that the defendant was called in at 9:47 a.m. in the morning
Yes, ma'am.
and that she was released at 10:25.
Yes.
So this would have been one of those incidents where you're on the hook based on answering the call for 3 hours, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But she was not required to stay the 3 hours?
No.
Would she have been paid the 3 hours?
She would have.
Okay,
She would have. If there wasn't another call that came in following that within the 3 hours and her 3 hours elapsed, that 3 hours elapsed and there wasn't another call prior to that 3 hours that she didn't respond to.
okay,
If there was another call after this one within that 3 hours and she didn't answer that return call, she would stop getting paid at whatever time that was.
okay. But if there wasn't another call within those 3 hours, she would have been paid for the full 3.
She would.
And if I'm doing my math right, 9:47 a.m. to 10:25 is about 38 minutes, correct?
Yeah.
So is it fair to say that it could be potentially lucrative to you as a firefighter or paramedic to answer such a call? To know you might get paid for 3 hours, but you might not have to actually work the full 3?
I guess
really
in
hope
general terms, but prior
they
to
didn't do it.
prior to going in and accepting that any particular call, you're unaware of what the call is. So you don't know whether it's going to. You have no idea if it's going to be more of a lift assist or refusal versus a transport.
So there's a risk, right?
There is.
You don't know what you're getting into exactly.
You don't.
You're definitely committing that you have to be available for the next 3 hours, right?
Yes.
But
Yes.
it's not an uncommon experience that you be called in and released much quicker than the 3 hours and still get paid for the 3, correct?
No.
No,
It's not an uncommon.
okay.
Woo, good job.
Now, would you agree with me, Mr. McKinney, that being a firefighter paramedic, as you are, requires a certain amount of strength or physical
Oh,
fitness to do that job?
Yes.
Are there minimum physical requirements that you have to both have initially and then maintain to be able to stay employed as a firefighter or paramedic?
For us, the level fire department, it's just an initial hiring.
Oh, so you can let yourself
in terms
go.
of a physical ability test.
So you're not required to maintain any sort of physical fitness or ability to do your job in the years that you're doing it?
No.
What would happen if you weren't able to lift up patients or lift up equipment?
Are you like,
Nothing?
Typically that doesn't happen. We don't have members that aren't able to do their job. If that were the case,
Hey, Cheryl.
I'm sure that there would be some kind of something put in place in terms of getting someone back into the shape to be able to do the job. However, that hasn't been an issue or a problem for us, particularly the fire department.
So you would agree that being a firefighter or paramedic requires a certain amount of strength, correct?
Sure.
And that there are certain tests or physical minimums you need to meet as a firefighter or paramedic, correct? You just have to answer for the record.
Yes.
Okay. And would that include such things as carrying the gear, handling equipment, maybe using the jaws of life, lifting patients, lifting stretchers?
Yes.
And if you're fully
And
geared
all
up
of these
as a
demands are
firefighter,
lower for women.
would you agree that your equipment
So
is approximately 60 pounds that you have to be able to carry on your body to do that job?
Yes.
Now, during the time that you worked with the defendant, how many years was that in the Ludlow Fire Department or AMR?
I believe 5 years.
5 years?
Ludlow Fire Department, 5
Okay.
years.
And you were on the same crew with her at times,
Yes.
correct? And so you were able to observe her at scenes doing all the things that we just referenced?
Yes.
Did you ever?
did we
see
hear
her
how much
struggling to be
Anne-Marie
able to
weighed?
do the physical
It was a bit
requirements
more
of
than
the job?
60 pounds.
No.
Did you ever see her struggling in terms of carrying 60 pounds of equipment?
No.
Did you ever see her struggling to lift up bodies?
No.
What's lifting up a body? I have trouble dead carrying
you're
people.
muted?
No, I'm not.
Would you agree with me that in March of 2000?
I shouldn't be muted. Am I still muted?
Is it just me? I can't hear you.
Well, I'm not. I'm muted. No, I'm not. I'm not muted. It's
God
you.
dang it. I'll be back.
Jamie. We love her, but sometimes her phone is kind of stupid. Yeah, in the military, you have to do these runs where you put a person on your shoulder and run around. And I'm a big guy. I have trouble doing that. This was a smaller woman, and she's supposed to have carried around the wife, carried her down the basement, whatever they're going to do. I don't see it because it's pretty tough to do those carries and run with people, even though they are trained to carry around 60 pounds of equipment. But normally when you pick up a body at a crime scene, you are at least 2 and you roll it onto a stretcher that has wheels on it to make it easier to move a body. I hope Rosemary gets back on this one.
Yeah, but like for me, it's also what specifically did you see her do? Because she could have been in the mix of things and just like did like one, like had somebody helping her do a certain thing, you know.
Yeah.
When you're saying like, when you're implying that she's lifting these bodies on her very own, that's a different story. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and as Stephanie quite clearly, dead weight is way more difficult to do it. I was trained as a, we call them smoke divers, where you carry the rebreather and have to do obstacle courses. And we had to drag these stupid dummy dolls through that and get it up and down stairs. And even when I was in better shape, when I trained to be that, I struggled doing that because you gas out so fast. And I'm a big guy, and I believe those dolls are like, I don't know how much, 50 kg, that's around 100 pounds or something. And it's just so hard to move a body that's that doesn't do anything and don't help you when you have to stand up or wiggle it through a small hatch. So, but this is just to say she could easily have overcome her partner who was way bigger, who also had to fit into these requirements.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you can easily break a lot of things. Yeah, dead weight is so hard. Great success. If it wasn't because you were such a loyal viewer, you will get a timeout.
2010, the defendant was very fit.
Yes.
Very fit. What's that?
What is that?
Is it because she can run a long
You
way? Can she
remember
lift heavy
A
shit?
couple of weeks before Anna Marie's death,
Skinny.
running in the St. Patrick's Day road race in Holyoke.
Running is not
And
strength,
this would have been in
it's
March of
endurance.
2010.
Yes.
Do you
Running-
remember the defendant
well,
also
no.
running in that road race?
Yes, I do.
There's no carryover effect to killing someone with running.
Ain't no runners can't. I'm. Oh my god, I can't even go there. Yeah.
So I'm
Running
going to
doesn't-
show you a photograph there. If you could take a look at it, please. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And do you recognize that as a photograph taken of the defendant running the Holyoke road race in March of
Running
2010?
is not strength, guys.
It looks it, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You want to ask if this be marked as the next exhibit?
No objection, Your Honor.
165.
Anybody who goes to the gym would know that.
Yeah. All the small girls who run for
Did you run
hours
any other
can't
road
lift
races, with
anything
the
near what I
defendant
can lift,
during
but
the
I
time
can't
that you
run
worked with her?
anything near what they can
Not
run.
that I recall, no.
Okay. You remember the Holyoke road race? It's a 10K?
It's a 10K.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Yeah. Well,
Mr. Kenny, I'm gonna
Yeah, that would be a great question. Show him the picture and ask, did you see her carry a person right here?
Can I ask you to look at these two photographs
running with like 100
regarding the
pounds.
road race and tell me
Honor.
if you recognize what's depicted in them?
Well, the first one is myself and Cara standing. I believe this is, it's either before or after the race. I'm not sure.
The St. Patrick's Day race?
Yes, St.
Okay.
Patrick's Day. race.
And the second one is what?
The second one is our crew. A few of us from the same crew and a couple from other crews, just members of the Ludlow Fire Department.
Okay.
It looks like it's after the race.
And you guys ran as a group? Is that?
Yeah.
You had like a
Yes.
team, all
Yeah.
had shirts?
Kind of, yeah, yes.
Judge, I need to introduce those two exhibits.
No objection.
That's exactly this. Running is more of
166
an
and
endurance
167.
thing. It's not strength.
Sprinting is power. That's why sprinters are big, muscly guys,
Yeah.
and long distance are often African skinny guys. So is sprinters is also the two different kinds of runners. Most of them come out of Africa because they used to run long distance or short distances.
We'll see the body styles of each because you got runners
Yeah.
are usually really skinny, and then the sprinters have those. Their legs are stacked. Oh my god.
Yeah, and they have the big arms to propel them forward as well. They need all the muscles.
The difference.
Come on, ask how many bodies was carried during the
So
race.
just so we're clear, sure, just got shown to the jury. This photograph exhibit 165, that's the picture of Cara Rintala running the race. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And this picture is, and this is exhibit 166, is you either before or after the race, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Not all of them, because
And this final
a lot of
exhibit,
people is
167,
endurance.
This is you and your crew. It looks like after the race, because
They are
people have
fat.
drinks in their hand.
Right, right.
Is that
Some
fair
are,
to say?
Yes.
Oh,
Like,
We had a Danish guy who ran the 800 meter, and he was from, I believe his family was from Somalia.
I don't know if you have
He was
questions.
really great 800 meter, but he was skinny as all. But it's all about how your muscle fibers line up. It's the same thing why Vikings are that great at doing strongman.
I mean, you
Not
see
many.
competitions. None of those guys are in,
Step down. Thank
like,
you.
They can't run for
no,
save their life.
no, no,
That's
no.
all Dr. Jennifer Lippman.
But again, it's because you need different muscle types, and in strongman you need to store a lot of energy, and that's why they're fat. They're not muscly. That's why they eat 10,000 calories a day. But that's what us Scandinavians are good at. We store fat and use it for energy, and that's why Vikings and Icelandic people are great at strongman.
Yeah, it's just so funny.
Please raise your right hand.
Like, we know
Do you
friends.
solemnly swear the evidence
Yeah.
which you shall give to the court and jury in the matter now in hearing should be the
Jury
truth,
does
the whole
too.
truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you for this.
Hopefully they're like, yeah, doesn't mean anything.
No,
Dr. Lippman, in a loud, clear voice, could you please say your first name and your last name and spell it for the jury?
Jennifer Lipman, L-I-P, like Peter, M-A-N.
And what do you do for a living, Dr. Lippman?
I'm a pathologist who recently retired from hospital work, and I am now doing consulting work
I hate
and
her voice
private
already.
autopsies.
Okay, can you tell the jury what's a private autopsy?
A private autopsy is an autopsy that a family
No,
requests
The first
because it
burst
is
of
not
energy is
mandated
stored
by
in the
state,
muscle, but
so
then you
if they
start
want an
burning fat,
autopsy on someone who dies
and
under
fat moves weights
circumstances
as well.
that the medical examiner is not interested in pursuing, then they still want an autopsy. They ask me to do it.
Yeah, I don't talk body
And
pills.
could you tell the
Strongman,
jury a little bit
different
about
thing.
your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Haverford College in Pennsylvania. I have a medical degree from Temple University School of Medicine in Philadelphia. And
Well,
I
she was,
did my residency in
she was kind of
anatomical
bigger
clinical
than
pathology at the Deaconess
Cara
Hospital
was.
in
Yeah.
Boston. And I did a
Boston.
fellowship in gastrointestinal pathology in
Sick.
Boston at the Deaconess Hospital. And then I did an additional fellowship in forensic pathology
Yeah,
at
that's
the
why we
Boston
can,
Medical Examiner's Office.
We can.
And in starting with college, that you would have gotten out
We're
of college
better at
somewhere around
drinking as well
1984, is
because
that right?
That's right.
And med
we
school
got
in
used to it when we had
1991, is
to
that
keep
right?
warm in the
Yes.
winter.
And then your residency from 91 to 95 at Harvard Medical School, is that right?
Yeah, the Deaconess Hospital
Okay.
affiliated.
And then, and your clinical fellowship at Harvard Medical School, Deaconess Hospital, the surgical
was,
pathology fellow would have been from 95 to
what-
96, is that right?
It's
That's right.
maybe
And
the
then
year
your
before it was
forensic
St. Patrick's
pathology
Day.
fellow,
Maybe it was the same
at
year.
Boston University, would that have been from 96 to 97?
But again, it doesn't
Yes.
matter what
And
when the
then
race was run.
after
It was just
97,
to say that she was strong enough to kill her wife.
did you
To
start
imply
working
she was
as
strong enough.
a forensic pathologist?
Yeah, that she was in.
Yes, at the medical examiner's office
In what
in
state?
Massachusetts.
Okay, and what was your title starting in 1997 at when you first began working for the medical examiner's office in Massachusetts?
After my fellowship,
After your fellowship, yes.
I think they called me an assistant medical examiner.
And what duties and responsibilities did you have as an assistant?
I'm
medical
just gonna skip over this.
Cases, I guess,
I
are
worked
assistant medical examiners.
certified,
Yes,
and where,
and
is
forensic
board
pathology.
certified in parental pathology.
and in terms of your initial work as an assistant, at some point were you promoted?
They opened the Worcester office. Nation was just like, that's my catchment area.
Was there?
I was from that county, and I served on the Child Fatality Review Board, and
I
I
mean,
was kind of the only medical
is
examiner
someone
in the county,
yelling
so
in the
I
court?
did whatever the county needed me to do.
Oh, I thought that was
And
you.
I testified in court and went to scenes and wrote my
What
own
the
death
freak?
certificates. I didn't have a secretary, so it was a very busy job.
Okay. And in your capacity, I think you just started
Winning
to
a
say
football
capacity
game or whatever.
as a medical examiner in the state of Massachusetts, medical examiner during that time period.
I don't know. I didn't keep track. It was a long time ago too, so I don't remember. It was way more than 20, less than 100.
Okay. Of actual court appearances, court testimony, is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And during that time period, you were testifying on behalf of the Commonwealth, is that right?
that's
Oh,
so
now we get the
don't-
testimony, so we first got to go
And
back.
reports on behalf of the Commonwealth as a medical examiner during that time period,
yes.
on how many occasions would you estimate?
I can't even guess.
What's happening?
All the homicides, the motor vehicle homicides. I don't know. I didn't keep track. It was a long time ago too, so I don't remember. It was way more than 20, less than 100.
Okay. Of actual court appearances, court testimony, is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And
Normally,
during that
that's
time
a
period,
person
you were
coughing, but
testifying on
this,
behalf of the Commonwealth, is that right?
that's right. And after I left, because there were several homicide cases that, it takes a long time for them to come up to trial. So I left the office in 2003, and some of those cases came up years later.
Okay. And when you just said you left the medical examiner's office in 2003, where did you go from there, from the medical examiner's office?
I was a pathologist in a hospital at Lawrence Memorial and Melrose Wakefield hospitals. It was a pathology group that ran the pathology departments in both
happening?
of those hospitals, and I worked in both of those hospitals.
Okay. And then in 2014, did you take another job?
Yes.
And what was that?
In 2014, I went to the Beverly
thought you were
Hospital.
starting-
Wakefield, or would you consult?
Lawrence Memorial and Melrose Hospital. I'm going to do autopsies. There weren't that many, though. I mean, hospital autopsies aren't as common as they used to be, especially in a community hospital. And at Beverly, I did hospital work.
We're doing some consulting work, is that
I left the medical homicide.
right? And in this case, you said you retired when?
Last summer.
Okay. And in this case, can you tell the jury whether or not
oh,
you're receiving any funds
probably a good
from
thing.
the Committee for Public Counsel Services to be here today and testify?
Yes.
And do you know even what the rate is per hour that, well, first of all, do you understand the Committee for Public Counsel Services to be the agency that deals with indigent?
That's what we're celebrating. I'm a 10th
Do you understand
million.
the Committee for Public Counsel
broadcast.
Services to be the agency in Massachusetts that deals with indigent defendants?
Yes.
And in this case, did you
Glad you're
agree
back,
to
Danny.
work
Danny,
at the Committee for Public Counsel Services rates on this case?
Yes.
And do you know what that rate is?
I know they increased it to, I think it's approximately $300 an hour.
Okay. And is that below what you would normally charge your private clients?
Yes.
Significantly below?
Yes.
In this case, you agreed to work for that rate on behalf of, well, it was my request for you to come and evaluate this case. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And in this case,
I like that.
Yeah.
Taking the argument out about, oh, did you get paid to do your job? How much did you get paid? You're blah, 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 paid, blah, blah, blah. And putting it in there that, oh, I took this for less money than I would take any other case.
Yep.
That's, I like that, because we always hear the defense, did you get money for doing your job? Yeah, just like you did, Dip.
mhm.
were you given, so you and I had a conversation, and then did you review some documents?
Yes.
Do you remember specifically what you reviewed? Well, let me ask you, in your list of reviewing them. Did you review the autopsy in this case?
The report of the autopsy,
Yes.
yes.
Did you review crime scene photos?
Yes.
Did you, and were you asked a specific question with respect to your consulting in this case? Specifically, whether or not you could rule out the possibility of, well, tell me what your understanding of the question you were asked to answer, the reason that you were consulted.
My understanding of the reason I was consulted was to answer the question, could she have died before 3 o'clock or after 3 o'clock?
Okay, so you were asked specifically, you said could she? You were asked specifically in this case to evaluate whether or not it was possible for Anne Marie Rintala to have been dead prior to 3 o'clock or after 3 o'clock. Was that your focus in evaluating the information in this case?
Yes, specifically, more accurately, would it be possible that she died after 3 o'clock? So like 3 o'clock was kind of a dividing line, and whether I could say that she was dead before 3 o'clock or after 3 o'clock.
Okay, and when you were asked that information, the 3 o'clock information, did you do some evaluations to determine, in your opinion, whether or not that 3 o'clock timeline was a reasonable estimation as to the death of Anne Marie Rintala?
I reviewed the autopsy report and the crime scene photographs and the statements of people who evaluated her at the scene.
Okay, and in this case, Dr. Littman, you became aware at some point of a call that Trooper McGarrian made to Dr. Richmond asking.
Objection.
What?
Why? Why can't we have testimony that that he contacted her?
Yeah.
Why can't they talk about that?
I don't know why they want to keep this guy's
Then
information.
McGarrian,
Yeah,
stupid ass, and ran away from the state.
yeah.
The judge's gonna love you.
So let me ask you again before the break. I was asking you a question about your review of Dr. Richmond's answer to Trooper McGarrian's hypothetical on the night of March 29th, 2010. If a body could be cold as ice and stiff as a board, could it have been dead for only 3 to 4 hours? Do you remember that being part of what you evaluated in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember Dr. Richmond's answer being no, it would be closer to 6 to 8?
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, that 6 to 8 answer that Dr. Richmond gave, does it reflect the mean onset of well-developed rigor in the average person?
It's the generally accepted average time that rigor is present.
Okay.
Well, rigor is present. It's not an absolute, but when you're reading the textbooks or reading literature, there's an about. So it's about 6 to 8 hours where rigor becomes full.
Okay. So, but the 6 to 8 hours is of the average person, meaning that a person who hasn't been engaged in a vigorous or violent struggle before death and is of average size. Is that?
Hold on. So sustained as to the form?
Okay. Let me ask you, when you say 6 to 8 is the average, does that take into consideration whether or not someone has been engaged in a violent struggle?
It's the average of all comers.
What does that mean?
It means like everybody. If you took all of the cases and threw them all together, that would be the average. It doesn't specify a certain any individual circumstance. It's the average.
Okay. And in this case, in your review of the evidence, did you find evidence in this case of a struggle
What's happening?
prior to Anne Marie Rintala's death?
Yes.
And
Now I can
Tell
hear
the jury
radio
what
in
you
the
relied on
background.
to determine that there was a struggle.
The autopsy report and the photographs from the autopsy that show that she had petechial hemorrhages in her eyes and on her face, and she had trauma to her neck, and she had abrasions on her neck that would be consistent with a struggle to remove something from around her neck.
And is it your opinion, Dr. Lippman, that in order to engage in a struggle like that and leave the marks behind that were on Anne-Marie Rintala's body, that she would have been awake and struggling during some period of time
Yes,
prior to her death?
yes.
Now, again, with the 6 to 8 hours in terms of the average of everybody in the world, that number doesn't take, let me ask you this. If you take that 6 to 8 of everybody in the world and you add that fact that you found, which was this vigorous violent struggle immediately before death, is it correct that the 6 to 8 hours would move to the left, the bell curve would move to the left on the time it would take to get to full rigor?
Sustain as to the form.
Sure. So can you tell the jury, when you talked about that 6 to 8 as being the average of everybody, when you add in the fact that you found in this case that Anne-Marie Rintala had been engaged in a struggle, in a vigorous struggle, immediately before her death, what, if anything, does that do to that 6 to 8 hour average? Does it move it to the left?
So a violent struggle depletes the glycogen in the muscles, and the process of rigor is speeded up by that depletion. So, I can't tell you how far it would change it, and that would all depend. There are so many variables, and it's dependent on each individual circumstance, but it would make the average, if you took out just the people in a violent struggle, the average would be lower than the average of everybody.
So lower than 6 to 8?
Yes,
Can't rule out 3 to 4.
right.
So can't rule out 3 to 4 hours based on the violent struggle, is that right?
Well, can't rule out, in my mind, you can't rule out 3 to 4 in any circumstance, because there are outliers and the curve extends pretty far. But the likelihood of 3 to 4 hours increases with the violent struggle. So it makes it less of an outlier, so to speak, of the amount of time it takes for rigor. There have been descriptions of rigor happening very quickly in people who aren't in a violent struggle.
There's so many different sounds today. We have had cheering, we had radio going on, we had people talking in the background, we have constant sirens going off. It's really annoying, especially because this woman's voice is so thin. So she's hard enough to listen to. But yeah. There was a ballot position drawing today in Northampton, 3 town down where the courthouse is. Maybe the chairs of it could be. I don't know. I just know it's really annoying when you're sitting here trying to listen and figure out what they're saying. But so far, what she's saying is, because of a violent struggle, it's likely that the window would shift to a shorter period of time. That's what I gather from this expert so far. Yeah. But she hasn't made any definitive statements that it would be 5, 6 to anything hours. Yeah. But that's what Rosemary is trying to, is just to show 6 to 8 isn't a definite number.
Exactly.
So it's but I think a lot of people has gone over to watch the submissions. Maybe they'll come back and then we can do a roundup again.
Well,
we're way
it's just
behind.
That the violent struggle is something that is recognized as depleting the glycogen, and it would therefore shift the onset and development of rigor to a quicker time period.
Okay. And in your review of the materials provided in this case, did you also, was there anything else that you reviewed that would increase the rate at which rigor appears?
Well, the cooling of the body would slow down the development of rigor, and she was kind of a stout person who would be a little bit insulated from cooling quickly. So that would also help to speed up the rigor because it would decrease the rate at which her body would cool off.
Okay, so having a BMI of 33, does that have any effect, increase or decrease the rate at which rigor appears, in your opinion?
Insofar as it would affect the rate of her cooling,
Okay.
I would say that it would help to keep her body warmer, which would speed up the rate of rigor. But I think the struggle is more of a significant contributor to making that process faster.
Okay. And in the review of the documents that you reviewed in this case, when Dr. Richmond performed the autopsy in this case with Trooper Bulgarian, should she have been aware at that point, based on the evaluation of the body and the crime scene evidence of the violent, of the struggle, and the abrasions on the neck that were consistent with struggling to get someone's hands off your neck?
Objection.
Basis.
Asking this witness to opine as to what someone else should have been aware of. Speculation.
Sheninogram, thank you for watching, and no, I don't run
In
fast.
this case, is that right?
I
Yes,
run pretty
And you
long.
know she conducted the
Not
autopsy,
fast.
is that right?
yes,
And in this case, when she conducted the autopsy, I think your testimony already was that there was evidence of struggle within the autopsy itself based on the bruising and the marks on the neck. Is that right?
yes.
Okay. And based on those findings, when Dr. Richmond
This is a bit too
submitted
mousy for me too.
her autopsy report in this case, is it fair to say, well,
Here.
do you believe, in your opinion, that Dr. Richmond did not consider, in analyzing the time of death, the manual strangulation that indicated a violent struggle, or the BMI of over 33? Did you see any evidence that she considered that in the report that she generated?
Objection.
Well,
Why can you object to?
it seems like there's a couple questions in there now, so I'm going to sustain the objection as to form.
Okay, so let me ask you again. When you reviewed Dr. Richmond's report in this case, and the crime scene photos, did you come to an opinion as to whether or not Dr. Richmond learned during her review that there was manual strangulation and abrasions on the neck consistent with someone pulling on the neck?
Objection.
Sidebar.
Little pause music. Why don't they want her to talk about that?
I don't know.
Iris and Pixie, I agree. She doesn't seem confident in her answers. She seems like a sweet old grandma who's talking to her grandkids, not an expert, given an expert. And she probably has all the right credentials, but she just doesn't seem experty.
So Dr. Lippman, let me ask again. You've seen the testimony of Dr. Richmond, is that right?
Yes,
Is it fair to say that she testified that sometime in May of 2010, she went to a meeting?
Look at
with
politicians.
Bulgarian,
Most of them are
which
stupid, but they seem real smart.
time of death,
yes.
and
Just gonna grab my
in-
water. I forgot it before.
at that point, based on her testimony, do you know whether or not she considered, at least in her testimony, the evidence of violent struggle or the BMI of over 33 in her testimony?
She testified as to the cause of death
The strangulation.
being a strangulation.
But then you also wish to testify as to the time of death in that 6 to 8 range, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess the question that I keep asking that apparently I'm not asking well, is that 6 to 8, at least at that meeting in May of 2010, in your review, didn't consider violent struggle or BMI over 33, is that right?
Well, it was the same time frame that she gave when she was just faced with a cold, stiff body. So
And
without,
so when you say cold, stiff body, can you tell the jury, do you put any emphasis in your evaluation on the coldness of the body when you're asked to determine a range of time of death?
you mean just to touch the body?
Yes.
Well, yes, in terms of like, did it happen 2 seconds ago? You know, if the body feels cold, it didn't die within the last minute. But a dead person feels unusually cold to a person who's alive. I mean, so cold is a relative thing. If you say somebody's cold as ice, does that really mean cold as ice? Because cold as ice is 32 degrees or less. And does that mean that body feels like it's 32 degrees? Well, it's kind of a term, right? You say cold as ice. I'm cold as ice when you're outside. So cold as ice doesn't mean cold as ice. It means it feels cold. And a dead person will feel cold because they're not 98.6 degrees and you're not used to touching people who don't feel.
That's
they're
the
alive.
evidence I wanted from this one.
So is what you're saying that it's not a reliable indication of rigor?
Sustained.
Is it a reliable indication of rigor? Just the feeling of being cold to someone who's not a forensic pathologist?
A reliable indication of rigor?
Yes.
Well, rigor is the stiffness. So is it a reliable indication of how long they've been dead? More than a minute or two? I mean, because it's not a reliable statement. Cold as ice is not very scientific.
Okay, so let me get back to the Tucumagarian
And that's
hypothetical.
what I wanted her to say, but she just said it
In your
so meekly.
review of the
Yeah.
testimony in this case, in your review of Dr. Richmond's, specifically Dr. Richmond's testimony, understanding the violent struggle in the BMI of over 33, should the window of time of death have been expanded when you added those factors in?
Well, yes, because the violent struggle particularly will decrease the time period necessary to develop rigor. It's one of the things that is known to decrease the time. So if the time is 6 to 8 without knowing that, if you know that, then naturally the time should be lowered because you know there's a factor that lowers the time that wasn't considered with the average that was given without knowing that information. That
Okay.
makes sense.
And
That was
what-
kind of convoluted.
so in determining the low end of the time of death window in light of the evidence of violent struggle immediately before death and a BMI of 33, can you rule out the 3 to 4 hours that was in the original hypothetical from Tucumagarian if you add in the factors of struggle immediately before death and BMI of 33? Can you rule out 3 to 4 hours?
No,
Boom.
And could that number, can you rule out 2 to 3 hours?
well, ruling out makes something can't happen. And there are cases where rigor has been described within minutes in someone that doesn't have any recognizable reason for that to happen. So to say can you rule out 2 to 3 hours? No, you can't rule it out. It's not incredibly likely, but it can't be ruled out. 3 to 4 hours becomes much more reasonable and less of an outlier when you know you have a violent struggle. So the 2 to 3, I think, in the realm that yes, it could happen, rarely, but the 3 to 4 is more of a reasonable time period for someone who's been in a violent struggle.
So are you
And
saying
that
that
fits with
adding in the
Cara's
information of a
leaving the
violent
house
struggle and a BMI
at around
of
3.
33, that you can't rule out 3 to 4 hours, but not just that you can't rule it out, that becomes more of an inlier than an outlier. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, it becomes less unlikely.
Okay. And is that because that 6 to 8 hours doesn't include information of the struggle or the BMI of 33? Is that right?
Yes, the 6 to 8 being an average of everyone. Of course, some of those people are people with violent struggle. They are people that have this circumstance, but it's not selected for. And if you select for that circumstance, then the time is going to be less for the onset of rigor. It's going to shift from the 6 to 8.
And what factors in this case were relevant to a determination of time of death, assuming everyone knows you can't do it exactly? But what factors
I'll stop when
relevant here
there's a
in
natural
your
break and
examination?
talk about
Was
it.
rigor mortis relevant?
Yes,
Was vigorous struggle immediately before death relevant?
yes,
Was BMI greater than 33 relevant?
less, but somewhat, yes.
Okay. And if you were to plot a data set of people with well-developed rigor, all of whom had been engaged in violent struggle and had a BMI of over 33, would you expect the mean of that group, the high point of the bell curve, to be less than 6 to 8 hours?
Why?
Overall,
You can answer the question, Dr. Littman. You had all of those factors, not just ice cold and stiff as a board, but you have the factors that there was rigor mortis, there was
Great,
violent
you do
struggle before death,
More
there
than
was a BMI
14
of
things
33.
yesterday.
If you were to plot a data set of those people with well-developed rigor, all of who engaged in a violent struggle and had a BMI of over 33, would you expect the mean in that group, the high point of the bell curve, to be less than 6 to 8 hours?
Yes, it's a high point of the bell curve is 6 to 8 hours for all comers, and it's going to be less if you select out the people who have a factor that lowers the time frame for the onset and development of rigor. So yes, it would shift lower than the average for all comers.
That's how many are.
So, genitals. Everything she says is great for the defense. The way she says it, not so much, because she seems like a little church mouse who's just sitting there and she talks too much. What we want her to say is they didn't check for the violent struggle and that she was a stout woman. She said that, but it just took too long.
Yeah.
The final thing where she said yes, because the bell curve with everyone is 6 to 8 hours. But if you factored in these two and only took people who had a large BMI and was in a struggle, it would shift the bell curve. But I think they went too long, and she's too meager. She doesn't sound confident to me. She's probably an amazing doctor and knows her field, but just like politicians, it's the way you present it.
I liked the way she said, okay, now I lost my train of thought. Don't mind me.
You'll get back and then you yell, so I'd stop it. We're going on break shortly.
And just going to shift to another topic at this point, Dr. Littman, and that is you received some autopsy photos in this case that you reviewed, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and in reviewing those autopsy photos,
Yeah, because we don't, us fat people, we don't lose our body heat as fast.
did you, in reviewing the autopsy itself, did you
Exactly,
come
Max.
to an opinion as to the trauma to the victim's head, and whether or not the victim would have been awake and alert during that time period
During the time period of this, of what?
of the struggle?
Of the struggle. Yeah, she did have significant head trauma. She had lacerations. She had hemorrhage surrounding those lacerations, which indicates that she was alive when those lacerations happened. They didn't happen post-mortem. And
Welcome
there
to
was
the Brooklyn
no
Baker chat.
injury to the skull itself. It was skin and subcutaneous tissue. The scalp was injured. The skull itself was not injured, and the brain itself was not injured. So there was nothing to say that she was unconscious. And the fact that she did, it appears that she attempted to remove whatever was around her neck, also indicates that she was not unconscious at the time that she was strangled.
Okay. And in this case, did you come to an opinion as to whether or not, based on everything that you reviewed, that you could rule out the possibility that Anne Marie Rintala died after 3 o'clock?
Can you repeat
Sure.
that?
In your opinion, when you reviewed everything, you were asked you told us at the beginning, you were asked to try to determine whether or not 3 o'clock was a possibility, whether or not Anne Marie Rintala could have died after 3 o'clock. Based on everything you reviewed, do an opinion as to whether or not you could rule out Anne Marie Rintala dying after 3 o'clock.
I could not rule that out.
Okay. And is that based on the evidence of struggle, the BMI of 33, and the rigor mortis that was present?
Yes, and also that rigor mortis is not the most reliable way to tell how long someone's been dead anyway. So it's not something to be relied on solely as the time of death.
And is that a pretty common statement within the forensic pathology community?
Yes.
And so what do you understand?
That's everything the state has is the rigor.
About rigor mortis in determining time of death.
That it's okay to look at it to see very broad possible times and ranges, but it's not something to be specific about the time of death with, and it's not something to be 100% sure about what it's even showing you in the range, because the range is so huge. There are descriptions of people in full rigor, within an hour. There are descriptions of people that don't go into full rigor ever. There are, so it's not something to be relied upon. It's something to be used in the context of a lot of other things that you can evaluate, the body temperature, a lot of times circumstances that have nothing to do, with the actual body, but more about when did someone see them? When did they, has their mail been piling up for a week? Was there hot food on the stove that was, still present and not completely burned up? Things like that. So it's a part of the puzzle, but it's not something that is to be relied upon solely as a determinant of the possible time of death.
And let me ask a question based on your answer. When you were talking about possible time of death, in some of the things you rely on, do you sometimes rely on statements of people who were in the house as to when they last saw somebody alive?
Yes.
And would you rely and consider that statement if there wasn't evidence that that person was on video somewhere else, say at the time that they say that they talked to the victim?
I'm sorry, what?
Sure. So when you're considering that statement at 3 o'clock, would you consider it that 3 o'clock statement, as long as there wasn't evidence that whoever said 3 o'clock was somewhere else at the time, physical evidence that they were somewhere else at the time? you consider that 3 o'clock, right?
Yes,
And if there was evidence that someone said 3 o'clock and their phone was in a different state, you might discount that evidence at 3 o'clock, is that right?
unless someone else had their phone.
Uh,
Yes.
That's a good point. But in this case, you didn't see any evidence to discount the information that someone had spoken to Andrea Rintala at 3 o'clock. There was nothing in the file to discount that evidence, is that right?
Nothing that I saw.
And that's normally something that would be considered, the last person to see the victim alive, right?
Yes,
And that doesn't matter if it's a defendant or a mother or a father, it's in the mix and it should get considered, is that right?
yes, I think it should be considered.
And in this case, Dr. Littman, were you handed this morning some information regarding prior testimony in 2 different cases, Conwell versus Moshier and Conwell versus Walker?
Yes,
And is it fair to say Conwell versus Walker was your testimony in 1998?
I looked at that this morning for the first time. Yes, if it says 19, I have no memory of that trial. So if it says that's when it was, that's when it was.
All right, and did reviewing this morning refresh your memory at all in
No.
terms of your testimony from 1998?
No,
And with respect to Mark Moshier, the other transcript that you were handed this morning, did you have an opportunity to at least briefly review that this morning?
very briefly, yes.
And in reviewing that, did that refresh your memory at all about your testimony in the Mark Moshier case that happened in January of 2000, about 23 years ago?
No,
I don't have any further questions.
Thank you.
So,
Council sidebar.
another sidebar. Well, I wanted to bring this back up. This is it's very beneficial to the defense if they read it afterwards or hear what she says, because she's saying all the right things. You can't trust the totally objective whacking of the arm testimony we had earlier, and they didn't factor in what is needed to factor in. And beyond that, you can't trust rigor as a timeline. But the state have no evidence of any timeline if they don't have the rigor defense. So it's so important that the jury understands that.
Right, we're going to take our morning break, be a little bit over 20 minutes. I'll ask that you be back for 11:20.
They probably got to argue some. But it was exactly what Wicked said. That was what came to my mind, was like talking about the cold argument, you know. Because what does that mean to you? It doesn't, it's just a term. It's not.
Yeah, they're going to bring it back up in the closing, that it doesn't mean absolutely anything.
It doesn't, because when you say cold as ice and when I say cold as ice, it means 2 different. It could mean so many.
We had it yesterday when we talked about how hot it is in our house, and Shizzy said 72 degrees is his normal temperature. I have it one. I have
too hot for them, you know.
Yeah, I have my house at 66 degrees.
Yeah.
Because I live in a climate where we are used to a bit of cold. But I like that she said you can't use rigor as any determinant other than.
Yeah, that's what I got.
You need all the other evidence.
Oh yeah.
Ready?
Yes.
Because it's no guarantee.
So you can't plot it in and say it's exactly 4 hours.
Yep.
May.
Thank you. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
My name is Stephen Gagny from the District Attorney's Office, and I have some questions for you this morning. Now, you would agree that as a forensic pathologist, you strive to be both fair and objective, correct?
Correct.
And you'd also agree that an opinion is only as good as the evidence or the data that it's based upon, correct?
Yes.
Now, at the outset of your work in this case, did you request that certain materials be sent to you, or did you just receive whatever the defense attorney sent you?
I did not request materials.
So at no point did you request anything additional or inquire as to whether there were any other materials that may be relevant to your determination, correct?
Correct.
Now, had you wanted or needed additional case materials, you could have requested them, am I right?
I presume I could have requested them.
Okay. Now, let me review some of the materials that you say you were provided in this case. You were provided the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner's, was it the complete file or just the autopsy report?
It was the autopsy report, the notes, the handwritten notes from the autopsy, the toxicology report, and the neuropathology report.
And there was a lot of discussion earlier about Dr. Richmond's report. Do you understand that to be the autopsy report in this case?
Yes,
You're not aware of her authoring any other report, correct?
correct.
And in that report, you know from your own time with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner that there are a lot of standard categories or sections in an autopsy report, correct?
Yes.
And time of death is not one of those standard categories, is it?
No.
Okay. You also reviewed crime scene photos?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall approximately how many photos or when they were taken?
How many photos? I don't remember how many photos. There were some that they were taken at different points.
Okay. You reviewed prior testimony by Dr. Richmond?
Yes.
Do you recall what year or years that was from?
No, I had one document that had references to time of death, but it was from all different trials, so it's all mixed in my mind, so no, I don't recall which trial, which thing was said.
Were you provided with testimony by a Dr. Thomas
Hey,
Andrew?
Wolfram.
Yes.
Hey, Wolfie.
Were you provided
Why does this
testimony
court guy
from
keep going back and forth?
the two Granby police officers?
Does he have a
who
weak
arrived
bladder
on
or
scene
whatever?
that night?
Their names?
You happen to recall Gary Poehler, Mark Smith?
Yes.
I'm gonna speed
How
it
about
up
the two
because
paramedics
this is
who
a
arrived
slow
on scene
talker.
last night? Did you also receive testimony that they had given before?
Yes.
And do you happen to recall their names?
Us and
And Nora?
yes.
Okay. So you read all four of those first responders' testimony from a prior proceeding, am I right?
Correct.
Now, did you also review prior testimony from another doctor, Dr. Jonathan Arden?
Yes.
And is there anything else that you can recall off the top of your head that you reviewed in this case that I haven't already covered?
Off the top of my head, no.
So now that we've discussed what materials you reviewed, I'd like to ask you what your understanding was of the task you were hired to do in this case. Am I correct that this morning before the break, Attorney Scapicchio asked you whether you were asked to determine whether or not Anne-Marie Rintala's death occurred prior to 3 p.m. or after 3 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And you used the term dividing line when describing that 3 p.m. time. Am I right? You used that term?
Yes. Yes.
Now, in going about that task, you considered the observations and descriptions of Anne-Marie's body from the 4 people who were on scene that night and their firsthand observations. Am I right?
Yes.
And do you recall what Gary Poehler and Mark Smith recall doing or seeing with respect to Anne-Marie's body?
I would have to have those papers in front of me to attribute what each person said, or so I know I read it.
Mhm.
If you prompt me with what they said, I can agree or disagree with whether that's what I understood them to say or not.
Okay, you didn't bring the materials that you were provided in this case with you
No,
to
I don't
court
have
today.
them up here with me.
Do you recall what the 2 paramedics described seeing or doing with respect to Anne's body?
Again, if you show me the papers, I will tell you if I recall reading that or not. There was a description of, I'm not going to attribute what description was which person because I don't remember who said what off the top of my head. But I know that there was a description of rigor, of stiffness, of coldness.
Okay. So I'm not trying to like pop quiz you about who did what or who saw what, but just generally speaking, what do you recall the first responders describing in terms of what they saw and what they did with Anne's body?
various first responders, and I don't want to attribute anything to any individual because I don't.
We're almost caught up, so I can answer some questions. And please, everyone in chat, I see the numbers go up and down a bit, so probably some new people come in. Just ask questions and we'll try to answer them. She hasn't been in jail this entire time. Remember, the first two trials ended in a mistrial because of a hung jury. The third time, she was put in jail because she was convicted on what we believe is the evidence of the drying paint guy, who also was there to provide a window of when the murder probably occurred. But it was overturned. She's out on bail. She's living in Rhode Island with her parents and their daughter, who must be 15 now.
13, or I think they said she's like 13 or 14 now.
Yeah, but she was 2 at the time, and that was 2010. So she must be 14. Yeah, around 13, between 13 and 15 is on the bell curve.
Yeah. I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a memory test because she's not looking at her report. Maybe she could just say, "Can I look at my report to refresh my memories like all of his witnesses had to do?" Because they didn't remember anything.
Mhm.
And she's not hit with prosecution dementia like all the other people were with the defense dementia.
No, she seems a lot more, even though she's wordy and people don't like that, like she just seems a lot more honest than any of them. Even with Rosemary, she was kind of being like, well, no, this, you know,
Yeah.
kind of. So
Yeah, she's not saying no. It happened exactly at 3:02.5 in the afternoon. She's not saying that. She's saying there's a possibility, but I like that when your witness doesn't become immediately defensive, because to me that makes them seem shifty.
exactly.
Remember which person said what off the top of my head, but one person didn't really touch the body, stood at the bottom of the steps. One person felt for a pulse, and also noted that her arms were stiff. And then when they rolled her over, they said that she was very stiff and her body turned as a unit.
Mm-hmm. And one of the officers who was helping to rotate Anne's body, actually, you recall what part of her body he had his hands on?
I don't remember who had their hands where. Someone had their hands on her, I think on her leg or her hip or something, and someone else had their hands on her arms, and she was stiff.
Were they
Now, to your
doing
knowledge,
it
Dr.
together?
Richmond did not go to the scene of the crime, correct?
You break up every time you talk when the trial is going.
Reports on it does that. No, I said were they doing it together? Were they moving her together? I forgot about that. But she said it
they
together.
were moving her together because
Okay, well, that would make way more sense with her moving as a unit, because if you have parts of her, both of you have certain parts of her, then you're gonna move her whole body as one.
And it could be deceptive because again, you're moving 1, 2, 3, turn it over. Oh, she moved as a unit.
Yep.
Yeah, but how do you determine if she was stiff as a board or she was slightly stiff?
Yeah.
Again, and all of those testimonies were given after they figured out they better say stuff like that. And she remembered that one of the persons didn't even touch the body. He was standing at the bottom of the stairs until they had to move her.
Yeah,
because the owner expert didn't know that.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Well, if she has made a report and provided it, she should be able to testify from that. We saw that in the JDAH case when they provided reports because they are experts, so they provide a report on the subject they're doing. You saw it a lot with Dr. Muffins. And as long as they just send it to the prosecution so they know her testimony, then she should be able to reference it. But she hasn't done it. And to me, I like a witness who said, I don't remember the details, but I remember that I don't remember the names, but I remember the details. It makes it seem less rehearsed. Yeah.
Correct.
In fact, she didn't see Anne Marie's body until about 4 days later at the autopsy. Am I right?
The first time she saw the body was at the autopsy. That's my understanding.
Do you recall whether it was 4 days later or
More.
or less?
Well, I think it was a little less because of the time, because she was in the morning. I think she did the autopsy in the morning, if I recall.
Which morning?
Of, again, whatever date it was that she did it, it wasn't a complete day, additional day after. She was found at night and the autopsy was performed in the morning a few days later.
Okay.
So,
So not the next morning.
no,
All right. Now, similarly, Dr. Andrew, whose testimony you reviewed in this case, he did not go to the crime scene, correct?
correct,
Neither did Dr. Arden, am I right?
correct.
So none of those other doctors made any of their own observations firsthand about the state of rigor mortis in Anne Marie's body on the night she was found dead, am I right?
That's right.
Despite that, you chose to read all of their previous testimonies in this case, correct?
Yeah, why
Yes.
not?
And you also read a report that was prepared by Dr. Arden.
Yes,
Did you also read a report by Dr. Andrew?
yes,
Now, when the defense attorney sent you these materials, when she sent you the testimony and the reports of other doctors who had their own opinions and who weren't there at the scene themselves, am I correct? You could have said, I'd rather not know what those other people's conclusions are. Correct? You could have said that,
yes,
but you chose not to do that. Am I right?
yes,
You did not insulate yourself from the opinions that were held by these other doctors, did you?
insulate myself.
Yes.
I didn't feel like I needed to be insulated from them. I was reading their opinions like I would read other people's opinions. I read the reports from the people who did see the body. I read the same materials they read before they made their reports, and I read their reports. Are you
You could,
implying that I was influenced by their reports and my reports?
well, I'm just asking you.
Oh,
you
that's a
could
good
have
question.
Put aside their opinions, looked at the raw observations themselves, formed your own independent opinion.
That's not
based
her
on the
job.
data,
No,
and then you could have turned and said, now let's see how my opinion matches up with what other people have said. You could have thought about it that way.
Well, I did see the crime scene photos and the information from the first responders prior to reading their reports, but I did read their reports.
Right, the first responders.
No, I'm saying I did see the photographs of the autopsy report before reading the reports from Dr. Arden and Dr. Andrew. So I did have an opinion. I don't think it's wrong to read other people's opinions also.
Now, let's talk about something else you learned in the course of forming your opinion in this case.
Mhm.
You knew from the case materials that you were provided, and you knew from what you were asked to do in this case, that the defendant, Cara Rintala, claimed she left home at 3 p.m. on March 29th, 2010, correct?
He's not
Yes,
And
really
that 3
reading
p.m.
her
time is
because I
referenced
don't think
repeatedly
these
throughout the
land.
materials that you reviewed, am I right?
yes, and it was posed to me when I was initially called about this case.
So, in forming your opinion, you realized the significance of whether Anne Marie's time of death
Already
fell on
hit
one side of that line or
sorry.
Yeah, but I need to stop it because you.
I
Right.
know, I get so animated. Like, I get so annoyed. No, I was just saying, like, I don't think he's hitting any points at all, to be honest with you. My opinion is he just looks kind of dumb because why wouldn't she just read the reports? I mean, I'd like
Yes.
to see what they said too, but who cares? It doesn't matter.
Yeah, and Rosemary's just going to go out there and say, whenever when you've been testifying from the state before to rebuttal another witness, did you watch their testimony or did you read their reports? Yes, I do that all the time. Okay, thank you.
Like, making the question like, why wouldn't you just see the raw data and form your own opinion? Well, she probably did.
She
mean-
just said it. I had an opinion before I read the report. And why shouldn't I read the report? That's the problem with every state witness is always super good and it's the bestest of them all. None of them has ever charged too much to be a witness. Every defense witness is always a gun for hire who doesn't have the credentials and who just says what they want. Did we see the guy yesterday who was doing the closing for the state? He was so coached and it was clear whatever time frame they wanted him to testify to. In my opinion, I don't know the guy. I don't know anything. I'm not implying anything. that he was given a time window and he just had to finagle the evidence to make it look like that. She has the exact same job. Look at the evidence, give us a plausible explanation that it could have happened at 3 o'clock instead of at 1 o'clock. Her entire job is to shift the window of the murder 2 hours to the right.
Yeah. I mean, but she's making more sense than anybody else, because even me not knowing a single thing about rigor mortis and all this stuff, like I even like there has to be, there's no definite, no one's ever been able to say if you're this, you died at this time. There's no one out there. You just have like, so for people to fight the way they have on the state side, the way they're fighting for that 6 to 8 hours, it looks slimy to me.
And it's all because if they don't have the time window, they don't have her at the house, and then they don't have the ability to claim she did it. Are you going somewhere in a bit?
No, actually, it got covered.
Okay.
It's Mo and Nick, so.
Oh, well, that'll be fun as well.
Yes.
Mo and Nick will be doing the Jody case over at MLS, and Nick's channel, they're dual streaming it. If anyone has forgotten, it's Jody Day. It's always Jody Days on Tuesdays and Saturdays at Nick's and Dave's. Today it will be Nick and Mo, but it's still Dave's channel. Mo is representing. But Jamie, we get to keep her for today because everyone wants a Jamie.
I'm here.
That just makes everything better.
If only I could clone myself.
Well, Salbert, get those lashes so we have another lash queen to go around.
The other side, correct?
Yes, that was the whole point of asking me for my opinion.
So you realize that if the time of death was before 3 p.m., that would mean the defendant was home when Anna Marie was strangled to death, correct?
That would mean she was home when she died, yes, if she left at 3 o'clock.
Okay. And you realize that with respect to the time of death, 3 p.m. was a critical dividing line in this case, correct?
Yes.
Now, again, just like we were talking about a couple of minutes ago with the
just as 1 o'clock was.
That you could have put aside.
Yeah.
Did you ever ask the defense, like, don't tell me what time the defendant claims she left the house? I don't want to know that.
No, I was approached with, can you tell me whether she was dead after 3 o'clock or before 3 o'clock?
So right off the bat, when you're approached and you're asked to do some work in this case, that's a fact that you're given right up front.
Yes.
Now, you know from reading Dr. Andrews' prior testimony in this case that he was not told about that 3 p.m. dividing line when he formed his opinion, correct?
Yes.
Now, Doctor, before we turn and discuss your own conclusions in this case, I'd like to just clarify something. You said you didn't bring a file with you today, correct?
I didn't bring it on the stand with me, correct?
Okay. You didn't write a report in this case, am I right?
Right.
Were you specifically asked not to write a report?
No.
When you were working for the chief medical examiner, you would routinely document your work and your autopsies in written reports, am I right?
Yes, every case got a written, well, every autopsy case got a written report.
Now, as a private consultant, you have written reports in other cases, am I right?
I have, I often don't.
Now, did you write anything in connection with this case?
We had email communications.
Okay.
Thank you
Did
so much,
contribute
Pixie.
to the writing of a letter that summarized your testimony in this case about a month ago?
Yes.
And did you specifically email some statements or some language to Attorney Scamiccio?
Yes, I helped write that, yes.
All right. And when you say you helped write that, let me approach you and show you a 2-page document.
Yes, it's their witness. They are allowed to recross.
You just take a moment and look at it yourself. Does that look familiar?
Yes.
Have you seen that before?
Yes.
And is that the letter that you helped Attorney Scamiccio write to myself
Yes.
earlier this month?
Yes.
And you reviewed that for accuracy before it went out, correct?
Yes.
Or may I mark this for identification only, please? Thank you.
So the AA for ID.
Now, in addition to reviewing materials and forming an opinion in this case, did you also understand your task, your role in this case? The reason you were hired was to assist with trial preparation.
Well, it wasn't clear when I was hired whether I would be involved in the trial.
So, like, for example, did you propose any questions that maybe should be asked of you or should be asked of other witnesses?
No.
Okay. Now, Doctor,
This is just slime,
degree
make
of
slime
rigor
is
mortis that was observed
Yeah.
in Anne-Marie Rintala's body. Would you agree that her body was at least in well-developed rigor mortis, if not full rigor, when first responders found her that night?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me, and I believe it was your testimony earlier, that generally speaking, well-developed to full rigor mortis is typically seen 6 to 8 hours. You said that's the average of the bell curve, correct?
Well, yes,
Okay.
it's typical. It's
Mhm.
what the numbers are quoted.
And you'd agree with me that rigor mortis first starts to set in, meaning it starts to first be observable. It manifests itself within a couple of hours after death, correct?
Within a couple hours, but it doesn't have to be a couple hours. It can
Sure.
be much quicker than that.
Typically.
Typically within a couple hours, yes, within a couple hours, someone would be showing signs of rigor, yes.
And those first signs of rigor would typically occur in the smaller muscles, for example, the jaw, maybe the eyelids or
Yes.
around the head area, and then gradually progresses into the larger muscle groups and sort of, I think the term in the literature is marches down the body. You've heard that phrase?
Yes.
Okay. So by the time it's getting into the larger muscle groups, farther away
Yeah,
from.
and if you're working
further
for the
extremities,
state,
that's
you're
when we're getting
hired
into
by the
more
state. It's just your
well-developed
normal
and actually
job.
full rigor, correct?
That's right.
Okay.
Mhm.
The defense team doesn't have
Now, in the materials you
experts
reviewed, I believe you already
on
said
a
earlier, you saw
retainer
descriptions
all the
of Anne's
time,
body
like the
moving
state
as
has.
one unit when the police rotated her body, correct?
Yes.
You saw descriptions of there being absolutely no give in her fingers, her wrist, her elbow, and her shoulder, correct?
I had remember them saying that they couldn't bend them, that they were stiff.
Okay,
You
but
also
then
saw descriptions of her hip and her thigh being.
how did they jerk her arms around then?
I don't know why you jerk people around.
How'd they jerk her arms off then? Jesus.
Well, that's the big problem with this. It's all objective. You don't have a scientific way to determine how much give was in. They couldn't bend the fingers. Well,
Well, he said they
is
couldn't
this
bend the
is
fingers.
is this what you can do? Is this how you couldn't bend the fingers, or is this how you couldn't bend the fingers,
Exactly.
or is it this? You don't.
And
We have no testimony that we are just people saying we couldn't bend the fingers. I would say bent fingers are like this. That's a closed fist. But if you can't do this, that's full rigor. If you can't just manipulate the fingers, we have no testimony they couldn't manipulate the fingers. But bending the finger is something completely different, in my opinion.
and when I think, and they said they couldn't bend her wrists or elbows or anything, and I just think, okay, then if you can't do any of that, then how were you able to do anything you said you did? It's so contradicting. It's annoying. It's just like I hope they're throwing this all out the window. The jury is, because.
But again, we have seen many a case where we are sitting here thinking it's clear evidence.
Yeah.
Or it's the clear lack of evidence, I would say, in this case. But again, if I'm to bend a finger, I'm doing this. That's bending a finger.
Yeah.
If I couldn't do it, it would be like this. But we don't know what they mean by. It's the same as cold as ice. You're as cold as ice. That's subjective. It's not scientific testimony. We couldn't bend the finger. She was cold as ice. It's not scientific. She moved as a unit. Yeah, she was quite a unit. She was a hefty woman.
Yeah. And if you have
You
two
can't-
people on one side moving her,
Yeah.
she might move as one. I mean, come on.
Yeah, exactly. And that's my big problem with this. It's not scientific the way you put it in, but they claim it's totally clear evidence. And hello, Derek. Welcome,
Hey,
welcome.
How are you?
Yeah, I have the voice of an angel. Remember, Lucifer also is an angel.
He does have a voice of his angel.
Completely stiff, am I right?
Being stiff, yes.
Okay. Doctor, I'd like to show you on the screen to your left there what was previously marked in this case as exhibit number 6.
Nope,
And
we're
I'm
not
thinking
seeing
you'll
that.
likely recognize this as one of the photos you reviewed in connection with your work in this case, correct?
Yes.
Now, are you aware of the fact that when the officers rotated That is, they tilted up Anna Marie's body about 45 degrees so that the defendant could wriggle her way out. Are you aware that Anne's legs pretty much maintained that V shape when she was turned?
Yes, that would be consistent with the well-developed rigor
Okay.
that I already agreed to, yes.
And are you aware that the first responders, or at least a few of them, described that her arms were actually suspended off the ground and not touching the floor?
Yes, that's consistent.
I like that she says that. I'm not disagreeing with you. I agreed with you, but I still keep my opinion that it could be 3 o'clock.
That's all she's got to keep saying.
And
And
Doctor,
Yeah, I
let's
agree
talk
with
about
you,
that
but
6 to 8 hour average that you talked about earlier this morning, and just now reaffirmed in your testimony. You testified that that average, or the time frame within which rigor mortis can reach either its well-developed or full state, can be influenced by many factors. Am I right?
That's right.
And you mentioned earlier that cold environment, or a cool or cold environment, is a relevant factor, correct?
A cold environment can slow down rigor and a hot environment can speed it up.
And that's something that's thoroughly documented and referenced in practically every forensic pathology textbook. Would you agree?
Yes,
Yet there was no mention of cold environment anywhere in the letter that you helped Attorney Scapiccio write. Am I correct?
yes.
Now, from the materials that you reviewed in this case, do you recall the weather that night being rainy and 53 degrees?
I don't recall reading that.
Were you ever given a document entitled a death scene checklist prepared by Trooper Megarian?
just
I don't
don't think too much
From
about
the
it.
materials that you reviewed, would you agree that first responders found Anne Marie lying on her back on a cement floor in the basement?
Correct.
And this was on a rainy 53-degree night in March in New England, correct?
If that 53 degrees, I'll take that as being true. Yes,
Would you expect that cement floor to be either cold or at least cool to the touch?
yes,
And from the materials you reviewed, you saw that Anne Marie was lying, again, with her back against the cement floor, correct?
yes,
As far as clothing, sports bra on her upper half.
No one
yes,
So her skin,
any
at least
temperature
her upper
measurement.
body, minus the sports bra, would have been in direct contact with that cement floor.
yes,
And on her lower half, just wearing sort of some scrubs or PJs, correct?
yes.
And in your report, you didn't mention cold being a factor.
No.
And this morning, under questioning by Attorney Scapiccio, you did not testify that you factored in the coldness to your opinion. Am I right?
Correct.
You also mentioned obesity, correct?
Attorney Scapiccio mentioned obesity, yes.
Oh, that's right. It was not in your, it's not your report, correct? The letter that I mentioned earlier, the AA that's been marked for identification, you wouldn't call that your report, would you?
No,
Okay. But this is a letter that you helped draft
yes,
summarizing your opinion.
yes,
Okay. And just handing you.
And we know it's 72
Am I
degrees
correct
down
that
there
nowhere
because
in
of the
that letter
humidifier.
do
It
you
was
make
good
any
enough
reference
yesterday, so it
to
should
the
be good
cold
enough today.
environment in which Anne's body was found?
that's correct.
Okay. Nor anywhere in that letter do you mention obesity potentially being a factor in this case, right?
Correct.
okay.
And did you understand this letter to be fair and accurate and balanced summary of what we could expect you to testify in this case?
Objection. My letter, Judge.
Okay, but, no, based on the foundation that's been laid, overruled. Go ahead.
Do I think it's a fair representation of my testimony?
No, let me rephrase it. When you saw this letter and you knew what was going to be done with this letter, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Did you understand this letter to be a fair and accurate and complete summary of what your testimony was going to be at trial?
at the point that I wrote it, yes, or at the point that I saw it, yes.
Okay. And when you saw that there was no mention of cold in here, you didn't insist that that be put in, did you?
No,
And when you saw that it contained no mention of obesity being a factor, you didn't insist that be put in, correct?
correct.
I like
Now,
that
are you
you really.
aware of research that indicates that obesity can actually slow down rigor?
Yes, the theory being that the oxygen is stored in the fat and the fat can provide additional oxygen to the muscles to keep the rigor from forming as quickly.
Why didn't you mention that earlier?
When?
Under questioning by Attorney Capiccio before the morning break.
Objection, Your Honor, she wasn't asked. The recording never asked.
Yeah. Didn't
Yeah.
freaking ask.
Well, then that, if that's her answer, that's her answer, but I'll let the question stand.
What is the question?
So, Doctor, before the break this morning,
Boomer, we don't know. We know absolutely nothing about the climate, let's call it that, at the crime scene.
Yeah, they didn't talk about temperature. They didn't talk about the body temperature. They had no idea.
Yeah. And
To just state what the weather was outside, it does not determine what it was in the house. That's a totally different scenario.
and now he's trying to make her look bad that she didn't. Did we hear anything about his expert testifying that oxygen can be stored in the fat? No, because he had another definition of rigor. And of course, he is supposed, as the defense team is supposed to try and make her as the least credible she can be. But he makes it sound like she's lying. And I love how she just answered. She doesn't get confronted, combative. She just says, yeah, as I testified. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I didn't do that. I like it. And she knew the report, but she didn't factor it in. Let's hear why she didn't do it. But again, Money G,
Oh, sorry.
have you ever been in a basement with a heater and a furnace? They can be quite hot. Our boiler room back when we had a wooden fired furnace, it was pretty toasty year round. So if you had been in that room, you'll probably have been in rigor faster. But it doesn't matter. We have we have 47 people right here now, and me and Jamie. No, I'm following my own channel, so and hopefully Jamie is as well, and I'm following Shizzy Wizards as Jamie is as well, hopefully. And each of us, every one of us, have different experience with basement. We know exactly what we believe the environment was, but that's the problem. There are absolutely no testimony describing how the basement was. There's no temperature readings of the basement, of the body, of anything. Everything is imagining. And we do it too. And we really want to get to the bottom of this. We have been doing this for the last 4 days, talking about, is the stone, is the floor cold? Is it wet? I can see in Denmark, we run the piping under the floors. I believe in the US, you run them under the ceiling.
Yeah.
So it's different too. My basement is another than your basement. And if you're living in the south and the north, but there's no evidence, absolutely no evidence other than a picture that says on a dehumidifier that it's 72 degrees. And it wasn't tested if it was calibrated correctly. So you can't use that as any evidence. And that's the big problem in this case. Ifs and buts are doing all the heavy lifting. No, I scared Jamie away.
It keeps glitching. I don't know why. So
No, it's probably your internet.
yeah. Oh no, it's this. I don't know what it is.
Thierry, again, we don't know. We know she had back problems. Had she had a really bad sleep because of the back problems? Does it matter? We don't know. We don't know if her double D's made it more or less. All we know is what is presented, that she's cold as ice to the touch and moves as a unit. And she was quite a unit. And that's all we really know. And then we know the weight of the body. She had a BMI at 33. And you can't use BMI as anything if she is muscly, but forget about that. And then we know it was raining outside and it was 51 degrees outside. Nothing else about any specific data. And that's why I get annoyed. They have been talking so much about this stupid data.
Well, the
Sorry.
temperature outside that's the one that irks me the most, because if it's 53 and rainy outside, is that what it is in the house? No, it's not.
No.
So that wouldn't factor into anything, because Did they have the windows open? You know, was it moist in the house because they had the windows open? Did they? Because I like my windows open at 50 degrees, but some people don't, and they turn up the heat. Who knows?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And we didn't see anything about a boiler. We didn't see there wasn't a boiler, and that's what we have to remember. Everything we didn't see in the pictures, which was only a part of the basement, it could have been there just as well as it couldn't have been there.
Oh,
That's why we're sitting here speculating, saying, the floor was cold, which made her cool off faster, or the boiler was right next to her out of the shot, so she was probably kept warmer. The washing machine and dryer was running right next to her. Maybe we don't have the evidence, and the evidence we have so far is she was cold to the touch and she moved as a unit. That's every single bit of evidence. Yesterday, they figured out that at one picture they saw a dehumidifier with a temperature gauge saying 72. That's all we know about the temperature, and that wasn't a calibrated.
That's a humidifier. That's not the temperature in the house. That's just saying that there's 70. I don't know, because mine's like at 50, and I set it at 50, and it goes. I have a dehumidifier in my basement to keep it.
Yeah.
So, and heated floors, because like I know Dave's fancy, but Dave, his little studio in the basement that he has, remember he'd always show his bathroom, and it's right next door, and it had heated floors. So he had heated floors in the basement. So
we have my entryway and my toilet bathroom have heated floors. That's totally normal in Denmark.
So cool. Anyways.
Yeah, but we don't have central heating like you with the air blowing out the ducts. We have radiators, so it's totally different. But my imagination of a basement is way different than yours because we live in different cultures, and that's why it's really important. And that's what we're kind of doing if we get bored in a trial. We begin to imagine how could it have been. What you have to focus on is what is presented in the case. She's cold as ice. She's stiff as a board. That's everything that you can reliably say has anything to do with the environment in the basement. Then yesterday, a dehumidifier, which was never tested, and all of a sudden popped into evidence, and it hasn't been presented as evidence. It's just a picture of it. Set 72 degrees, but is that the water temperature? Is 72 the dehumidifier? Testing the water humidity. It could be that. I don't know the make and model. We know it from the Zachariah Anderson case. When people tested the humidifier in that case, it doesn't make sense. That's why I could answer all the questions about how concrete deducts heat, adds heat, does anything. But I don't know because it's not in the evidence. And in a case, you can only judge based on the evidence, not what you believe happened at the scene. But that's the problem. The jury is having exactly the same thoughts as you are sitting with, no matter if you're watching from the US or Australia or Denmark. We all have a picture of a basement, but we don't know anything. And it's really smart not to have any tests done at this place because then you can't infer anything about the time of death like this person. You can just make up a random number and say, well, she was really stiff.
Yep.
Sorry.
You were asked about obesity and what effect it may have on rigor mortis, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you told this jury that obesity can speed up rigor mortis because it can insulate the body and it can retain body temperature, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So why didn't you also say there is research indicating that obesity can actually slow down rigor?
Morbid obesity.
Okay, so now it's morbid obesity.
But yes, she had 1 inch of subcutaneous adipose tissue, which isn't very much. BMI is based on weight. It's not based on % body fat. And if you read the autopsy report, Dr. Richmond says that she had 1 inch of subcutaneous adipose tissue, which is 1 inch, which is not an unusual amount.
And that's why you don't use BMI for anything else than making your clients really sad when you're a personal trainer.
Yes.
I used to be appointed to our National Guard, or the Home Guard, as we call it. And we got applicants in, and the medical doctor, he just reviewed their numbers. He didn't see them. And he said, oh, they can't join, they're overweight. Then they sent in pictures, and they were bodybuilders. It was strongmen. It was carpenters. It was farmers. Big, tough muscle weighs a lot more, but the BMI is just a scam to keep you unhappy. That's why you only measure yourself by putting on the clothes and see if it fits more or less than yesterday. BMI is just a made-up number, so doctors can sell you a diet.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So now we know that obesity can go one way or the other with respect to speeding up or slowing down rigor, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also mentioned on direct testimony that when you're looking to
Lex
either narrow
Entropy. I
down
don't
or
think I've
determine
seen
the
that
time of
before.
death range,
Cool
you
name.
can also take into account
Cool avatar.
outside or surrounding circumstances under which somebody died, correct?
Yes.
For example, if you had 2 eggs and toast and a slice of bacon on the plate, uneaten, and it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, that could be a clue, correct?
Yes.
If a person had a pattern of always meeting the mail carrier at 11 a.m. sharp to pick up their mail, on a particular day they didn't meet the mail carrier, that would be a clue, correct?
Yes.
Changes in behavior, changes in pattern of activity, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So my question is, were you ever given any information in this case about the abrupt change in the pattern of activity on Anne's cell phone the day she died?
I saw that in testimony from other people reading the
Did
trial
it
transcript,
give
the
us?
previous.
I can't hear what you say when you talk when the call
Sorry.
is running. So I'm going to pause every time. So better be good. Come on. What did you say?
I need to I need a safe word with you because sometimes I'm just yelling to yell. No,
Okay.
I'm just saying they didn't show a pattern of her phone.
No.
They picked the time frame that they wanted. They
Yeah.
weren't sitting here showing, here's her habits. And then abruptly, she just stopped talking to everybody. You are a lying sack of crap. I am annoyed. Sorry. So carry
I
on.
know I am. No, this you're totally correct. Again, we take the evidence that point at our preferred perpetrator and leave out everything else. If you want to show a timeline, go and do it for the last 2 weeks. So
I'm just gonna yell pause like Shizzy.
yeah.
Pause. But sometimes I just yell because I was annoyed because he's like,
Yeah, but it's
well,
because
you didn't
you
see her patterns, did you? Well, you didn't either.
no, but you're clipping every time, so I can't hear you. So
Well-
so I'm just thinking, yeah, I better stop because Jamie's gonna get angry now.
Sorry.
And angry Jamie is almost as good as happy Jamie.
I'm just
Yeah.
frustrated.
Let's
Has
get
some
back
other
to this
violent
issue.
Okay. Have you
Yeah.
ever seen the actual data itself?
No.
Okay.
Gonna grab some
I'd
more
like to show
to
you
drink.
what's been marked as exhibits 148 through 150. Am I correct, doctor, that you haven't seen these before?
Correct.
So is it fair to say all you know about Anne's cell phone activity on the day that she died is what you may have read about in prior testimony?
Correct.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked as letter B in this case. Have you ever seen this chart before?
No.
So are you aware then, from what you read in the materials, that the last outgoing call on Anne's cell phone was at 12:21 p.m.?
Yes.
And do you remember what the next action or activity on Anne's phone was?
There was an unanswered call.
You believe there was an unanswered call after that?
I believe so.
About what time?
I think it was the number that comes in my head is 150 or something, but I'm not sure.
Okay. And you recall that being an unanswered call?
I think that's what it said, an unanswered call.
And what was the next activity on the phone after that, if you recall?
I don't know, there was some call that was made from her phone to an aunt, and I don't remember the time of that.
So you don't know if that was before or after that unread text around 150?
Was that when the unread text was? I don't know.
Okay. Well, whatever you seem to think it was, or I think you said about 150.
I don't recall the exact times. I know there was an unanswered text message and there was an outgoing call that was not picked up, I think, to an aunt.
Now, when you read these transcripts, this was essentially other witnesses in prior proceedings describing cell phone activity, correct?
Yes.
And when you read those transcripts, did you call Attorney Scapicio and say, I'd really like to see that data myself, because this may be important?
No, because the question I was asked, of
Attorney,
attorney,
I'm sorry to cut
Would
you
you
off, but
consider
my
it
question is, you didn't ask to see it, correct?
Hold on. All right, so let me just share the answer to your prior question.
Doctor, my prior question was, when you saw other people and read other people talking about the cell phone activity, did you call Attorney Scapicio and ask to see that cell phone data yourself?
no, I did not.
Okay. Now, doctor, with respect to some activity that you recall happening around 1:53 p.m., 1:53 p.m., if I were to suggest to you that that was actually a text message that came in that went unread, does that refresh your memory, or does that sound familiar? Or do you not recall it being a text or a phone call either way?
I don't recall which one it was.
Within the medical field, are you familiar with an abbreviation, CA, for cancer?
Yes.
Now, do you recall learning from those prior transcripts that throughout the morning of the day Ann died, she did 38 separate things with her cell phone between 8 a.m. and 12:21 p.m.?
I remember there being a lot of usage, yes.
Okay. Did you recall there being something being done on her phone on average about every 8 minutes?
I didn't qualify to that. I just remember there was a lot of activity on her phone.
When you assisted Attorney Scapicio in writing this letter, which is AA for identification, am I correct? It contains no mention whatsoever of the change in the cell phone activity pattern on Ann's phone.
That was not the focus of my review of the materials. That's not what I was asked to do. I wasn't asked to tell her when she died. I was asked whether it was possible, based on the rigor, that she was alive after 3 o'clock or not. That's what my task was. I was not tasked with determining when she died. I was not tasked with determining who was responsible for her death. I was asked the simple question, based on the rigor, is it possible that she was alive after 3 o'clock or not?
So you don't have an opinion as to when Ann died?
I have an opinion that based on the rigor, we cannot say that she was dead after 3 o'clock, before 3 o'clock. That she was, based on the rigor, it's possible that she died after 3 o'clock.
And in reaching that opinion, you did not take into account at all the cell phone activity on Ann's phone.
You
correct?
didn't either.
Correct. I asked, based on the rigor, is it possible that she was killed after 3 o'clock?
Doctor, there's one additional area that I'd like to cover with you before I sit down, and that is your testimony about there being a physical altercation in this case.
Yes.
Now, you tell me if I'm wrong, but I
You
understood
are
your
wrong.
morning testimony to be that a violent physical struggle between Ann and her attacker was something you took into account in suggesting that 6 to 8 range may come down a bit.
Yes.
Is that a fair summary?
Yes.
And you said on direct that even though you think it may bring it down a little bit, you can't tell how much it would actually come down.
Right.
So 6 to 8, you can't say whether that shifts it to 5 to 7, 4 to 6, just an unknown, correct?
Well, it shifts it being the average.
Mhm.
So, yes, I don't know where the average would go.
Okay.
I know it would be less than 6 to 8.
Now, in this letter that you helped Attorney Scapicio write, you said evidence of a physical altercation and struggle prior to the victim's death could have sped up the rigor process, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say that it did speed it up. You said it could speed it up.
Yes.
Now, first of all, the research in this field speaks in terms of vigorous physical exertion prior to death. Am I right?
Yes.
Not all struggles or altercations necessarily involve prolonged vigorous exertion, do they?
No, they don't.
Now, in this case, what evidence or data can you point to that there was whatever struggle occurred, its duration?
Well, we know that the head wounds were there for some period of time before she died because of the bleeding around them.
Right.
The bleeding in the muscle was not huge, but it was present and visible easily.
Mhm.
The petechial hemorrhages were widespread and significant in number. So, no, I can't tell you how long that struggle took place.
Okay.
No,
So what you just talked about, the head wounds came before the strangulation, which came before the death, correct?
correct.
So we know it's sort of the sequence of events as far as the injuries go, but the duration, the time frame in which all that happened, you can't say
don't
whether
know
it's 30
anything.
seconds, 60 seconds, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, can you?
No.
There's no data or evidence in the materials that you reviewed to say one way or the other, fair to say?
One way or the other, what?
How long the struggle was.
Well, that's not one way or the other. There's
Okay,
no,
maybe
there's
I-
no
maybe I
way,
phrased
there's
my
no,
question wrong.
there's nothing to say exactly how long that struggle was, right?
Similarly, is there any evidence or data indicating whether Anne Marie actively fought off her assailant or was just simply a passive recipient on the receiving end of this assault?
Well, she wasn't passive because there's evidence that she tried to remove whatever was around her neck.
Right, and you're citing the marks on her neck for that proposition, correct?
Yes,
In this letter, you state that those marks are consistent with her having scratched herself while trying to release the pressure around her neck, correct?
yes.
So what evidence or data in the materials that you were provided can you point to that those marks actually came from Anne Marie's fingernails as opposed to her assailant's?
My recollection was that the nail clippings did not reveal anyone else's DNA under her fingernails.
All right, and it's common in your experience as a medical examiner, you can either scrape fingernails or clip fingernails at an autopsy, correct?
Hmm.
And in this case, Anne Marie's own DNA was found underneath her nails, correct?
Yes,
Okay. So if her attacker were scratching Anne's neck, her attacker would have Anne's DNA under her nails, correct?
Objection as to her.
Her being Anne.
Okay, so is it, I'm not sure what the basis.
I can rephrase the question, Your Honor, I think to fix it. So doctor, my question is, if Anne's attacker were scratching Anne's neck,
yes,
that attacker would have Anne's DNA under their nails, am I right? Most likely?
most likely, yes.
Okay. And if Anne is scratching at her own neck, Anne's getting her own DNA under her nails, but her DNA would already be under her nails, wouldn't it?
Yes,
Okay, basically everybody walking around with fingernails, we've got our own DNA under and on and in between our nails, correct?
yes, that's why you look for someone else's DNA under the nails if they had fought off someone by scratching them.
Right. So you just said a moment ago that the fact that Anne only had her own DNA under her nails suggests she scratched her own neck?
Yes. In an attempt to remove what was around her neck, which means she wasn't passive. When someone was trying to strangle her, she was attempting to remove it.
I've been muted
In
the whole
process of
time when I've
scratching
been
it.
talking.
And what evidence
I'm
can you
such
point to
an
that
idiot.
those marks didn't come from her attacker?
They are just commonly seen. I said it was consistent with her doing it
Consistent.
because it's common
Impossible.
for that to happen.
What do you say?
We don't know if they tested. We know nothing was found. Again, it's the lack of evidence more than evidence pointing in some direction that we have to go through.
There's
They did test, but they didn't find anything, if I remember the testimony correct. But again, we had the DNA person yesterday, and they didn't mention anything. They only mentioned hair on her. All 15 DNA samples that were conclusive was from Anne Marie, nothing else. All of us have questions, and this guy is now trying to impeach her with testimony or with things that he thinks she should have looked at, but that's not her job.
no.
And again, yeah, you have a lot of your own DNA on you. And again, you would probably have, but again, if she's lying down, we haven't talked about the struggle because they don't really want to talk about how she did it. They just said she was strangulated. So yeah,
This just line of questioning is so
and again, a person coming there to unalive her could have worn gloves. I can make up 1,000 scenarios that can explain why there's nothing there. But the problem is he didn't present anything that showed she was there, and that's my big problem. Now this witness, who's only there to say this could have happened at this time, is supposed to tell why evidence didn't show up somewhere. It doesn't make sense, but it makes me look weak in front of the jury.
Consistent, you mean possible?
It's more than possible. It's a recognized sign of someone trying to pry someone's hands or something else off of their neck, that they injure themselves in that process.
Now, did you also take into account the disarray in the basement in concluding that there may have been a struggle in this case?
I wasn't focusing on the disarray in the basement. The body has enough injuries on it. The disarray in the basement, and other people were down there, and I don't know how all that happened. My basement's not that neat, so.
Now,
It
I'd like to
wasn't
discuss
neat.
a few other injuries that Anne had that may have reduced her ability to fend off her attacker. Well, let me ask you this. Would you agree that some or all of the injuries that Anne sustained prior to her death could have reduced her ability to fend off her attacker?
Some or all of them reduced her ability.
Yes.
I suppose they could have, but there's no evidence that that happened.
Well, let me show you what's been marked as exhibits. Let's start with 22. I assume you're familiar with this photo?
Yes,
And that would be a large contusion to the top of Anne's head, correct?
yes,
Exhibit 23. Would you agree that's a rather deep penetrating wound to the left side of her head?
it's a laceration.
And exhibit 24, closer up view,
Yes,
significant laceration, wouldn't you say?
yes,
Right, and that would be likely to induce pain on Anne's
yes,
part.
yes,
Exhibit 25 and exhibit 26. Significant, is it a V-shaped, crescent-shaped laceration to her head?
yes,
And that penetrates down to the skull, correct?
yes,
Fair to say this would also induce considerable pain.
yes, it would be painful.
Exhibit 27. See on the lower left-hand corner there, a shaved portion of Anne's head?
Yes,
And that's another laceration to her head, correct?
yes,
Exhibit 28. Closer up view of that wound.
yes,
And exhibit 29. This is an open view of that same wound, correct?
yes.
Another deep penetrating injury.
It's a laceration.
And would you characterize any of these as superficial?
Well, that's a superficial as opposed to they don't go inside the body. They're on the superficial aspect of the body. They're on the skin, covering the body. They're not wounds that involve the skull or the brain. They're superficial. They're not insignificant.
Would you agree that this injury would also have caused a considerable amount of pain on Anne's part?
Yes, that would be painful.
You also noticed that there were multiple bruises and abrasions about her body, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree with me that the bleeding and the swelling associated with those head injuries suggests she was alive prior to being strangled to death. Am I
I
right?
hate
That's
blood.
correct.
And speaking of the strangulation, Anne could have been strangled from behind, fair to say?
Yes,
We've seen cases where individuals are strangled from behind, from in front, standing up,
Yes.
lying down, correct?
yes,
Have you seen cases where people are strangled by the attacker's forearm or some other part of their body?
yes,
Then there would be
Would you
scratch
agree
marks
that
on
Anne
the
was lying
forearm.
face down for some period of time after she died?
yes,
And that's known from the fact that there was some lividity, some pooling of the blood on her front side before she was turned, correct?
well, more consistent. The more telling fact that she was lying on her front for some period of time was that when she was flipped over onto her back, her hands weren't on the floor.
They were
So-
like an anti-gravity state, correct?
Yes, I mean,
Okay.
the rigor is more indicative than the lever.
So if at the moment she was being strangled, let's assume she was being strangled from behind, would she have
Close.
remained face down once the life went out of her?
If she wasn't moved,
Now, speaking of the life going out of her, am I correct that a person can lose consciousness in as little as 10 seconds of sufficient force being applied to their neck?
yes,
And then for the following, I think it's fair to say that 3 to 4 minutes of sustained pressure is required to strangle someone to death.
that's the literature, yes.
Okay. So after as little as 10 seconds of being strangled, Anne would likely have been unconscious.
She could have been unconscious, not necessarily.
And then for the next 3.5 to 4 minutes of sustained pressure around her neck, the blood flow, the oxygen flow to her brain is plummeting, correct?
Yes, but you're assuming there are a lot of different ways this can happen.
Sure.
So the pressure has to be applied without intermittence, right? So like if you're struggling against someone who's trying to strangle you and the pressure is released, that initial period, you're not unconscious necessarily that quickly because you might be successful somewhat in removing the pressure enough to keep yourself conscious. So yes, in a straightforward, scenario where there's no interruption and there's no intermittency of the occlusion of the veins, yes, that's correct. But it can be quite long that someone is in the process of being strangled if they are fighting and relieving that pressure intermittently. So it's not, all these things can happen, but it's not necessarily that when someone is strangled, they're unconscious after this many seconds and then they're dead after this many minutes.
And I think I said or meant to say 3 to 4 minutes of sustained pressure.
Yes,
And ultimately, that causes a decrease of oxygen to the brain.
yes,
And ultimately, it's that depletion of oxygen to the brain that resulted in Anne's death. Am I right?
correct.
And you don't disagree with Dr. Richard's conclusion that Anne Marie Rintala's cause of death was manual strangulation, do you?
No.
You don't disagree that multiple blunt force trauma injuries to her body, including her head, were contributing factors to her death, do you?
Well,
And I
they're
never
contributing-
found anything.
I mean, contributing factor, there's only one place to
Pointing-
put other things on a death certificate, and it happens to be called contributing factors, but they're there and they're significant. Whether they contributed to her asphyxia, they may or may not have, but they have to be listed because they're significant injuries.
Sure.
But I wouldn't necessarily say they contributed to her asphyxia.
Right, meaning they didn't, those head wounds in and of themselves didn't kill Anne-Marie Rintala.
And they may have had no effect on her ability to defend herself. I don't know.
You don't know because they could have.
They could have or they may not have.
Anything's possible.
Well,
Anything is possible.
those two things are possible, yes.
Thank you, Doctor.
I have no further questions.
You step down, thank you.
Thank you.
Did they go on lunch already?
I think so.
Well, I don't think she did amazingly. She hit the marks that Rosemary can bring up again.
Back in 15, quickly, so we're going to take a second mid-morning break. This one is going to be for just 15 minutes, and then we will proceed from there till the lunch break. So if you can be back in 15 minutes.
But she hit all the marks
You can
that.
formally rest, and I will explain.
What? They're resting already?
Wait, what?
Sorry?
Just need to ask you a few questions. Okay.
This what? Sorry, I didn't. They had 4 experts lined
Yes,
up.
we'll be seeing a timeline briefly. Thank you.
Do they want to rest already? Then we have closing this afternoon, and we have a verdict tomorrow.
Well, yeah, like they
Yeah,
just said-
yeah, Mass. ATP runs out. I just did biology last year. Is it in the first? If you're really exerting yourself, it's in the first 2 to 3 minutes, and that's why you always warm up when you start working out, so you go into the deep sugar deposits in your body.
I have no idea.
We need Mark. Yeah, we need Mark.
I mean,
Okay. So,
You want her to stand up?
sure, I just need her to be, she can actually be seated as long as I can see her and she's near a microphone, so,
So let's.
yes.
Okay.
Cara, if I could ask you to please raise your right hand. Do you swear you make true answers to such questions as may be asked by the court in the matter now pending before this court? So help you God or do you so affirm?
I do.
Okay, Ms. Rintala, I just need to ask you a few questions concerning whether you wish to testify. Can you state your name
Cara Rintala,
and how old are you?
57.
Okay.
No, 56.
Okay.
She doesn't know
How far did you go in school?
Bachelor's degree.
All right. And I understand that you were an EMT for a number of years and a firefighter. Is that correct?
Correct.
And do you suffer from any mental illness or disorder?
No.
And have you consumed any drugs or alcohol within the last 48 hours?
No.
Okay.
I'm high as a kite.
I've been informed that you may wish to waive your right to testify. And I just need to ask you some questions about that so that I can be sure that that waiver is knowing and voluntary, that you understand that right. So do you understand that you have a right to testify?
Yes.
And you also have a right not to testify. And if you don't testify, if you ask me, I will instruct the jury that they can't hold that fact against you or consider it in any way. I'll give a lengthier instruction, but I will give an instruction on that. Do you understand that?
Yes,
And do you understand? And have you had enough time to discuss this with your attorney?
yes,
And so you've gone over with attorneys Capiccio and your other attorneys the pros and cons of waiving that right to testify.
yes,
And do you understand that it's your right? It's not a decision for your attorneys to make. That even if they advise you against testifying, you can disagree with them and assert that right. Do you understand?
yes,
And do you feel it's in your best interest to waive that right and not testify?
yes,
All right. So I find that Ms. Rintala is competent to make this decision and that she understands the nature of the right that she's waiving. Oh, let me ask you, has anyone forced you or made you any promises to cause you to waive that right?
no,
Okay. And I find that waiver is knowing and voluntary.
Thank you.
Okay, so before we bring it back out, I guess this does change the schedule a bit. It puts us ahead of schedule considerably. The jury, I'm sure, will be happy to hear about that. We're obviously not ready to go into closing arguments and charge.
It does sound
but I
like
just
they're
want to get a
resting.
sense as to how much time or when you think you would be ready for closing arguments.
Yeah,
I'm
they're
thinking
resting.
tomorrow, but
I will leave it up to the court judge. I could close this afternoon if you needed us to.
okay.
But I don't want to leave the Commonwealth in a position where they haven't had adequate opportunity to prepare.
I really wanted.
So
I
my
wanted
inclination
Mark.
would be, because
know.
we are wrapping up earlier than certainly than I expected.
And
I would be inclined to release the jurors for the day, and then we can spend some time this afternoon discussing the charge.
yes.
And then once we're finished with that, we'll end our day, and the parties can spend that additional time preparing for closing arguments, which we would do first thing in the morning. Does that sound reasonable?
That's fine, Your Honor, with it.
Yes, we agree.
So we'll bring in the jury,
Why?
formally rest, and I will explain the schedule.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Put on our hats, please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good night.
Cara Rintala rests.
Okay. Members of the jury, I told you that we would be going to the lunch break, but I think that there's a fair amount that the attorneys and I need to do, at least for my end, before we're ready for the next stage of this trial, which will be the closing arguments of counsel and my final instructions to you on the law. And so that we are ready to do that, or so as to give us enough time to prepare, and so that you're not waiting around while we do that. I'm going to release you for the day and ask that you be back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. And again, at that point, you should expect to hear closing arguments and charge. Once again, please do not discuss this case with anyone, including each other. Please refrain from any form of outside research or investigation concerning this case. And please avoid contact with any of the participants in this case, and avoid any and all media accounts of this case as well.
Don't
And I will
follow
see
the
you,
broken baker.
tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Come back. I have a short matter at 2, so that should take about 15 minutes. Perhaps we can resume or reconvene at, say, 2:15 or thereabouts? Be another motion?
That's correct.
Okay.
So
Did
I
you-
do that at 2:15 as well. Doesn't have to be now. I just wanted to let the court know we would be.
Right,
We
right.
want an opportunity to at least present the required finding of closable
Of,
evidence.
of course.
Thank
But assuming I don't allow that motion, then we would proceed. Or if
He
I don't
won't
allow
allow
that
that
motion,
motion.
we would proceed from there to
Yeah.
discuss the charge.
That's correct.
Is that agreeable? Okay.
In fact, I said I would get jury instructions on Monday. We didn't finish them until late last night, so we do have a set of jury instructions.
Okay. I'll take those now. Thank you. With 2:15?
Well, that was short. Not as enjoyable as I was hoping for.
Yeah.
But I bet I'm going to do this, going to do that. She's going to hammer a lot of things in the closing. It's going to be long closings, I believe. And based on what we have seen, she has more to talk about in the closing. I don't know why they didn't put the detective. He wasn't at the third trial either, and would he have brought anything other than they did a shoddy work, which we've already seen? Just thinking about it, what haven't we seen in this trial that we would like to see? We'd like to see more evidence about Mark's whereabouts. But you can talk about that in closing, where you can be, because closing doesn't have to be. You can spin a tale in closing.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way, as they did in Zachariah Anderson. What you want to do is put into the mind of the juries that Carla and Mark could have done it. There's no evidence, and you just had this lady talk about that there would probably have been some struggle marks on her if they were fighting.
I don't know what more they really could have done, to be honest with you. I think the state doesn't have Jack, and I think Rosemary did a very good job of hammering all those detectives, all those first responders. That stuck with me the whole time. And then bringing evidence to the crime scene to dry it out, like all of that is just shoddy. And then their timeline, they're basing it off of the rigor mortis, that it's 6 to 8 hours, and she had to be their hard stop would have been like 1, and that makes no sense, because you cannot sit here and say, "Yep, that's how long."
30. They have a death window of 39 minutes.
Yeah.
To make it stick, but
because if she's dead, if she killed her after that, then it doesn't make sense to them, and they cannot solidify that, in my opinion, obviously, at all. So that's off the table. So then tell me what else you have other than that.
And this is the problem. This is the thing. You need to prove guilt. And so far, she was really good at attacking the witnesses, and we would love to see her bring in more people and just get them to. But I think she effectively attacked each and every factual witness the state brought forward. Now in the closing, she has to bring back. Do you remember when you said? Do you remember they didn't? Do you remember they changed the testimony? She has to bring all of that back so people can remember she did it. Because we finished with a lot of technical evidence that didn't prove anything, but it just took a long time. There were no DNA. There's no indication that they were in a fight other than a verbal fight. So, Donna T, welcome. You came just as the state rested. But, friends, countrymen, Romans, I can't I can't go a full day without a little more of Jamie,
I
and I
know.
know you can't either.
I don't like stopping early.
You heard it here, boys. Jamie doesn't like stopping early.
I don't like a.
Keep
Yeah,
going.
I don't like a quickie.
Yeah. So we will end this stream. There will be no words on stream today, but we will pick up again at 2. That's in about an hour, where we will cover the sentencing of Bradley Yohn. Another fantastic case I covered. That's the case with the guy who constantly mentioned that he threw a 77-year-old lady violently down some stairs. He was sentenced yesterday, so I had prepared it for verdict watch, but we can do it in the afternoon because but I can't. Iris, I can put words on stream up, and then should we do that, and then should we keep this stream rolling so Iris is happy?
I mean, let them play, I guess, and then give yourself an hour or so to.
And then we can keep it on in the background to see whatever this. I don't really want to cover the sentencing. It's just hammering out words.
Yeah.
So, Iris, I should do like when they do a drinking stream. Say you can get a words on stream if you contribute to the Jamie Lash Fund.
Blackmail.
Yeah. No, it's not needed. We keep this one rolling. I hope Shizzy is okay with it. And you girls, you are of course always the ones who run my show. So let's do this. I hope it picks up because I didn't set the latency to low. So let's do this, and then I'm gonna put on a little of the nighttime music for the ladies. Come on. Night driving. Let's try this one. Is it working?
Yep.
Go hit those numbers. Ladies, I only do what you command. And you want me to give you the words, you get all the words. See you later. Enjoy your play. But you have to play with yourself because I'm going to eat.
Oh my God, have fun.
Hey,
Hey, brother.
did she get a sentence?
Yes. She got life without parole and another 10 years on top of that, where she could be released on medical supervision. And if she's ever to be released, they want to have a mental evaluation, and then have her monitored very closely. But I don't think she's ever going to get out. That's sort of the point. It's
life without parole plus 10. It's pretty long.
It's pretty heinous what she did too.
Mhm.
Just that she shows no remorse for it is.
Yeah, I liked how. No, she has a good family. Oh, the dad who's in prison?
Yeah, dad was in prison.
Yeah, very, very good. Yeah, network to have. But the people asked to be allowed to play a little bit, so I thought we could do the Yohn sentencing, and they're gonna do the normal hearings, and there will be the defense is gonna ask for I don't know what. I can't think right now, but that will be denied.
I got music playing, and I can't.
No, you can't do anything.
No,
but it's for the people. They like the night driving.
They like the life. They like to party.
You missed out. They brought in firemen to say that the missed calls from the fire station to Cara is totally normal. And then they brought in an ME to say the window of death could be 2 hours later. And then the rest. Our lovely friend, lead investigator, skipped state.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, he skipped state this morning and called the prosecution and said, "Well, I'm not there."
So the lead investigator that was all this was hinged on, with all of his statements.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he had some business.
Yeah.
And this guy was for recall, right? He was supposed to be recalled.
No, he was the one that they didn't want testifying.
Oh, so what happened there? What did the judge say?
Well, we may find sometime. Maybe sometime we can find sometime.
Yeah.
God, kidding me? Because I noticed that they were having a lot of conversation beforehand, but I didn't know what all was involved.
Yeah, that's the verdict to dismiss and stuff like that. Oh, the expert rates. Hey, expert friends, we're gonna jump. This will be the end because we lost the last one.
There you go.
Oh, but we will be doing the Bradley Yohn thing. Yeah. I'm gonna do the Bradley Yohn because I followed that when it was originally played, and the defense rested in the Cara Rintala case, and I think she did a good enough job to dismantle the evidence with when the witnesses was on the stand, and then she can go into it on closing and stuff like that. So
yeah.
Iris, you're welcome. I'm just happy that 20 people stuck around and saw it. And we got the White Rabbit from the expert. We got Jacob Castro. Why can't I speak now?
Got Jude Curio, Jen with no filter, Miami Spice,
Yeah,
Rabbit's back over here.
And
hey y'all, that's me.
Jude Curio, yeah. Yeah,
Yes, I've gotten plenty of sleep, and I'm not jumping around streams. I've been here the whole time.
Jennifer, understand.
I can be in multiple places at the same time.
Yeah, you've been playing all day, or streaming all day with me.
Yes.
If your phone haven't moved, it's because you've been here.
Yep.
So yeah, I think, but I can see someone over at Lawn and Crim saying, leaning more towards guilty. The door, shovel markings, wet paint, and blue fluorescent cleanup shows the crime scene was cleaned up and tampered with. How?
What are you talking about? What?
What in the hell are they looking at? Because we watched the same thing.
All they showed is like a door's been tampered with. There's some stuff on the floor. We didn't really tell you what it was, but there's stuff on the floor. They haven't said like, this is this person, that they did this. Look at, we have video. Nothing. What are you talking about? Sorry.
Yeah, there's absolutely no evidence pointing to her using the shovel. The shovel could have been used.
Yeah.
But there's no stuff other than it's her house, it's her shovel. She could have used it to spread salt the day before. But there was no evidence on any of these things. And the cleanup crew, it's like the one in my chat, but the fluorescent shows up with footmarks. It's not indicative of only blood.
They didn't say that too, just like you said.
Yeah, no one mentioned there was blood in the kitchen.
Whenever they first testified on the luminol of using it, and it's not luminol, it's something similar. It's the same kind of thing. The first thing that they said, because they wanted to get it out front and out of the way so they could concentrate on all the BS involved in it. If you were paying even the slightest amount of attention, first thing that they said is any sort of chemicals like bleach or cleaning solutions, along with blood and all of the other excrement, urine, every single thing can show up using this chemical. This is the first thing they said. And the reason why they put that out first is because some people just don't pay attention long enough to the very first thing that's said. They pay attention to the last part of what's being talked about. And they never even said, they kept referring to blood evidence on the floor. And then we sprayed this area. And of course there was this blood evidence over here. And then we would spray, because they would never say that what was on the walls, what was on these other spots was actually blood, but they kept referring to blood evidence. It's a trick that lawyers do with the language that they use, where they say there's blood evidence. And then we sprayed this spot down over here. And as you can see, they're showing a picture of this luminol and they're talking about blood evidence elsewhere. Don't be fooled by it. Pay attention to what they're actually saying, not what you're seeing.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of what the one lady had said that I remember distinctively is when she sprayed that stuff and it had like the smear. She's like, it's a transfer smear. And she just kept saying that. And I remember thinking, and you guys said it out loud, of what though? Because nobody would say a word. So how do you miss that? Come on, people.
And I was hoping Rosemary would bring that up.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's going to go over it in the closing. And now there's one called Tweety. The test for blood presence in the kitchen was positive for blood. No. The luminol was positive for biological material. No thing about it being blood. It's just, it could be blood.
Yep.
Yeah. That's all.
But they're not coming back. They should have been back 11 minutes ago. So, but they're just going over. She's gonna say again, we want you to dismiss this before the jury, and he's gonna say, forget about it. And then they're going over the charges. So I think we can skip that because we're gonna hear that tomorrow when it's read.
So let me get this straight. The very first thing that they did was basically try to get it dismissed, like you said.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then what was the next part that they got to?
showing that the missed calls from the fire station is totally normal because you can pick up the phone and then you will have to be there for the next 3 hours, or if it's canceled by another call. And it's totally normal to not pick up the phone when the fire station calls, because they wanted to say, oh, she didn't pick up the phone, but she was at home taking care of her kid while the other one slept.
Yeah.
Totally normal. And the guy said, well, you're on the hook for 3 hours if you go.
And he said everybody, if they know they can't do the 3 hours, they will purposely miss the calls.
Yeah.
So missed calls from Cara, like, made, they wanted to make sure that everybody
And
knew
who was the witness for that?
the supervisor, wasn't he like their supervisor?
He used to work with them.
Yeah, at the fire station.
Patient inogram.
Yeah.
And then who was your next witness after that?
The doctor.
Forensic expert, pathologist.
Okay, and he testified on the luminol.
She tested that the window for death could be 2 hours earlier, so 3 o'clock. And luminol, we haven't gone into any of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
The doctor basically testified that you cannot determine time of death by rigor mortis because it's not a science. It's not a fact. It's not a. You can't.
It's not settled science.
It's 8 hours.
So their master lead investigator. Now you were talking about that. So who brought them up? Did they call him and the judge said no, or
no? She said that she had called him and Mark, but the state wanted to have a ruling that she couldn't mention that that the defense subpoenaed them. And then he said, well, we can talk about her and she can bring up they called her. And he started out strong but fell off, this judge. I thought he was good the first couple of days, and then he just went into the normal state has all the rights. And they just said, we'll have to figure it out later. And but she didn't want to call them. It was kind of abruptly when she stopped. They did pathology. I think it might have been a tactic because they said they had 3 more experts ready to go. But again, she did a good enough job of sowing doubt about the state's witnesses, in my opinion.
She mentioned Mark's name, that they subpoenaed Mark, but I didn't think they were going to call him. They subpoenaed the detective guy or whatever, but he left town and he was supposed to be back today, but they didn't know when. And then
he didn't tell the defense. He told the state.
Yeah, he told the state.
So if he's under defense subpoena, and I don't know enough about this, maybe an attorney could tell you. If he's under subpoena and he decides that he's going to skip state, is there any recourse for the defense?
Well, they could have asked for him to be detained, but they didn't. They just because I think she knew she just stuffed the witness list to scare, because he didn't testify in the third trial either.
Right.
So I just think that, but still, they could have issued a bench warrant to have him arrested, but still, it would just be another stupid thing in this. But again, if he was called and he didn't show, then that could be used in the appeals process again. But I think no, I don't know the jury. I won't because as a layman who has been sitting with a lot of different people over the last 12 or 16 years, not everyone sees what I sees. And but in the jury room, you can always discuss what you saw, and that's the thing. Did they remember the luminol is not indicative of anything other than biological material or cleaning agents?
Well, and I hope that Rosemary brings that up. I really do, because
she's going to have a fire closing. She was ready to go this afternoon, but didn't want to pressure the state. So
didn't they have a doctor too that they were going to bring in, but then there was all that stuff about they wanted.
Yeah, there was 2. They had sent over 1,000 documents yesterday, about an old case and why he left a previous job, and so that's just. But again, I think they stacked their witness list just to mess with the state, so they had to do unnecessary work.
Right.
And she's gonna have a fire closing, and
I'm
he's gonna
hoping so.
say, "Yeah, well, she was the only one there, and she must have been there because we can determine she was dead between 11 and 1." And she was gonna say, "You can't determine that. No
Yeah,
one
it's
can say at
indeterminate.
what time she died."
That's basically it. I mean, that's
Yeah,
basically what the doctor said.
and Mass has it totally right. Her opening was fire.
No, yeah.
Okay, I'll be right back.
We fell in love with her instantly when she
listening.
started. Yeah, but so I think she's gonna do good. And again, you don't need everything you're gonna bring up in the opening in your closing has to be 100% truth. And if you're missing a few of the witnesses to make statements, you can always kind of suggest what they were supposed to talk about without. So yeah, and have the state argue a lot and object all the time, because that really annoys people listening. Well, I don't think she can, because she didn't call him. She should have called him and then rested, because then they would say, well, he's not here. Well, we would really have liked to have seen him, but it seems like he skipped state, so we will rest here. That could have been, but again, I think she's too nice to play games like that. It's the 4th time. Shenanigans. Yeah, I don't know how I would do it. Yeah, probably something like that. When the subpoena ran out, well, he didn't come there, so. I have shown them many a times today, but they're calloused. I've been lifting heavy rack lifts today, so my female fingers are getting all full of calluses. So yeah, if she mentions it, the judge is gonna make all kinds of noise, and that's not. Yeah. And yeah, why didn't they put the door on the stand? That's what I would have asked in my closing, saying we heard from every witness in this case except the door. It haven't even pled the 5th. So
Door knows everything.
Uh,
the door is the one. Yeah.
The door just stands there like some, I don't know, just like it really has something to say. All you got to do is just open it. Just open the door.
Oh, Sorbert.
We haven't seen you for 3 weeks.
I know.
Jamie
what's
has
up?
been. He's been missing you.
I've been crying.
She's been
I've
missing you.
crying myself to sleep.
Yeah, but Sunbird does that to women, make them cry.
Yes, they have to do that.
You're gonna turn that around.
Yeah, it's my dainty little hands. They're just like a female's. Soft and nice when I don't have calluses.
Soft and supple.
Well, you haven't
Yeah.
said a peep. That's not like
He
you.
don't love you anymore.
I know. You can leave, sir.
Door didn't even flee the state. Wow. It was more lively than that body at the bottom of the stairs.
Oh, you missed the part where they showed all the head wounds on stream.
God, yeah.
All the head wounds on.
Yeah.
Oh.
So we saw the first one and then I cut it, and I have to watch the screen to see when they're not there anymore. Some of those were deep.
Oof.
But no penetration of the skull. It was only lacerations. So again, because they wanted to say, oh, she couldn't have fought back because of the head wound. She said, well, no indication.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was sitting like this to try and cover it up, because that was. I don't like blood. I'm not a big fan of it.
Oh, I saw the first one and I was like, ew.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you didn't see the one that was about 45 inches long,
Oh
and
no.
it was split all the way down to the skull.
Yeah,
No, but it was a lesbian couple, so penetration is not needed.
yeah.
Oh, I shouldn't say that. New people
There was
could be here.
there was a my what was it? The day before graduating basic training, there was a night watch with would roam the halls,
Yeah.
and this guy we call Tree is I don't know 7'2", he's just skinny guy, and all of a sudden everybody gets woke because of this ruckus that's happening. He comes in and sits down. Well, we sat him down on a bed. The back of his head had a 14-inch cut from top up here all the way down across the side, down the back. Like if you were to draw a line, it just like the top of his head, and it just zigzagged down.
Oh.
And everybody's trying to figure out what's going on, because this guy's just leaking all kinds of blood. And they start accusing this other guy because, well, he's from Alabama, white, blonde hair, blue eyes, and he's like, I don't know what the hell's going on. I just woke up and dude's bleeding like crazy. Just because I found him didn't mean I did it. Turns out it was somebody else in another part of the barracks. And the little flashlights, I don't know if you had them, but they were the cylindrical, and then they curved off to the side.
Oh
so you
yeah,
could hold 'em
yeah,
and
like
hang
the
'em off
tunnel.
and-
If
Yeah.
you had a GI Joe Tunnel Rat had one of those.
Yeah. So they have this little metal clip on the back of it, and this guy had broken the metal clip off of it, probably just fiddling around with it, and was just about got caught like in bed with this other guy. And dude said, I'm about to turn your ass in, and turned around and walked off. And as he was walking off, dude grabbed that flashlight and hit him with it. And whenever he did, he got that little nubbin of metal and just sliced him up.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
he
gonna hurt
didn't.
so
That
bad.
guy didn't graduate. That he got pulled off by the MPs and carted away.
We have the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Valhalla.
L-shaped, yes, L-shaped.
Hey, Matt.
We had a different medical story. After I had been assigned to my unit, which was the Royal Navy Band, we had our own little. We had our own little part where we slept because we were special guys, so we had our own bar and stuff like that. And we had like a living room and then 2-3 rooms where we slept in, where you put your closets up and make small 2-man bedrooms, so you had a little bit of privacy. Why you would want 2 men and privacy, I don't know. But then we had been drinking a night, and when we were drinking, some would sleep on the couch, and some would sleep in their bed, and some would probably be passed out on the yard somewhere. All of a sudden, I woke up with this high-pitched noise, screaming, and I thought, did anyone get lucky with some of the young female sailors? Well, sounds like something's wrong. So everyone just flew into the common area, and over by the phone is we called him Hypo because he was a hypochondriac, and he was sitting there with his phone shaking, screaming, trying to call the infirmary because, and then he went, "You have to come look. You have to come look. I think the other one, it's gone. I think something's wrong." And we was, what the hell is he talking about? And we could only hear his part of the story, and he was like, "Yeah, I lost one nut some years ago. It wasted away somewhere. I don't know. He probably never used it or something." So he was afraid because he had testicular pains in the middle of the night. The other one has gone as well. When you are 17 guys listening to this guy, everyone has the phantom pains, but everyone remembers that he said, yelling, "I think it's gone. I think it's gone. I can't feel my nut. I think it's gone." He had 6 months more fun with us.
Oh,
That's sometimes we should do old military stories. You,
God,
me,
yes.
Valhalla, crack
Flux.
some beers and just talk about whatever crazy stuff because it was boring as all hell to be in the military, but you only remember the good days.
I had this guy that we were on tour with that he was telling us a nut story that this girl used to kick him in the nether regions. And one day, and you had to understand this guy, he talked really slow. And so he goes, yeah, one day, kicked it and I had 3.
Yeah.
I was like, dude, that doesn't sound right. You should have gone to like a doctor. Oh man, I'm all right. I was like, I don't want to know. Yeah, he was the one that asked our guitar player. He said, so do you think we could say a little prayer? Cause I sold my soul to the devil a while back. And I was like, and the guitar player's looking at him going, what are you talking about? He was just like, well, don't you worship the devil too? He's like, no, I don't worship the devil. He goes, you mean you didn't sell your soul to get so good on guitar? He was like, no, I studied and learned to play guitar really well. Just like God. Bo was a character.
We have to bring a group of old military guys together just because everyone had different experience. My dad used to tell me they, the small CO2 for the life vest. My dad was in the Air Force, and they had this big farmer guy, and they bet him that he couldn't clip one of those in half, a filled one. I think I can do it. So they gave him I don't know, do you call them bolt scissors or whatever? Ones you,
bolt cutters. Yeah.
Bolt cutters. Yeah. So they gave him one of those and everyone left the hangar. And he said, it sounded like a cannon had went off. He clipped a CO2 cartridge in half. And he was standing in there shaking his head. And they went in and said, what the hell did anything happen? It's kind of loud. But you owe me maybe some beer or some cigarette or whatever. You can die. It's pressurized air. But he was just some of those guys. They got all the power, none of the brain.
Oh my God.
So that's gonna be our Lego stream. It's just old war stories, and they get better every time you tell them. The snow gets a feet deeper. Your heroism gets 10 inches closer to the perfect shot than you were almost there when Bin Laden died.
Almost.
So that's the good one.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they do. Why do you think that everyone left it?
I did hear, and I think it was one of the guys that was there for Bin Laden not too long ago. I just heard him on some podcast or something. He was actually talking about it with his brother being there too. Like Bin Laden's brother was there, and he was actually talking about how it all went down. And I was like, ooh. Like I think it was the guy that might have pulled the trigger on Bin Laden.
Yeah, I saw someone on YouTube to talk about, but again, have we a confirmed puller of the trigger, or is it just SEAL Team 6?
No, I think he was the one that actually, he was part of SEAL Team 6, and he was the one that actually pulled the trigger. He said it wasn't as like anything impressive as you thought. They were
Rob O'Neill. No, he just he said he just tapped him because he stood with something. He didn't really have anything, so he thought that he's gonna have a bomb. So he just tapped him.
Yep, I think he said 3 times.
Yeah, 2 in the body and 1 in the face, or something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, happy birthday, C-Swept.
Happy.
I dag er det C-Swepts fødselsdag. Hurra. Hun sikkert sig en gave for, som hun har ønsket sig i år, med dejlig chokolade og kager til. Og når hun hjem fra skole går, Can't remember the rest. That's
And
the
I don't
Danish
know any of
version.
it.
No. But should we do the Bradley Yohn, the most prolific pro se litigant ever?
Mhm.
Yes.
Just to do something other than telling war stories.
Yes. So,
So is
We
this
have
his,
been waiting for this.
sentencing?
yes.
Sentencing of Bradley Yohn. There will be victim impact statements and might be shenanigans afoot.
Oh, during the impact statements?
No, just let's watch it because Mr. Yohn is Mr. Yohn. You have watched him at MG Law, another channel all of you should follow.
Yes.
Judge might have a word or two with him. Let's just say it that way.
Hmm.
I haven't watched any of this, so.
More views of the back of his misshapen head.
Mm-hmm.
And is the court still on break on the other one?
Oh, I pulled it down just because they were only doing the sentencing part. So we'll hear it tomorrow when they're reading the charges thing.
I'll say they closed their case.
Yeah, close the case. Yeah.
Arrested.
Holy crap! Nice.
So,
So tomorrow will be
I-
closing
I-
arguments.
I bet Wish's wife has this argument a lot. I told you. No, you didn't. I told you. I said it like 3 times. I even wrote it in the experts chat, but they closed after 2 witnesses.
yeah.
Damn.
Close. And she was ready to go with her closing this afternoon, but they said
Yeah.
they're going to morning.
They're going to do it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Nice. Yes.
So it's going to be an interesting morning.
It'll
And
be
as far as I heard, it was 9 o'clock tomorrow.
Yeah, 9 a.m. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll bet we'll have a verdict before day's end tomorrow.
I hope
Yeah,
so.
I hope so. And I hope she's found.
Not guilty.
From what I've seen, yeah.
From what
Yeah.
I've seen.
Yeah. I don't know if she did it or not, but it's not proven.
Right.
We'll go on the record in People versus Bradley S. Yohn, Adams County, 2021 CF
Bradley S. Yohn.
715. Mr. Yohn is appearing in person and with his counsel, Mr. Nelson. Mr. Jones and Ms. Keck are appearing for the people.
Guy does look like
Matter
from
was
Family
scheduled
Guy.
today for a sentencing hearing, but there has been a motion for judgment notwithstanding jury verdict. We're in the alternative motion for new trial, filed by Mr. Nelson on behalf of Mr. Yohn.
Oh, of course.
Probably take that up first.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Nelson, any evidence to present on that or simply arguments?
Just argument.
Mr. Jones, have you received the motion and had time to review it?
I have, Your Honor.
You prepared to argue also?
I am, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Nelson, it's your motion.
Thank you, Your Honor. Much of the motion is just
Sit down.
stated clearly, I think, and for a lot of this, we will probably just rely on the written motion. The first paragraph or subparagraph of paragraph 2 is that the evidence that was presented at trial in this case was insufficient as to each of the charges, insufficient as a matter of law for the jury to find Mr. Yohn guilty. And we would ask that the court make that finding and then proceed from there. Your Honor, do you want me to argue the rest of the motion or just take these one at a time?
I have read the motion, and so anything beyond what's contained in the motion you wish to argue, I would go ahead and make the argument. We'll let the state respond to each one, and then we'll make the decision.
Thank you. Your Honor, with respect to paragraph 2B, this paragraph pertains to my function as standby counsel.
Hey, Nicholas.
Hey, Nick.
Hi, Nick.
I pull this now.
Hey.
Hey, we ended early in the trial we were watching, so now we're watching the sentencing of Bradley Yohn. I don't know if you know who Bradley Yohn is. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yeah, now. Yep.
Okay.
Hi.
Yes,
Hey,
can you hear us now?
do you know who Bradley Yohn are? Yes. I'm
No.
not sure you can hear. Okay, then let me give you a quick introduction.
Can you give me an elevator pitch on the entire trial up until now?
This will explain most of it.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor.
All right.
100.
100.
Because it is 100%
100%.
correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
He's a proceeding litigant who is convicted of SA of a 77-year-old woman in the
the
bonus
burglary
hole.
guy.
Yeah, in the bonus hole with an aerosol. So yeah, he's not the good guy, but this is his sentencing from yesterday, and because they're just doing the paperwork over on the other trial, so we would watch this so Jamie didn't have to be alone today.
The jury was not instructed as to the role of standby counsel and the role that I would be fulfilling. The court did indicate in an order of October 12th that the jury would be so informed. As the court is aware, there were numerous times during the trial that Mr. Yohn and I spoke in front of the jury, and we don't really know what the jury was thinking without that particular instruction. And as the law is that I have cited, Mr. Yohn was entitled to the perception that he alone was representing himself in this case. With respect to paragraph C, that paragraph pertains to the court denying Mr. Yohn's motion for funds for a polling service to investigate whether a motion for change of venue would lie. He did include
my cat is tenderizing my hand
in that motion, and I think that the attachments that he did include
it was a pat
at least substantially show that he was entitled to investigate that issue to see whether the veneer
he's
was
just making
prejudiced
sure if I'm dead or not yet, because he will eat me.
Yes.
Paragraph D is
if he gets a chance, he will.
Pertains to Mr. Yohn's request for counsel on several different occasions: June 16th, June 30th, July 7th, and of course that right to counsel is guaranteed by the Constitution. Paragraph E, Your Honor, I will withdraw that. That is more of a post-sentencing issue rather than a post-trial issue. And then paragraph F alleges that even if none of the previous errors standing alone is enough to warrant a new trial, that in the aggregate, they would be. Thank you.
Every time he moves, that defense attorney or prosecutor attorney, she flinches a bit.
Judge, I'll take the paragraphs in turn. With regard to paragraph A, I think the evidence here it's clear that there was sufficient evidence to support a finding of guilt to each of the charges. The court heard the evidence.
He's trying to make eye contact with her or something.
From the witnesses, the forensic evidence, the testimony about the items that were found on the defendant, the videos that were showing the defendant driving the victim's car shortly after the incident occurred, all those things, including statements made to her doctor, as well as the same nurse. So I think based on the cumulative nature of the evidence and all the evidence taken together, there's clearly enough evidence for the jury to find those convictions. It's not even including the fact that the defendant's fingerprint was found on a spray can.
Is that the prosecution or the defendant?
That's the prosecutor, and so is she. So the big guy, bald guy.
Are you sure?
Yes, positive. The big bald guy is the prosecutor, and the lady sitting next to him is his co-counsel. Yohn is the one sitting in the blue shirt next to his attorney, which is the guy with the gray hair. Yes.
This is the defendant.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I've seen him before.
Yeah.
But I didn't recognize because this prosecutor is going. Yeah. So Mr. Autism here is having a day's easy job. I don't know.
Yeah, but they were very, very angry during the trial because he kept calling witnesses back, kept asking the husband of their sexual encounters and if they did it in the Jody hole and stuff like that. So they were really angry at him.
Yeah,
he was nasty. During his closing, I don't know how many times he talked about violently throwing a 77-year-old lady down the stairs. So
or violently essaying her with a cleaning can.
Yeah.
Does he have priors?
Oh, he has enough.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So
okay. So that will be concurrently about 312 years.
He'll probably he'll probably. No, we don't have bets because I've seen it. So, but he'll probably not be seeing sunlight for a while.
No spoilers, chat.
No spoilers.
I haven't seen it yet.
But they did a really good job of all his shenanigans. He was pro se, and as you heard, he introduced the Exhibit 100 because it was 100% truth. And his opening statement, he spoke fluent hillbilly, then turned into the Queen's English, and then jumped right into hillbilly again. He's an idiot.
Okay.
Yes. Or as he would say it, heinous.
Yeah, and he completely was like, accusing them of like conspiracy to, frame him and stuff. So that was
he didn't do nothing.
He didn't do anything. Yeah.
That rosary was his.
Everything was voluntarily handed over to him and accepted.
No, he wasn't at the scene. None of it was his. Even her watch he had on, a female watch. No, it was his male watch worth, did he say $11,000 or something?
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah.
And he had her voter registration, her bank cards, but none of it was stolen.
Wearing her
He had
purse.
a co-conspirator, a female co-conspirator, who he didn't call. She pled out. Did she get two times 20 years or something like that?
Yeah, wasn't he trying to call her out and she wouldn't testify? She said, "I'm not testifying. You can pound dirt. I'm not.
Yeah,
you can't call
she
me."
She pled the fifth.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. He also had her bejeweled Star Trek pin. So yeah. Yeah, and he tried to explain Jody fun with a paper cup and a pen.
Yeah.
So you missed a great trial.
Yes.
No.
Including footprint evidence.
Maybe the pen size pin was correct.
Jury to find him guilty. In fact, the jury did.
Maybe.
With regard to paragraph B, I would have 2 points. One, the defendant had every opportunity to offer any jury instructions that he wanted to offer, and he chose not to offer.
Yes, 25. C-Swept is turning 25 today, so everyone congratulate C-Swept.
Happy birthday!
Congratulations, C-Swept.
Happy birthday, C-Swept.
Birthday. Cheers. I've been listening to the Shabusiness sentencing, so cheers.
Yes.
Yeah, she got a bit of time too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we have to save when she makes a channel and gets monetized. We'll have to save the birthday super chats for that. 25 years and still looking not a day over 24.
Yep.
Yeah, but you probably want a cheesecake. I don't bake cheesecakes.
Yeah.
I like pancake cakes.
Oh, like Rasmus Klump? You don't know Rasmus Klump. Do you know Rasmus Klump?
8 to 10 thin pancakes with raspberry or strawberry jam in between each, and then I cover it with custard.
Ooh.
Such an instruction. So that was his choice.
You're welcome.
He was representing himself. He cannot later complain that he failed to offer the instruction that was that was somehow insufficient when he had that opportunity and chose not to do that. But also point out that at no point in the trial did the people mention role of standby counsel. It was never brought to the jury's attention.
Congratulations.
A word about it. The court never said a word about it. If that had been an issue, perhaps it should have been addressed, but it was never an issue at trial. So the question about what the jury was thinking, I guess we can never know, but it was certainly never brought to the jury's attention. It was certainly never raised at trial that this was something that we should be concerned about. With regard to paragraph C, the court did hear the defendant's motion for funds for a polling service. It was denied based on the evidence that was presented.
We do them too.
In fact, at voir dire, the court conducted extensive voir dire with members of the jury panel and any individuals who had heard about the case and were not able to set that aside were dismissed. We were able to get a jury, frankly, relatively easily based on the nature of the case. It did not take as long as a trial that Ms. Keck and I had done maybe perhaps a month before that. So again, I think that can be denied or should be denied as well, and it was not error for the court to deny that motion. With regard to paragraph D, again, I think the court made sufficient record of the denial for his request for counsel, that it was done to delay the trial, much like it when he asked for counsel in, was it April? I believe in April of that year, or March, when we were here ready for trial. And right before the jury came in, he requested counsel to be appointed, only to fire Mr. Nelson a few days or weeks later. Again, I think the court made a sufficient record at the time that he made those requests in June.
Thank you,
July,
Valhalla.
that he was doing it for delay. And frankly, Your Honor, if the court had granted it, he was just going to fire him again. Because that's what
Object, Your Honor. Mr. Young, you have counsel, so you will not be objecting during this hearing.
You'll be
It'll
shutting
your
your
attorney
cable.
to decide if an objection will be made, and if so, what the grounds of that would be.
With regard to paragraph E, I know that Mr. Nelson has withdrawn that, but I would tell the court that today we'll be moving to dismiss count 2. We'll be doing that because the count 2 is based on a criminal, count 2 was based on count 5, the aggravated criminal sexual assault. And out of abundance of caution to make sure that any sentence imposed by the court is appropriate, we're going to move to dismiss count 2 so that there won't be issues with one act, one crime, or with count 2 and count 5 somehow merging. So we'll be moving to do that today. As far as paragraph F, again, I don't think there have been any errors in this trial, and certainly any cumulative value of those errors.
Well, there were a few errors, but all of them made by him.
Standard that requires a new trial.
I loved when he called his cousin an idiot.
The jury's verdict. We'd ask the motion in its entirety be denied.
Mr. Nelson, last word.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Court has considered the arguments made. I've also had time to research the motion
not
as it
happy.
was timely filed back on September.
No, he's
1st, and
he's
as
mad he got
the
counsel.
Allegations in paragraph 2A, the court is in disagreement. I specifically went through each of the 6 counts, each element of each crime that the jury returned its guilty verdicts on, and believed there was sufficient evidence of proof beyond a reasonable doubt for the jury to reach a conviction of Mr. Yohn in each of those 6 counts.
He looks like an old Peter Griffin.
As to paragraph 2B, not instructing the jury as to the role of standby counsel, Mr. Yohn, in representing himself, had the obligation to raise the objection at the time, or also to provide an instruction proposed for the jury to be instructed on such. As he had not done so, he has not raised the issue in a timely fashion. And so the court finds that that argument is waived by Mr. Yohn's inactivity in bringing that to court's attention at the appropriate time. Nor did I have any indication from the jury that they had any question as to Mr. Nelson's role as standby counsel. As to paragraph 2C, the improperly denying funds to hire a polling service. Again, at the appropriate time, no objection was made by Mr. Yohn when he was representing himself. And as Mr. Jones has argued, there was no difficulty in finding 12 jurors to hear this case during jury selection and voir dire. Each was asked individually as to their knowledge and being exposed to any pretrial publicity, and each of the jurors who were chosen agreed that they could set aside anything they had heard or read about this case and reach their verdict solely upon the evidence that was brought forth during the trial. As to paragraph 2D, that the court improperly denied the appointment of counsel. And as argued by Mr. Jones, and as the record will clearly show, Mr. Yohn had played the game of coming up to trial pro se, getting a continuance for counsel to be appointed. He was admonished prior to going pro se that he would not be allowed to change his mind. Counsel was reappointed. A delay of the jury trial occurred last year. He then discharged counsel that was appointed for him and wanted to go pro se. He was again admonished that he would not have the opportunity to change his mind. And so it was only within weeks of the trial that he thereafter decided he wanted an attorney appointed. So Mr. Yohn wants to fall upon the sword of, I have a right to counsel in this argument, but Mr. Yohn also had the right to represent himself pro se. That is the choice he knowingly and voluntarily made. And so we weren't going to repeat the cycle a third time. As the court previously found, the motions for appointment of counsel were for the sole purpose of delay. And so that motion is denied as to the request in 2D. With the state's dismissal of count 2 and the withdrawal of 2E, we won't need to address that. And as to any cumulative effect of such errors, I did not find any cumulative errors. And so the motion is denied in whole for those reasons. Now, we'll proceed with a sentencing hearing in this matter. And is the state prepared for sentencing hearing?
We are, Your Honor.
And Mr.
I
Nelson, are you
can't
prepared for
tell you,
defense?
Coasty.
Yes.
The court has received a pre-sentence investigation report.
How many will
The
testify
original
on his
report
behalf?
is
My
in
guess is
22 CF
butthole.
671, filed on June 1st of 2023. It is
Chris, this is from
in
Muddy
the
Rivers, and it's
pre-sentence investigation report.
it says it's edited, so I don't know if it will
filed
be
in
there.
this matter, 21 CF 715. And that was filed also June 1st of 20.
Brandon, this is the sentencing in the Bradley Yohn case, a pro se litigant who tried to defend his way out of SAing a 77-year-old lady, throwing her down the stairs, inserting a spray can in her exit hole, and being caught with her voter ID, her rosary, her Star Trek pin, a lot of her credit cards and all this stuff, still claimed he wasn't at the scene. He is almost as stupid as Darrell Brooks.
2023. And there's been a first supplement to the pre-sentence investigation report that was recently filed. So Mr. Jones,
I read the letter on one of my
those
streams
pre-sentence
from the
investigation
prison.
reports.
I have, Your Honor.
And to your knowledge, are there any additions or corrections for the state?
Yes, Your
Really?
Honor, we have one correction to note. On the front page of the first supplement to the pre-sentence investigation report indicates the days served are 611. That is correct in the sense that when it stopped, but it stopped when he was taken to the Department of Corrections. So he's actually entitled to 680 days. And we would ask the record to reflect that.
So with that correction being made, Mr. Nelson, have you received those pre-sentence investigation reports and supplements?
I did, Your Honor.
And are there any corrections or additions?
Your Honor, we had the same correction with respect to credit for days served. We have no other corrections and no additions.
Judge, I apologize. We have one other correction to note. The court had received in the pre-sentence investigation a victim impact statement from Ilsa Terrell, the daughter of the victim. that had been updated or corrected, and we provided the court, Mr. Nelson, with a new copy of that today. That's what I need to make a record of that as well.
All right. The court did receive that. Mr. Nelson, did you receive the Il Sotero victim impact statement? It would be a more recent one than the one attached.
I did.
All right.
I'm not bringing that one up.
Well, does the state have any evidence it wishes to present for sentencing hearing?
We have one witness that we would call, Your Honor, and then there are multiple victim impact statements that have been asked to be read to the court.
All right. If you're prepared to do so.
People would call John Shoney to the stand.
You'd come forward, sir, to the clerk, and we'll have you raise your right hand. She'll swear you in.
What's with her face?
With the stand.
Urdu.
Mr. Jones, when you're ready with your questions.
Thank you. Can you tell me your name, please?
John Shoney.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an investigator with the Adams County Sheriff's Office.
A few weeks ago, did you receive or have a meeting with an individual you know by the name of Tim Schmidt?
Yes.
Can you tell me why Mr. Schmidt approached you?
He had received a letter in the mail from the defendant.
Did you get a chance to review that letter?
Yes.
In the course of this trial, have you had the opportunity to review numerous filings made by the defendant in his handwriting?
Yes.
Hundreds?
Yes.
Did you review the letter that Mr. Schmidt provided you?
I did.
And in your opinion, did it appear to be the same handwriting?
Yes.
Did the letter also include information that would be consistent with an individual who had knowledge of the case?
Yes.
And was it in fact signed Mr. Bradley Yohn at the bottom of that letter?
Yes.
And it was dated August 10th, 2023. Is that correct?
Correct.
I just want to talk about parts of that letter. Do you have a copy of that letter with you?
I do. I left it at my seat, but yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be allowed to go get that copy of the letter and bring it back to the witness.
Hey, Lefty.
Hi, Lefty.
Speed things up.
No spoilers.
Fair to say, it appears to be, I think, an 8-page letter.
Correct.
I'm not going to read all 8 pages. I just want to talk about a few paragraphs in the letter. The letter starts with the word Tim, and then it goes on to say in the defendant's handwriting, I often ask myself, how unhonest can a person truly be? How does a man with whom is with a woman 36 years not know that woman as he truly should? Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
Did he then continue to say, one thing I ask that I cannot ask myself, did you get your money's worth? Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
The letter goes on to say, did Tim Schmidt and family get what they paid for with their money, power, and influence? You have my life now, Tim, and guess what? I was no part of the idiocy that occurred on November 9th or whenever. Did I read that correct?
Correct.
Did he write the husband?
I think
on the second page of that letter.
It was found in the prison.
Did he write approximately 6 lines down? Lies, deceit, fabrication, manipulations, power, wealth, influence, and friends in high places just took that from me, all put forth by your family and you.
It's through the family.
What a tool.
No, they're just reading a letter he wanted to get to the family, saying he knew the truth about the family.
On the third page of that letter, did he write, a lot of people lied in this matter. They went off what they were led to believe, and then some even added things. Do you like liars, Tim?
That's correct.
I believe it's a sheriff's deputy or
Oh.
a sheriff.
He did send it to the husband.
They said they found
On the
it
next
in
page
prison.
of that letter,
Oh, no.
the
I
first
thought he
full
said
paragraph.
from the husband.
Once again, if
It
I
could be from
were
the husband.
included, nothing like that would have been left. You people made the perfect crime scene, Tim. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
Oh yeah, he's blaming
The two key
family.
objects just left right there. How convenient! Exclamation point. You could have at least made it look good by throwing it out in the driveway or bushes, but no. Aerosol can and knife just left right there in the middle of the floor. Yeah, okay, not likely. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
See, Shouter is looking at Beefcake there going, we want to know more about him.
Yeah.
The next page of the letter, did he write this? I'll tell you how your influence is going to get a lot of people into some trouble. Some just were not slick enough, Tim. For example, Kelsey Miller or Josh Jones, whoever it was that tampered with your wife's statement. That's not over. We have higher courts than Adams. Did I write that correctly?
Correct.
Or read that correctly?
Correct.
That's what I thought then.
Okay, thank you, Outline. It's like Dave in court,
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
going through all his notes.
No, thank you.
Any further evidence for the state other than the victim impact statements?
No, Your Honor.
You wish to do those now?
Whatever court wants
Put
to
it
do.
away, ladies. Put it away.
Let's go ahead and do the victim impact statements at this point.
Your Honor, we'll have them read from the witness stand so that it can be heard if it's okay.
That's fine.
First, we have Tim Schmidt.
Oh, Tim.
Afternoon, if you'd come forward and have a seat in the witness stand.
I just want to see Tim reach over there and just.
Statements are not under oath and are not subject to cross-examination. We're simply having you.
He thinks he,
And so you're close to the microphone. We have-
he didn't do a thing.
No.
I want the people to tear into him.
Your Honor,
Yep.
just so I can help, if you could state your name and spell your last
You
name.
were
for the
set up.
recorder first.
Yeah, it was a big setup.
It's
For what,
Tim or
though?
Timothy Schmidt,
I mean, come on.
SCHMITT. Mr. Yohn, you've heard a lot of people, including my wife and me and her family, and including yourself. How would you like this to have happened to your mother or your sister or any other of your family? You're a menace to society. And they're going to send you to prison, and they're not going to let you out. I hope you repent and ask God for his forgiveness, because you're going to have plenty of time in there to think about it.
Short and sweet.
Good.
Heidi Young, Your Honor.
That actually sounds delicious, Lefty. I love corn dogs.
Never had a corn dog.
Oh my God, corn dogs are the best.
You like my new avatar picture?
My
name's Heidi Young. It's Young. My mom was a wonderful mother, grandmother, great-grandmother. She adored her family, would do anything for us. You could call her with a problem and she would figure it out. If you were facing an important decision, she would listen to you, but ultimately she would always tell you to do the right thing. Many times the right thing was not the thing you wanted to do. On November 9th, 2021, my mom had put in a hard day at work and was exhausted. She was heading home to take a nap and freshen up before she went out to eat dinner with her husband. However, on her way home, she had the misfortune of running into you and Karen Blackledge Henderson. We all know what happened after that. I'm not going to go into that. We've all been through that. My husband and I drove her to Blessing ER to have the sexual assault kit done. She was exhausted, hurting, scared, hungry, thirsty. She was bleeding and still in shock. The sexual assault kit was an invasive and embarrassing procedure. I wanted to protect her and make it stop. I sat there wondering why she was putting herself through more pain and humiliation. The next day, she told me why. It wasn't for her, it wasn't for the police, or even to get justice. Her main concern was that you could not hurt anybody else the way you had hurt her. You see, she did the right thing. Had you done the right thing that night and just helped my mom with her headlights and went on about your merry way, we wouldn't be here today. and my mom would be here today. Now, I know we cannot hold you accountable for her death in this court, but we all know that you're responsible for her death. Had she not been brutally assaulted by you, I have no doubt she would be here today. Mr. Yohn, have you ever thought about how different your life would be if you ever did the right thing? I mean, you have said that you had various construction jobs. Could you imagine what your life would look like today if you'd kept working hard and doing the right thing? Probably own your own construction company, probably have a nice house, fancy car, beautiful family, maybe even a dog in the yard. However, here we are. You keep choosing the wrong thing and leaving a path of destruction. You've hurt innocent people and have taken what isn't yours. Now you're facing a lot of time in prison. People say to me, aren't you glad justice is being served and now maybe you can move on? Well, no amount of time can bring my mom back, and I'm not sure I can ever move on. However, I agree with my mom. I don't want you to be able to hurt anyone else like you hurt her. And I want no other family to go through the devastating grief we've gone through. With your long criminal history, I feel the only way to keep everyone safe is for you to be away from the public for a very long time. What am I going to do now? I'm going to try to heal up from all this. I'm going to try not to harbor bitterness in my heart. I'm going to love my family with everything I have in me. And you know what else I'm going to do? I'm going to pray for you. I'm going to pray that while in prison, you start doing the right thing. That when you're faced with a decision, you start doing the right thing. And I'm also going to pray that you find a close personal relationship with God and that you turn your life around. Why in the world would I do that after everything you did to my mom and my family? Why? Well, because it's what my mom would have wanted me to do, and it's the right thing.
Michael Lohman, Your Honor.
Well, you're just going to stare at her?
Yeah, mean worker. That's always a nice
I
thing.
apologize, Your Honor. Michael Lohman is not here. It has been provided to the court. He's asked that we read that into the record today, Your Honor, with the court's permission.
I think they're all like.
As a son, I was both surprised and shocked by what I learned in the courtroom. I was not told a lot of the details of the attack on my mother, Tina Lohman Schmidt. This was probably to shield us from knowing the severity of what happened. My mother was mentally strong, able to block out what happened to her while never forgetting it. Since the attack, my family has had to change our lifestyle. I no longer go to bed without making sure all the doors are locked and security system is on. We now find ourselves less likely to help others, nor do we allow others to help us. As a father of daughters, I continue to express the strength of my mother and how she was not afraid to stand up to those who attacked her and robbed her at knife point. We will never understand what was going on in your mind when you attacked my mother. While our lives go on, we continue to remember and pass on the grace and kindness my mother showed to people. We also look at the fact that because of your actions, my daughter won't have her grandmother at her wedding, and my grandchild will not get to play and know their great-grandmother. Money, cars, and jewelry, even rosaries, can be replaced. My mother cannot. I hope that you think about what you did and know that your actions have put you in the position you're in today. Derek Lohman, Your Honor.
Oh, he looks like he wanted to swing.
Yeah.
Derek Lohman, LOHMN. During the trial, one person in the media asked what I would say to Bradley Yohn if he was sitting across the table from me. My answer was nothing. I don't know this man. He's just some violent person who unfortunately encountered my mother on a dark road when she was vulnerable. He has no bearing on our lives, and after he's hopefully sentenced to spend the rest of his life in prison, I won't give him a second thought. The real tragedy is the legal system that failed Tina Lohman in the first place. In St. Charles County, Missouri, Yohn was released accidentally due to the failure of Sergeant Cara Kempworth to enter a warrant for his arrest properly, and he was allowed to leave the jail without being held fully accountable. Most people would have used this accident as a second chance to stay out of trouble.
That's probably a lawsuit.
Several days after being accidentally released, Bradley Yohn stole vehicles and then continued to rob, rape, and instill fear into my mother. He had several chances to take the money and jewelry and just leave her alone. That's all he had to do. He chose to brutalize her and commit an assault on her body, escalating the scenario for his sick pleasure. Bradley Yohn has proven that he cannot live in a normal society without assaulting others and needs to be removed from society permanently for the safety of those who do the right things and don't take advantage of others. I would ask this court to sentence Bradley Yohn to the maximum sentence allowable to make sure this waste of a human life can never terrorize another innocent person. Tina Lohman did not deserve this person to intrude into her life, a life filled with children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, which she loved and lived for. I was fortunate to spend the week with my mother after the attack, but unfortunately this time was filled with fear and dread going back to her home where this awful crime occurred, a home where she had previously felt safe and celebrated the holidays with family. Not long after, Tina Lohman passed away and left a gaping hole in our family which will never be filled. Please make sure this doesn't happen to another family by sentencing Bradley Yohn to the fullest extent of the law. He has shown no remorse for his actions. I think he needs to be held fully accountable.
Short, sweet, and to the point. Damn.
Yeah, I really like it when it's not 2 hours victim impact statements. It hits so much harder.
It does. Like, this is how you impacted us. Don't let him go.
Terrell. Mr. Yohn, whatever it is, here we are today. I anticipated this day like some miraculous thing would happen and my mother, Christine Lohman, would come back. I wrote letter after letter thinking if I said the right words today, I would feel justice was served, that you would take responsibility for what you did to my mother, that you would somehow feel my pain. Nothing I wrote or anything I said changes anything. 685 days since I first heard your name and knew your face, a face my mother described as a leprechaun off a Lucky Charms box, but dirty. My mother survived your heinous attack and made sure you were finally on the street. Charles County made a huge mistake by accidentally releasing you. 685 days, we have heard all about your injustices, like you are the victim of this crime. You had no idea of the layer upon layer of injustices our family has faced. How my own mother's husband could not even honor her dying wishes. No one will take responsibility for their part in all the injustices that were handed to my mother and her family. You wrote a long Facebook post about your grandmother, recognizing her as the woman who raised your mother.
I'm
and
playing
taught
at
her how to be a woman,
1.25.
a mother. Good job, Granny. Remember my mom saying to you, I'm old enough to be your grandmother. What would she think of you right now? Today means nothing. Nothing miraculous is going to happen, and I will feel no peace leaving the courtroom today. It's just the chapter is done. I have heard over and over from friends, now you can start to heal. If you don't heal from something like this, the idea of it ever even happening haunts you deep in the night. My mother was robbed of her dignity from everyone, and to live her out her golden years with that dignity. I don't get to heal because there will always be a piece of me missing for the rest of my life. I can try to fill it with people and things, but I know I will always feel that void of my mother. I will forever hold space for her, though, and nothing can fill that space. She was the first heartbeat I felt and the first love I knew.
Damn.
Carly Highland.
She looked like she wanted to come over that desk too.
Yeah. Why don't they just ask for 5 minutes with him alone?
Yes. I'm Carly Highland, Hiland. I've written and rewritten my statement several times, and I've decided that nothing I say or do will bring my grandma, Tina Lohman, back to us. And even if it did, it wouldn't erase what happened. She is who I care about today, not you, not Bradley Yohn, not what happens to him. He has proven over and over that he has no remorse for what he's done, and he has no mental capacity to do so. If the day ever comes where he does, maybe I would have more to say. But as of today, everything we say today will fall on deaf ears. I'm not going to give you the satisfaction of hearing the pain that you've caused my family and I. I've sat here for almost 2 years, anywhere from once a month to once a week in this courtroom, watching you clown this courtroom, watch you clown the state's attorneys, my family, and my grandma, spreading your lies and conspiracy theories and trying to get a rise out of anyone you can. You're nothing but a coward. You're a small, weak man. It's really laughable because you think you're the smartest man in the room. You've proven time and time again that you are quite the opposite. You're so weak and little that you would attack a 77-year-old woman.
No, I wouldn't.
To feel like you're something, and that's embarrassing for you. I'm embarrassed for you, your family, and anyone who's ever to feel like you're so weak and little that you would attack a 77-year-old woman.
No, I wouldn't.
To feel like you're something, and that's embarrassing for you.
Did you
I'm
hear?
embarrassed for you, your family, and anyone who's ever known you. And you're nothing.
No, I wouldn't.
Here you are, the end of your game. No cards left to play. Finally.
You hear him in the
I was with
background
my grandma the
talking
night she
shit.
passed. She was surrounded by us, her family,
Yep.
who she loved more than her own self. I promised her that we would all be okay and that we would get through this
Yep.
together, and we will. As for her death and the circumstances surrounding it, we are also not done. We will find all the players involved in this sick game, and we will seek the truth, even if justice is unobtainable. But as for you, Bradley Yohn, your part in this game has finally ended, and I wish you nothing but the worst.
Ooh.
Get it.
Yeah, I'm surprised she didn't come up over that desk after you said that shit.
Yeah,
Yep.
she looked like she could punch him straight through hell.
Yeah, just remember whenever you're punching
My name is
someone in the
Dalton Howard.
head, that you're supposed to punch through their head.
When I think about the impact your crime had on my grandma, I think it's pretty obvious. If you never would have crossed paths, I would still have her here. I would still be able to hear a contagious laugh, feel the way she would squeeze me so tightly, kiss me on the cheek, no matter how old I got. I'd be able to smell her perfume and see her huge smile, and see her huge smile that she'd have every time I got to see her. If I had her here with me, I'd be showered with gifts on every occasion. I'd meet her at her favorite restaurant to catch up. I'd pop in her office just to say hi. I'd call her on every holiday to tell her I love her. The fact is, I don't have her anymore because of you. She'll never be able to see my kids grow up, to hear the way they talk, or to give them any more gifts, or sneak in one last hug. The few years that they got to spend with her and the impact that she had on them will hold a special place in their hearts. My grandma was a woman that couldn't be forgotten. Her love, her style,
Nope.
her faith, and her demeanor made her unforgettable.
I believe
Every one
only
of my
life
family
in
members
prison.
that got the privilege of growing up with her could tell you countless stories of how she impacted our lives. She will be remembered here on earth long past her death, and when we see her again in heaven, we will all cry tears of joy instead of the tears that we've cried since she's passed. The same cannot be said of you. There will be no one sharing pleasant memories of you or how you impact their lives. You might think this crime in this case is in some way going to cause your name to be remembered in the years to come. It won't. You'll be forgotten as soon as we close this chapter. Even though what you did to my grandma was unspeakable, I don't hold any unforgiveness in my heart toward you. In fact, I feel sorry for you that at the end of your road, wherever that may be, that you won't have the full and lasting impact that she had.
Joshua Lohman.
That guy's a sick puppy.
Yeah, he enjoys them talking about what he did to her.
Yeah, he's just staring them down
Joshua
the whole
Lohman,
time.
Hello, HMAN. I'm Tina Lohman's oldest grandchild. She helped me raise me. She was like my second mom. We had a very close bond. She always told me how much she loved me. And it made me feel so special. She adored my 4 children. She made sure they were spoiled on every birthday and Christmas. She loved Christmas and she loved giving gifts. That was the time that our whole family came together. I could not be here for the hearings nor the trial, but I kept in the media and watched the trial online. My grandma and I talked after your horrible attack that you did, but she had told me everything. I think she was trying to protect me from being too upset. However, as I watched the trial and learned the gruesome details, I
Yeah,
became
exactly,
physically
Ness.
sick.
He's gonna remember this till tonight, when he's
How
gonna
could you have
touch
done that to
himself.
my grandma?
Yep.
Kidnapping, carjacking, robbing? Wasn't enough for you? You had sexually assaulted her and hurt her like you did. I'm angry and I'm sad. When I think about it, it scares me. You know, scared what she had to go through. You had no right to do that to my grandma, nor to anybody. It scares me what to think that there are people like you in this world. You need to go to prison for a very long time, not just for the justice for my grandma, but so you can't hurt anybody else. I was the person that used to stop and help people if they need help on the side of the road. Now I'm just too scared. I don't know what's going to happen. I had to think twice. I'll believe the actions that you led to my grandma's death. I drove 4 hours the night she died, and I was an hour late. I didn't get to see her die. I still showed up for my family that night. We went to the Tower Pizza. My grandma meant the world to me and to my kids, and she was taken from us too soon. There's a huge hole in my heart and it cannot be filled. Not to mention, I hate seeing my mom, my aunt, my uncles, and my cousins struggling to carry on without her. My grandma was a beautiful, classy woman. You tried, but you failed to take away her pride and dignity. Nothing done here today could bring my grandma back, but I truly hope there will be justice for her. I'll be praying for you.
Finally,
Yeah.
Your Honor, there is a-
Deputy's standing in between.
Mary
Just
Beth Lohman will be
just
back.
don't do it.
Mary Beth Lohman, Maribeth Lohman.
Jean Bird, it's only when I have to cover
My mother-in-law
stuff in the
was a
lower
tough woman.
right corner.
She was responsible, smart, driven, vivacious, outgoing, and beautiful. She could make the best of any worst. Before the evening of November 9th, 2021, her worst meant beginning her family, struggling to make ends meet, being used, dismissed, lied to, cheated on, and taken for granted. The evening of November 9th, 2021, my mother-in-law made the smart and responsible decision to pull over and to figure out why her headlights weren't on. What kind of person takes a situation like that and spins it into the nightmare scenario detailed in this court? Bradley S. Yohn noticed, and in that moment decided without hesitation how he was going to respond. He could have chosen to stay in the background that night, remembering that he had just been released, mistakenly, from jail in Missouri. He could have been trying to lay low, avoid trouble. It's terrifying to think that any one individual, let alone two, could be so cruel and heinously sadistic. Seriously, that's not how it's pronounced. Look it up. He chose this. He terrorized, humiliated, and hurt a woman old enough to be his own grandmother.
I
He chose
love
to do
that they
this not just once that night,
just
but
shows how
repeatedly.
stupid it is.
He pursued her even when it meant he had to kick in a locked garage door to get her back under control, despite the uncertainty of what or who could be waiting on the other side of that door. He enjoyed terrorizing, degrading, and hurting her with physical, emotional, and sexual assaults while taking anything he could from her, everything she had with her, on her, and everything she could think of to bargain with, all for a chance to survive the circumstance he put her in. I can't imagine what it took for Mom to overcome the shock and horror of this assailant's intent, the depth of his depravity. I can't imagine what it took to focus and think, to strategize through the fear and pain of the ordeal he subjected her to. She knew she had nothing to lose by offering more than they had already taken from her. She hoped there would be another person at her house. She knew there was a gun, and she knew where it was, she thought. She knew how to use it. She took a chance, she ran, she put a locked door between them and herself. They could have run, taken off in her car with her purse, phone, jewelry, but he decided he would not let this end with her escape. Any explanation for that pursuit paints a terrifying picture of his intent toward her. She stayed focused, assessed her assailant's nature, objectives, and intelligence, reassessed her options, knowing husband and gun were not there. That doesn't leave room for much in the way of hope. Instead, she found opportunity by playing on Jan's apparent frustration, anger, urgency, fear of arrest, and his general lack of knowledge. She tricked him, told Jan their basement safe hidden behind a discarded door in a house on a river bottom road was connected to the QPD, and that by spinning the dial, he surely triggered an alarm, and the police would be on their way. Really? It's just not logical. In short, Mama told a tall tale, and it paid off. She outsmarted him and his accomplice again. Mom paid a heavy price that night, but it wasn't with her life. No doubt Mom saved other potential victims, people who could have crossed paths and been subject to the same kind of heinous, incomprehensible experience.
77
It
years
just can't
old.
be comprehended. She stayed with the police to provide information they would need to identify, track, and capture her attackers. She stayed to tell investigators where they could potentially find evidence they would need to detain those attackers once captured. She allowed a physical examination to collect any evidence remaining with her to corroborate her account, documenting the marks Bradley had left on her body. All that information and evidence screamed just how urgent it was to capture, and this time, keep Bradley S. Yohn, the one who attacked her, in jail. She survived long enough to know the people responsible for hurting her were caught, to see their mugshots, and know that they would never again draw a truly free breath. Mom became frantically occupied with anything that anchored her in the comfort, familiarity, and safety of her family and life before the 9th of November, 2021. Those efforts could only sustain her until the middle of December that same year. It's one thing to survive such a nightmare, but quite another to process the trauma that follows. We wish she were still with us, but there's some comfort in knowing that she doesn't have to live in fear of quiet times when this trauma of this experience could creep in and haunt her memory.
Yes.
She doesn't have to walk into a house infused with the trauma of a man who would abuse, use, humiliate, callously objectify her, take anything she had to offer, all for his own deviant gratification, while entertaining a girlfriend, accomplice, with the humiliations and pain they were jointly inflicting.
No, she died
We miss
3
Mom.
months
Life
after.
without her is so much less.
That's
a
about
month after.
Colorful, bright,
a month after.
full,
Okay, sorry, a month
warm,
after.
forgiving, supportive, and hopeful.
But they
It's
were
definitely less
apprehended
stylish,
the same day.
less put together, and
Next
silence
day.
fills the room she brought to life. She was the embodiment of holiday. She was live out loud, created excitement and anticipation. She created opportunity through ingenuity and sheer will. She was a force of life, wicked smart, sometimes, lots of times, smart-assed and funny. A little green-eyed, beautiful blonde, fashionably wrapped and seemingly unstoppable. Mom was all about family. She was an active figure in our lives, and she was determined to continue on that track. She would make provisions for us even as she got older and experienced health issues herself. She would do everything possible to provide for us or offer guidance, like it or not. She couldn't fathom the notion of tough love, and she wouldn't tolerate anyone taking advantage of her family. Mom was our family's structure and support. She could carry whatever burden circumstance placed on her, and then she'd carry ours too. Even before her attack, she inspired a legacy of commitment to family, bravery, focus, intelligence, perseverance, and
They
resilience.
can't link it
We
to
hope
what
to carry on
happened.
with that
They
inspiration
said she
as
died
we
of a
preserve her
broken
memory
heart.
for the generations. As for Mom's attacker, Bradley S. Yohn, I hope this court sees fit to afford him sentences that reflect every intentional offense, hurt, and humiliation he enjoyed at Mom's expense. She unquestionably lived that night and every day of the rest of her life, trying to avoid the fear, disgust, and pain he caused in her. In recognition of that, I hope the court and the prison he is housed in will keep him where he can't hurt anyone else. And I hope he stays there every day without question for the rest of his life. Thank you.
That would conclude the victim impact statement, Your Honor.
Any further evidence for the people?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson, does the defense have any evidence they wish to present?
No evidence, thank you.
Yeah, because no one gives a crap about you, dude.
Will he make a statement?
Yohn, you have the right to make a statement directly to the court telling me anything that you think I should know before I sentence you. Your statement in allocution is voluntary. You do not have to make a statement, but if you would like to make a statement, now would be the time to do so.
Oh, of course.
Of course.
I did not hurt your mother, your grandmother. I did not do any of that. I wasn't part of that this night. I was not there. There's a lot more to this than y'all know. Your Honor, I'm not guilty for this at all.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for your statement, Mr. Yohn. As
Yeah.
to arguments and recommendations for sentence, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please court counsel. Judge, I will start with this before we get into the actual arguments. I think it would be helpful to go over what the defendant could be facing. With regard to count 1, the charge of home invasion, he is looking at 6 to 30 years. With regard to count 3, aggravated kidnapping, he is looking at 6 to 30 years in Department of Corrections. And again,
At least he
that
didn't
is
go full crazy
discretionary
in
consecutive
front of the family.
with count 1. Count 4,
Yeah.
aggravated vehicular hijacking, he is looking at 6 to 30 years. And again, that is discretionary consecutive.
Yeah, I was
with count
afraid he
1
was gonna
and
attack the
3.
family.
Count 5 is aggravated criminal sexual assault. He's looking at a minimum of 16 and a maximum of 40 years with that. That is mandatory consecutive with the other counts. Count 6, the residential burglary, that would merge into count 1. So we will not be asking for the court to impose a sentence on count 6.
He'll
So
go
by my
crazy.
math, Your Honor,
Your
he's
sentence.
looking at a maximum of 130 years.
Sorry, you
No,
cracked.
I said I think he'll be pretty upset when he hears a sentence, I'm sure.
No, I think he'll take it like a man.
Oh, probably.
Multiple times.
That's what I'm with.
Yeah, let's check back in a
Within
month.
a few weeks, he will.
Take it
Within a few
again.
weeks, he will know how it is to have a asshole the size of a canister.
Oh, God.
He'll take it again and again and again and again.
But look on the bright side. He won't be constipated very often.
He also won't be lonely.
Oh no! Oh no!
If the court would choose to impose the maximum sentence on every case and to have them run consecutive.
130 years? Yeah, he should have that.
What should the court impose? Your Honor, when this case started on November 9th, 2021, nearly 2 years ago, I wasn't sure what I would ask for in a case like this. When I was discussing the case with Ms. Keck, we had lots of different ideas how we would approach the sentencing hearing today. I thought about just going through the factors in aggravation and mitigation and listing them, and I know the court will do that. The court looks at the factors in aggravation. Several of them apply. The defendant's conduct caused and threatened serious harm. It absolutely did. The defendant received compensation for committing the crime. He absolutely did. He has a prior history of delinquency and criminal activity. It's listed in the PSI, Your Honor. The defendant assaulted an elderly person. That's a factor in aggravation. The court should consider that she was over 60 years of age. All those are factors in aggravation. And looking at the factors in mitigation, frankly, none of those apply. So I thought about just making that argument. But Your Honor, that argument seems more like a math problem. And this case is not just a consideration of the statutory factors the court requires us to consider. Thought about talking about the frustration of the family because they have been incredibly frustrated for the last 2 years. And I recognize that frustration. There were so many meetings where they wanted to know more and we couldn't tell them. And there was a reason why, but that reason isn't easily understood by a person who's going through trauma and loss. They were faced with delays and motions and delays and motions and delays and motions again and again and again. And every time we would have a meeting with them, they would tell us how frustrated they were. And every time we would say, there will be a day when you get your chance to talk to the defendant, but it's not today. And it took 2 years, but we got to that point. And I do apologize for the frustrations that you guys have had to deal with over and over again. It's not fair. But ultimately, the system of justice should be concerned with the victim's rights, but it's not. It's concerned with the rights of the defendant until we get to the point of sentencing. And that's where we are now. And I can't imagine what Tina's family had to go through, not just the delays and the motions and the delays and the motions, but then having to take the witness stand and answer questions from the person who violently sexually assaulted their mother. The bravery that they showed in taking the witness stand and answering his questions, despite the manner in which he did it, cannot be understated. I thought about just talking about that, but Your Honor, that's not about this case either. Really what this case is about and what the sentencing should be about is a 76-year-old grandmother who endured a nightmare that none of us should have to experience. What happened to her that night was something that doesn't happen in Adams County. It doesn't happen in the 8th Judicial Circuit. That's not who we are. That's not what Quincy is. That's not what Adams County is. We are a community where if you get stopped on the side of the road and you need help, somebody's going to show up to help. That's what we all expect. We don't expect to be carjacked, to be sexually assaulted, to have our house door kicked in, to be followed into the house, sprayed with carpet cleaner. That's a movie, Your Honor. That's something you watch on Halloween to scare you. That's not real life, but it was real life for Tina Lohman on November 9, 2021. The court saw the pictures of her injuries. The court saw the chemical burns to the inside of her mouth where that man sprayed her with carpet cleaner. The court saw the bruises on her knees, the bruises on her hands, the tears on her vagina. Calling it a nightmare isn't really enough. But that's what Tina Lohman lives with, and that's what she lives with every day for the rest of her life until she died. That memory. Ms. Keck and I prosecute some of the worst individuals in Adams County. The crimes we see are frightening. But every time we prosecute a case, it's remarkable to me that Ms. Keck tells me things like, look for the humanity in the defendants. And we try to recognize that everybody is a human being and has a certain amount of respect and dignity.
Springfield, Illinois.
I will be honest, Your Honor, this is the one case that I cannot say that. I cannot find the humanity in this defendant and what he did to Tina Lohman on November 9th. I have never asked for a sentence of 130 years before. In 22 years of doing this, and the 12 years that Ms. Keck has done this, we've never asked for a sentence of 130 years before. But Your Honor, I would ask the court this. If any crime deserves 130 years, what crime could it be? And if any defendant deserves the maximum penalty that this court can impose, what defendant should it be? This is the crime that calls out for that penalty, and this is the defendant that calls out for that punishment. Your Honor, I'm asking the court to impose a 30-year sentence on each of the Class X felony offenses. I'm asking the court to find in its discretion that each of those sentences be consecutive to each other. I'm asking the court to impose a 40-year sentence on the aggravated criminal sexual assault. That sentence is mandatory to be consecutive with those other sentences. Nothing we do here today can bring back Tina Lohman. Nothing we do here today can really even bring a sense of peace or justice to her family. But what we can do here today, Your Honor, is ensure that this defendant will spend the rest of his life in prison for every second of every day. 130 years is the most appropriate, most fair, and the most just sentence that this court can impose. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Mr. Nelson, care to
Yeah,
argue
she's
the
sitting there nodding along.
recommendation to sentence?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, you can just go into
Your Honor,
the
one thing that I often do,
control panel and change them.
particularly in cases like this, is I try to imagine my client's baby photo or a preschool photo or some sort of a photo from my client's early years. Because certainly the life that my client has now is not the life that my client has always had. And when I imagine or try to imagine that photo, it's often unavailable. When I imagine that photo, I wonder, what was life like for my client? Did my client in those tender years feel safe? Was there trauma in my client's life?
I kind of feel so bad for him.
What circumstances?
Oh, I feel so bad.
My
He's gonna
client's
be
younger
reamed out like a
came to
blown out
influence
tire.
my client.
No, the stupid lawyer who has got to like say
And
anything.
the truth is that we actually have almost no information about Bradley's early years.
That's because Bradley's early years didn't violently grape some
Have on Facebook
77-year-old
that we
woman.
posted of our early years, or that family members have posted.
And again,
they just don't exist.
Lawyers has the worst job because they have to defend the indefendable.
And
Exactly.
I like when a
there's
lawyer
information
keeps
in the PSI about the
keeps it
siblings
square.
that Mr. Yohn has. He has 8 biological siblings.
We have a
He has 5
really great
step
one
siblings.
in
None
my
of those
court who
siblings
doesn't
sent
do
in a letter
theatrics. He just
describing
straight
anything
off.
about Mr. Yohn's
Really
early
like
life
him.
or anything about Mr. Yohn.
Doesn't waste hours.
And so we know very little
Checks everything before he
about those
goes in there.
years.
He's a
We
great
do have some
defense
information.
lawyer.
And this is
Better
the information that we
to-
have. We do know
It's better
Bradley's
to keep
mother
it
raised
short and sweet instead of these.
his father wasn't really around.
Oh, he was a
And when he was
fatherless
16
child.
years old,
Well,
his mother passed away. That particular event at that particular time in his life appears to have had a very profound effect on Bradley when you read the rest of the
well,
information in the
he lawyered up after he was
and this is what I'm
found
talking
guilty.
about, because in Bradley's perhaps very understated way, he said that after that event, quote, everything went downhill. DCFS became involved in his life. He started banging his head against walls. And I
Not hard
wonder
enough.
if for Bradley at that time in his life,
Not long
that
enough.
event shifted the earth for him.
I know there's a cultural difference. 13 freaking siblings.
Dad was busy.
Yeah, and mom too. But he didn't really know dad. And mom died at 16. If she had, yeah, she had a
If they were all-
return trip to the hospital.
Yeah. Unless he was just spreading his seed around. He's got all these half siblings everywhere too.
Yeah.
8 biological, 5 step.
Oh.
That's what old red line says. But
But still, we were 4 siblings, and that was a big family.
Yeah.
No, CC can't capture anything. That's how we got Chef Lepine in the other case. And Mark Lecola saxophone.
Oh my God, Mark Nicola
Yeah, and I love that he banged his head against the wall. Yeah, yeah, he took some damage
Aw.
there too.
Not
Yeah.
enough.
No.
So sad.
For him,
Yeah.
maybe I can help him achieve a better outcome as crack. Yeah.
Maximum velocity, you thinking?
Yeah, I know. You have to calculate the swing effect and stuff like that to make
Well, and
the most possible impact.
Well, and this isn't medical advice, but I hear that railroad spikes help that momentum.
Yes. Oh, yes. Yes. Also, a helping hand in the back of the head.
Where,
And,
somewhere on that flat spot.
Yeah, that flat spot. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, Sauter, we have to be fair. His dad showed up, or his dad was brought in because his dad is in prison, and he said, and then he was wheeled out again, and he didn't really say anything. Yeah, he's known for saving his deposits and smearing them at the wall in prison. They don't miss him.
The death of his
Well, I'm
mother
sure
was
the
not
prison is happy that he's
singular
not there.
loss. It reverberated
So are the gods.
across his life because
They wrote a letter.
it was as a result of
Well,
that.
garden hose is a
siblings
good
picked
word
up
in this because
anyhow.
that is what will be used and how his intestine will
He
look
tried
like.
to
in a
reach
while.
out to his siblings. He tried to maintain that bond, those connections.
Yeah, your business
He
is an
felt
artist.
responsible for doing that. And he was apparently able to maintain something of a close relationship with one sister. One sister.
One
But
out
he
of
now feels, in his words, abandoned by that sister
Aww.
due to certain events.
I'm
Certain
sure
events.
you will
That he
feel
chose
like a
that
proper
word, abandoned.
stepsister in prison.
His use of that particular word may actually reveal
Just don't get stuck
more
in the
about
washing
his
machine
continued
or
sense of
under a
loss
bed.
than he intended.
Yeah, the dishwasher.
Did
Yeah.
these traumatic experiences
What you're doing,
fatalistically
step prisoner?
determine the course of events for Bradley's life? And this
That's
case
for
in
people who
particular,
know
of course
culture.
not. He didn't. But the science has demonstrated that there
During
is
my
a clear
30
connection
plus years
between
as a union rep, I've
traumatic
met a lot of
experiences,
people with
and particularly
a
traumatic
lot of broken
experiences in
homes.
childhood and later
Few,
behavioral
I
health
mean,
and mental
it's a choice.
Yes.
And
Yeah,
that, Your Honor, I
that's
think is
the same with
certainly
your
relevant in
business.
this
Oh,
case,
she was on meth.
and I
She
think that it
chose
is
to take
mitigating
meth.
in this case.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she had a
There are very
bad life.
severe
A lot of people
mandatory
had a bad
minimums
life.
that as
Yeah.
by law, the
And
court
her
must
pedo
impose in
dad,
this
yeah,
case, given
she had a horrible
the jury
life.
verdict
Yes.
Yeah.
But she
and the court's
also,
ruling on our post-trial motion today.
we
But
were
I am asking
lucky
that the
with
court
her business because she
sentence
got
Bradley
caught
not
on
in
her
excess
first
of
kill.
what is required
Because
by law.
that
Thank you.
was a serial killer with a botched first kill.
Yeah,
you
she
sure?
had gone on.
Yeah, yeah.
Are you sure
Yeah,
you
yeah.
got her on her first one? Yeah, positive.
No.
It was this. It's the only cover I have for the right side of the screen. So I'm sorry, and it's not cookies. It's called metals in Denmark. It's cream filled. When I get my baking studio, I'll make some. They're great. I love them.
Court has considered the pre-sentence
The
investigation
ladies like it
reports,
cream
the evidence
filled.
presented at trial, and a statement by Mr. Yohn, the arguments of counsel, as well as the statements and victim impact statements given today by family members. All of the statutory and non-statutory factors in aggravation and mitigation, whether specifically mentioned or not, the history and character of the defendant.
Well,
and in
not
due regard
before
to
you tell the
seriousness
rest
the
of Gen
offense and with
Pop
the
what he
objective
did,
of restoring the
and then you
defendant to
do
useful
that.
Citizenship, I find the following. As to factors in aggravation, certainly the conduct caused or threatened serious harm. The defendant did receive compensation in taking the items from the person, vehicle, and home of his victim. The defendant has an extensive history of prior delinquency and criminal activity, including not less than 12 misdemeanors. More importantly, sentences to the various departments of corrections in Illinois and Missouri, including 3 years, 3 years, 3 years, 5 years, 4 years, 3 years, 3
You asked
years,
if he had
and 7
priors.
years,
He says he has a
Oh.
few.
none of which curtailed Mr. Yohn from committing these offenses. Court finds that a sentence is necessary to deter others from committing the same crimes. Specifically finds the victim to have been 65 or 60 years or older, being 76, 77 years of age. I also note that according to the PSI, Mr. Yohn was on a pretrial release for a felony in St. Charles County, Missouri, 2111-CR-03413, an unlawful possession of firearm by a dangerous felon, a Class C felony in Missouri. Also, Marion County, Missouri, 21MR-CR-00188 for a charged second-degree burglary, which would be a Class 4 felony in Missouri.
Yeah, I would sue the ever-living crap out of the ones who let him out of prison.
Reviewing
Yep.
factors in mitigation.
Same with the
I agree
Dinkins
state's position. I find
asshole.
none that apply to Mr. Yohn.
Dinkins who got a 5-year
Supposed to
sentence and was
consider
let
the
out
character
after
of the
5
offender.
months.
Mr. Yohn, in my practice of law and in all my years, you are the most reprehensible person I've had in court before me, as public defender, as state's attorney, and now as judge. You take no responsibility for crimes that you clearly committed and were proven beyond a reasonable doubt. I believe you're narcissistic and unable to appreciate that, because to admit that would be admitting a fault. And in your mind, you are perfect. Well, sir, you're going to be perfect for 130 years in prison, because I'm adopting the state's recommendation. On count 1, home invasion for using a dangerous weapon during such, the maximum 30 years is imposed. I'm also finding that that crime resulted in great bodily harm to the victim, meaning you'll serve it at 85%, not 50%. That'll be followed by 18 months mandatory supervised release if you're ever released.
Yeah.
So
Count 3,
95 years plus probation.
aggravated kidnapping, Class X felony. I'm imposing the maximum 30 years. Department of Corrections. That likewise will be at 85% for the same reason as previously stated, inflicting severe bodily injury. That will be consecutive to the sentence in count 1. Count 4, aggravated vehicular hijacking. Class X felony, 6 to 30 years. I'm imposing a 30-year sentence maximum, followed by 18 months mandatory supervised release. Specifically finding that should be served at 85%. Again, because your actions result in great bodily harm.
Eligible for parole in 105 years.
Sir, I will not speak. So that will be consecutive to counts 1 action. Specifically finding that should be served at 85%. Again, because your actions resulted in great bodily harm to the victim.
Christine Lohman even said she wasn't hijacked.
Sir,
herself.
I will not speak.
In the video.
So that will be consecutive to counts 1 and 3.
Always great.
Count 5, maximum on the Class X aggravated criminal sexual assault. Range 16 to 40 years. I'm imposing the 40-year sentence. That will be followed by mandatory supervised release of 3 years to life. And that by statute will be mandatorily consecutive to the sentences imposed in counts 1, 3, and 4.
Yeah, then he's just going to raise his sentence.
So should total the 130 years being imposed. By statute, I must advise that at 85%, you'll be serving a total minimum of 110 years in the Illinois Department of Corrections. Anything else regarding sentencing, Mr. Jones, prior to advising of appeal rights?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson?
No.
Mr. Yohn, you do have the right to appeal. If you only want to appeal the judgment of conviction, not including the correctness of the sentence imposed or any aspect of the sentencing hearing, then within 30 days of today's date, you must file with the Circuit Clerk of Adams County a written notice of appeal or request that the Circuit Clerk prepare and file it on your behalf. However, if any part of what you want to appeal relates to the correctness of your sentence or any aspect of the sentencing hearing, then before you file a notice of appeal, you must file first, within 30 days of today's date, a written motion to reconsider sentence and or challenging sentencing hearing. That likewise would be filed at the Adams County Circuit Clerk's office. Your motion must be in writing, must be filed with the Circuit Clerk of this court within 30 days of today, and must include all of the grounds or reasons for your motion. Any issue or claim of error or mistake not included will be waived for purposes of your appeal. If your motion is granted, the sentence
Why did I pull that up?
Further action may be taken to correct whatever the problem may be. If your motion is denied, okay.
Well, he has plans. Involves very little lubrication.
Herbert.
130 years and a bottle of lube.
The motion was denied to file with the Circuit Clerk of the court a written notice of appeal or to request that the Circuit Clerk prepare and file it on your behalf to start the process of going to the appellate court. If you cannot afford the assistance of an attorney for your motion or your appeal, an attorney will be appointed to represent you.
Appeals always for losers.
Cannot afford copies of the transcripts. In your case, for your motion or appeal, those likewise will be provided to you free of charge. I understand your right to appeal, Mr. Yohn?
Yes, sir.
It will be in recess.
Your Honor, I have some things to take up with regards to them transcripts. I'm still waiting on pretrial transcript that you said would come a long time ago.
Mr. Yohn, you're represented by counsel, and so he'll need to make all motions and arguments to the court if he chooses to do so.
Okay, as far as appeal, I'll represent myself on appeal at this time, so I'm going to need the transcripts.
Yeah, good luck.
I mean, unless they're being manipulated like the last ones were, and they need time to do that.
Mr. Yohn, again, you're being represented by counsel at this time, and so he'll have to make all motions and arguments for you.
In other words, shut the F up.
This guy hates his job.
Mr. Jones, do we want to take up?
I just want to see him like pick up that folder and just smack him across the head. Just
13 and 720.
Yeah.
Judge, based on the court sentence today, I'll have an order prepared showing those cases are dismissed. That's what Judge McCartney.
I'm sorry, we're going to have to go back on the record also. Thank you for reminding me of that. Mr. Yohn, because 22 CF 671, you were sentenced to
Don't
7
press
years
anything before
while
reading
you
to
were
the end.
awaiting trial in this matter. These sentences are also going to be consecutive to that sentence. So that'll be a 137 you'll be serving.
Oh.
Oh, now we lost all hope.
671 is the one where y'all violated my rights. It's not messing.
I don't need him back for any order.
Who is he talking to?
All right. So you got the orders drafted?
Yes, the orders are drafted and we're providing those to Mr. Nelson.
You know that right to remain silent? You might want to exercise it, you little shit. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, he has the right to remain silent, but not the ability.
Yeah, he got 7 years for. I can't even remember why he got the 7 years.
Yeah, it's a prior offense.
Yeah, I think was it a gun charge as well or something?
I have this. I think my grandmother had the same on her couch as his tie.
State's motion 21 CF 713, 21 CF 723 are being dismissed. That order also will be provided to you. Anything else, Mr. Jones?
Nothing for the people on this case, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson?
Nothing. Thank you.
Adjourned in this case.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Enjoy prison.
Oh, that redhead
Hello,
was
friends.
cute.
Welcome to my channel.
That was a cute redhead.
Hmm.
Well, he will have a hard time sleeping on his back for the next couple of days.
Gross.
Yeah.
Because he's going to be all kinds of popular.
He's going to be slipping through the cracks.
Hopefully this time they don't let him out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I saw that one too.
Yeah. No.
So, but yeah, it's not too much. He got. I think it's perfectly fine with after watching the trial, watching him sadistically enjoy talking about how he did all these things to a 77-year-old woman.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think it's a proper sentence. Maybe not long enough, but I could be wrong. What do I know? But
I mean, I thought that was pretty good for, he didn't get a murder charge or anything. So that's pretty good.
no. Yeah, they got the maximum on every count.
But I mean, it's pretty much life, like 110 years before he's even able to get out. So it's pretty good.
Yeah, enjoy prison. But everyone, tomorrow we will go back to Cara and hear the closing arguments. Hopefully, Rosemary will be really strong in her closing arguments. And I can't send you anywhere, but I can recommend you somewhere to go. and both me and Jamie has shared Farrell's links. She's just starting out, and if I know Jamie, she will be over there in 5 minutes. No, I'm tired. I'm not good today, and she'll be on the rest of the day. Yeah, you'll go over there, hang out. We know you. They are watching the Matthew Moore case. I don't know it. It's something out of Delaware. Delaware County, Ohio. I know he's a guy who was accused of unaliving his wife, I believe. But go over there, learn all about it, and if you like to go over there and learning things, you could go to the Learning Tree in Sweden. Gift yourself.
I've been streaming for far too many hours. Hi! Don't make me come there.
You heard it here. Don't make Nicholas come.
Join me and Mo tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, 4 p.m. Swedish time on our Delphi case. We are going through the history of the Delphi case from 2017 up until the arrest and the new Odinist lead. We have so far gone through episode 1 and 2, so now we are up on the arrest of Mr. Allen, which is really interesting. So go to primarily go to Mo's channel, watch her coverage. I have, of course, I always need more subscribers, but primarily go to Mo's channel, subscribe to her, because she has better knowledge about this case than I have. I'm just in it for the Viking stuff. So, yeah. Ta-da!
Yay!
Yay. Well, speaking of Odinism, that's my subject tonight for my cult stream. And that way you get a little bit of the intro into that, and then you can go over and watch Nick and watch Mo and have a little bit more information to know what they're talking about. So come check it out tonight. That's what is going to be going on at 8:30 Eastern.
I put the link in for Mo. Shizzy is at the top. I should have copied a link to Nick. Maybe he can put it. No, are you a mod? I don't know how many mods I have.
Look at those gorgeous eyelashes.
Oh, lashes.
Oh, those lashes.
Hi, everybody. How are you?
And the dogs and the crickets.
I know.
Meow.
So, yeah, we'll continue this Paris stuff. I can't talk with you guys slow talking in the background. Stop making noises. All right, we're done. Hi.
Hey.
It was fun. I'll see you
And to the rest of you, go out, enjoy the evening, because we'll go out, have fun, but we'll be back tomorrow. But it's a good night when you can spend it with Jamie over at Farrell's channel. Everyone, we love you when you came around. We love you every time you come around, but you can't stay forever because we are elderly men. Yeah, we are elderly men, so we need a little recuperation time. So, love you for watching.
Speak for yourself.
I don't need no recovery time. I'm a Viking. I came to conquer that.
Everyone, go ahead, have fun. Find another channel. Preferably go to Farrell. She's really new in this, and she loves people coming by. Call it a Viking Snisty Jamie raid if you go over there, just to make us happy, because we can't send you, but we can make you come. Back tomorrow at 9 a.m. See you all tomorrow, and yeah, I'm kind of retarded.